2 years have passed since the end of the Great War, but in the Yangzhou district of Gansu province, the training of warriors continued. In this city there was the best martial arts academy called Dragon's Tiger. The guy fell to the ground. His whole body was bruised. John Taeho wanted to help his brother, but at that moment he was held in the grip of a bully and did not allow him to move. Dong Gukmyung, the leader of a gang of thugs who called themselves a half-ghost gang, went to the fallen guy and said that if he did not give him the money he owed, then they would talk to him differently. Kang Won-hyun was the second student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. He was lying on the ground all beaten up with bruises on his face. His body was all sunken. He said that he borrowed these people only 5 gold bars and returned about 20 bars to the bandits. You did not understand what they wanted from them. Dong Gukmyang is pleased that this guy talks to him without respect and said that if he wants to get rid of problems, he should have been paid on time. Kang Won-hyun at that moment was thinking about the injustice of life because these people have already taken all the money they had from them and still continue to mock him. All this happened only because they once took money from these thugs. Because they needed to save their teacher. Kang Won-hyun asked the leader of the thug to give him 1 more week and he will pay off all the debts. Dong Gukmyung put on a thoughtful expression and started thinking about this proposal. He asked the guy again if a week would be enough for him to pay off all these debts. Don asked his bandit to bring his younger brother to him and put him on the ground. John Taeho resisted and did not want to go in a good way, but the bandit warned him that it was better for him to agree. But everything is fine, because in a bad case, they will be forced to beat him half to death. Kang was outraged that these thugs, while beating up his younger brother who was not guilty of anything, he asked them to stop and stop. But his request was not heard, and instead of letting go of his younger brother, they hit him hard with a curlic right in the face. Don said that it was a very arrogant delay and to believe that just because he would be allowed to do it. Don turned his head on the cutthroat to make sure that the younger brother had already been laid on the ground and was not letting him escape from here. Don said he would do the guy's request and give him a week off. He wouldn't do it for free. He'd take something in return for it. And the price of a week's delay was his little brother's hand. Don wanted to cut off his little brother's hand as a guarantee. Kang Won-hyun almost lost his knowledge at that moment. He was not ready for the fact that his brother's hand would now be cut off. It was incomprehensible, and he had to immediately come up with a plan to stop this disgrace. Kang grabbed Don by the trouser legs and began to ask for forgiveness. He begged him not to do this and admitted that he was wrong. He had already asked for weeks and 2 or 3 days in order to get money. Don kicked him in the chest and threw him back for him. It was disgusting behavior of this non-entity. Ken realized that it was completely pointless to resist these people and asked for his hand to be taken away. But his younger brother was left alone. Don said that he was not happy with this plan, because if he cuts off Kanu's hand, he will not be able to get money. Don turned his head to the thugs. You asked for and make a clear blow so that there is one even cut and not make the guy suffer. The bandit swung his sword and asked this guy not to move so that by mistake he would cut off his head. John raised his head up and realized that now he would most likely lose his arm, and tears began to appear in his eyes. He asked these people to stop, but they did not hear him. Ken at this moment is ready to fall into the ground so as not to see this. He felt his helplessness, and he became disgusted with himself. The bandit has already started moving his sword, and in a couple of seconds the hand should have been severed. Ken, to stop this terrible process, he tried to shout at the top of his voice to stop them. And the younger brother during this time looked at his older brother and cried. The bandit's face changed, and he looked like a crazy sociopath who enjoys killing people. The sword has already approached the guy's hand, and in a moment he will already have to lose his hand. Kang closed his eyes in order not to see this horror, was not ready to see how his brother's hand was cut off. But suddenly a kunai appeared from somewhere and flew straight towards the bandits. This kunai flew right into the sword of the bandit who was about to cut off John's hand. This kunai hit right on target and changed the trajectory of the ball. The bandit released his sword and did not have time to cut off John's hand. Dong Gukmyang immediately noticed the man who threw the shuriken here. He wanted to see the face of the brave man who interfered in the affairs of the bandits. The rest of the thugs also paid attention to this hero and asked who he was. The stranger took a couple of steps towards these bandits, and with a calm step approached him. He stopped and said that he had not been in the city for a very long time. He straightened his straw hat and said that he could not even imagine that in a small district. I was asked in a Chizhov who he was. Ken immediately recognized this voice. But he could not believe his eyes that this man was really standing in front of him right now, and saving the life of him and his younger brother. This stranger took off his hat, and his long hair began to develop into a breeze. Introduced himself as the older brother of these two guys. Kang and Jung immediately started smiling when they saw their older brother. They couldn't believe their eyes. Now they understood that someone could save them. Don asked one of the bandits who this guy was. They explained to him that they had the oldest brother, and he disappeared 7 years ago during the Great Sinister War. According to the rumors that go between people, this older brother died during the battle with the Murim Alliance. But apparently these rumors were wrong because he is alive. Don was jokingly scared when he saw such a serious person in front of him. He realized that now he was in big trouble. This guy had incredible dexterity, and in a matter of seconds he was able to disappear so quickly that no one even noticed it, although he was standing right in front of their eyes. He approached his younger brother and asked for forgiveness from him very sincerely. He apologized to his younger brother for being a little late and having to suffer here. The robbers were shocked at how quickly this guy moved. Don did not have time to turn his head to follow this stranger. He had never seen anyone move so fast. He examined his younger brother and tried to understand whether he was injured or everything was fine with him. The younger replied that he was doing well. Ken at that moment said that he was injured, but they simply ignored him. Don was at a loss. He didn't understand what to do. After all, a real martial arts master was standing in front of him now. But on the other hand, this man studied at a rural academy and is unlikely to know how to fight like a real warrior. This guy was very unhappy with the fact that these thugs made a mess in the Holy Academy. But what pissed him off even more was that they dared to hurt his younger brother, and for that he would never be able to forgive these bandits. He began to get angry. Red lightning began to appear from his body. He said that he would not allow anyone to leave here with impunity. Don understood that he would now have very big problems. After all, this stranger had an incredibly strong desire to take revenge and kill the offender and his younger brother. He ordered his thugs not to just stand still, but to go and hit this guy first. He ordered them to grab him. The bandits immediately followed the order of their boss and ran to attack this stranger. They wanted to surround him from all sides. When the bandits got as close as possible to this man, they waved their weapons and began to attack him from different sides. The brother stood and waited for the perfect moment to dodge these blows. He was not afraid of street robbers because he knew that he had enemies much stronger than them. Brother Kong and Brother Zhong didn't know what their elder brother was capable of, and therefore they were very scared when they saw that they wanted to attack him with a whole crowd. But how surprised the thugs were when they saw that the guy was still at the very last moment. They couldn't hit him with a single blow because he just disappeared. He teleported behind them and they didn't even notice how he did it. They felt a strange sensation in their body, as if they were beginning to catch up with pain from a blow that they did not feel. The brother used a quick strike technique against them, which allows him to deliver the strongest blows to several opponents at once in 1 second. At some point they felt a wild pain, their teeth began to fly out, they heard their bones break and blood appears from the mouth. Don was horrified when he saw what this guy did to his best thugs. He could not even imagine that someone was capable of such a thing. The brothers were also insanely surprised when they saw what their older brother had just done. They could not even imagine that he had such power. In a couple of seconds, the brother was able to neutralize 4 bandits at once, and did it so professionally that no one even understood what his secret was. He approached the leader of these bandits, and stopped right in front of him. Don felt his hands shaking and he could not stop this process. He did not control his fear. He looked directly into the eyes of this bandit, and morally destroyed him. He saw how this big man begins to shake with fear. The brother said that he could kill him right now and no one could stop him. But he will not kill him for only one reason, because he does not want to desecrate this sacred place, the corpse of such a nonentity, as Dong Gukmian of his ball of stinking garbage. He that this time still spare the leader of the bandit, and the brothers at that moment were very scared because they did not understand why their brother was doing this. But doubts were dispelled when the brother said that he would spare the leader of the bandits, but he would not do it for free. He extended his hand to the side and tensed his fingers so that his hand resembled a sharp sword. He made a very quick movement, and cut off the hand of the bandits with his own hand, and it flew off to the side. A very loud scream was heard near the academy. It was the scream of Don, who experienced all the pain of a severed hand on himself. A fragment of a sword stuck into the wall, It was the same sword with which they wanted to cut off the hand of Jung's younger brother. The blood of these bandits nevertheless appeared on the territory of the academy. It defiled blood this space. But nevertheless there was no other way out, they had to be punished. He walked up to his little brother, and began to look at his face. He wanted to make sure that he was really all right. He saw a scratch on his younger brother's face and began to think about how to heal his wounds so that nothing would happen to his brother. Khan felt embarrassed because his younger brother did not test any storage and everything was fine with him, and he had just been brutally beaten by bandits. He addressed his second brother in a very serious voice, and Khan was scared because now there could be a very serious conversation. But all he said was that he felt much better when he saw that his little brother was fine, and he was not injured. After he dealt with these bandits, he immediately visited his master. The master was lying in his bed and the guy decided to touch his pulse. The old man lay in bed with his eyes closed and did not move. The guy tried to understand what was happening to him. He felt that his master had internal damage and urgently needed to do something about it so that he would not die. His master's name was John Jawun. He was the head of the martial arts academy Dragon and Tiger. The guy immediately realized that the one who inflicted internal damage to his master was a first-class warrior. He did not know who did it, but he understood that this person allowed such a terrible act to be committed and he should be punished for it. It was quiet and calm in the courtyard of the academy. Today was a warm summer day. After meeting with his master, he decided to go out into the courtyard and look around here to try to understand what happened during his absence. But as soon as he stepped outside immediately some guy. It was Yang Sichin, the third student of the Dragon Academy Go game. He was very happy when he saw his older brother, and could not believe that he returned alive from the war. They started to hug and greet each other. Big brother was very happy to see Yang Sichin. But he stopped the third brother, and it seemed to him that someone was missing here. He asked where the fourth brother had disappeared and why he did not see him here. When the other brothers heard this question, they became very embarrassed and did not know what to answer him. They began to turn their heads to the side, and as they came up with these words, they could gently explain what had happened to the fourth brother. He did not understand why they had such doubts, why they could not directly tell him what happened to the fourth brother. He looked at Jung Taeho and asked him as a younger brother explain what happened to the fourth brother. Jung was forced to answer and told that the fourth brother joined the guard to earn money for his father's treatment. But 6 months ago he suddenly lost contact with the rest of the brothers, and the brothers sent people to find out what happened to him, but no one can find him. From the fourth brother there is no news. Brother Taeyong is missing. The older brother was not ready to hear that the fourth brother was missing. He needed to think about what to do now with this loss. He thought about the fact that 7 years have passed since the last time he was at home, and during this time a lot has changed. Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy is no longer what it used to be. The academy had a lot of problems, starting with the fact that these bandits appeared who constantly terrorize the academy, and do not allow students to study in peace. And the fact that they are now taught all the time. Lies in his bed unconscious in his body. There are internal injuries that need to be cured in order not to let him die. And to these problems was added the fact that the fourth brother was missing and no one can find him. This news made the older brother angry. He asked his younger brothers how they could afford to allow all these problems, why they did not follow the academy during his absence, but the guys did not know what to say to him. They were very afraid of their older brother, and saw him go berserk from this. They began to tell him about what happened here during his absence, and told a story about the fact that 3 years ago a strange man visited the academy. Yes, they did not see him here before. This man demanded a duel with the teacher. Teach, of course, politely refused this duel. But this stranger still continued to come to the academy every day and stood near the main gate. It was in this place that he called ordinary students to a fight. He was very strong, although at first glance you can't tell from him that he had such strength, and everyone who fought with him lost to him. But the victims of this stranger were not only students of the academy. It turned out that the head of the academy 5 dragons died, and the head of Gansu was crippled and forced to close the school. This man was merciless. Because of him, the martial arts academies were closed one after another, so Yangzhou County became the center of the gathering of the scoundrel, and as expected, they began to interfere in the affairs of the academy. The brothers admitted that they could not cope with these bandits. They needed to get medicine for the teacher, so they borrowed money from these bandits. But instead of where they took them, it turned out to be subordinate to a half-ghost gang. He listened carefully to everything they said and was unhappy that his brothers showed weakness and acted like weaklings. They felt embarrassed. They felt guilty towards their older brother for not being able to fight back these bandits and allowing this to happen. The older brother understood that there was no point in blaming the younger brothers for this. They are still too young and weak, and apparently the person who did all these terrible things did it for a reason. It all sounded very strange because some unknown tramp was walking around near the Academy of Traditional Martial Arts every day asking students and true masters of their craft to fight him, and after that he won. It was necessary to understand who this person was. This person collaborated with the gangs and was under their protection. He did everything so that the academies could no longer function normally. They were forced to ask for money from the bandits. The brother realized that these bandits have only one goal. They want to absorb Yanzhou County and take control of it, but for this they need to eliminate the martial arts academies. The brother immediately ordered his younger brothers to get ready because they would be moving out soon. He was very serious, and said that it doesn't matter if these bastards want to expand their influence, or want to make more money. It didn't make any sense because they have to beat these noobs to a pulp and show them that they will not rule here. The base of the semi-ghost gang is the very place where all the bandits in this district are hiding. Dong Gukmyang sat on his knees in front of his master, and the master was unhappy that this bastard came to him without one arm and did not complete his task. He told him that he sent him to take money from these children. Instead he left his hand there. He got up from his throne, otherwise shouting at his subject for the fact that he disgraced the whole and their gang. Of this man was called the head of the half-ghost gang Bang Ji. Dong Gukmian tried to apologize to this gentleman, and somehow atone for his guilt. He understood that he had dishonored the whole gang, and it was unlikely that he would be forgiven for this. Bang Ji asked him what was the name of the man who cut off his hand and how dare he contact the Great Ghost Gang. Dong Gukmyang talked about the fact that this person is called the first student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, and he is the best warrior of this academy. But the Lord did not like what he heard because he treated the academy like an ordinary sect with losers. Suddenly, Bang Ji felt a very strange feeling. He once again asked what the name of this academy was, and when he heard the name Dragon's Tiger, he realized that he had heard this name before. He had a strange feeling that he should not have forgotten this name, because somewhere in his memory he had memories of this place. He thought that this was an unusual academy. It was a place that a backwoods person like him should remember. Suddenly, he still had an insight, and he remembered one moment from his life that froze before his eyes. He remembered the oldest student these are academies, and remembered what this crazy warrior is capable of. Bang Ji lifted his head up and looked at the guy who was sitting on his knees in front of him, and he said that it couldn't be that this man returned to the city. But the insight came to him very late, because at that moment the older brother had already knocked out the door to the room and knocked down 2 guards who were standing at the entrance. He took a couple of calm steps towards the head of these bandits, and was very calm. Bang Ji immediately recognized this guy, and he wanted to fall underground or hide somewhere, just not to meet this man in battle. The rest of the robbers did not know who he was and had the audacity to insult him by calling him an idiot who does not understand what he was doing. He smiled when he saw a group of thugs in front of him who would now have to suffer, and said that he was interested in meeting the infamous Bang Ji. Bang Ji froze on the spot and could not even move his hand. He was very scared. All he could do was name the person who came to take revenge on him. Hyuk Muzang was the name of his older brother. He was already standing here surrounded by his younger brothers and preparing for battle. Hyuk reminded the leader of the bandits that 10 years ago he made him a promise that he would like to fulfill and asked the robber if he remembers this promise. Hyuk realized that the leader of the bandits was not particularly eager to answer him for this and decided to remind himself of his promise. He once told him that if this idiot sets foot on the land of Xinzhou, then he will have to make a eunuch because of him. The bandits did not understand why this man broke into their building and behaved so impudently. They did not know who was standing in front of them, so they immediately grabbed their weapons, called him a scumbag and said that now I would do everything to kill him. Hyuk allowed his younger brothers to stay away and just enjoy the show that is about to happen, said that in the end there is a lot to learn from the outside too. The bandits decided to attack him with a whole crowd and immediately strike us from different sides in order not to leave any chance of survival. The brothers were very scared when they saw that their older brother was attacked by such a large number of robbers at once. They did not know how he would fight them off. but he acted very calmly and delivered quick blows to them. The first blow he delivered was a kick between the legs of one of the bandits. The brothers watched this fight. They became uneasy when they saw with what force their older brother hit that guy between the legs. Hyuk chose the strategy of hitting all the bandits between the legs in order to damage them as much as possible and dishonor them after this duel. Then he still decided to use his wooden sword and strike them with his sword, scattering them in different directions. They believe that their brother knows how to fight so cool. He dealt incredibly big damage to all these bandits. They could not look at how fiercely their older brother fought with these bandits. He dealt such painful blows to his opponents that it was painful to look at. They all lay on the floor and held their hands between their legs and writhed in pain. He beat absolutely everyone who was here. Dong Gukmian managed to crawl to the wall and was still untouched. He watched how all his friends were being killed by one person and understood that soon his turn would come to him. Don thought that he was very happy because this guy just cut off his hand and did not mock him, because now he is mocking all these guys. Hyuk took a step towards and at some point stopped from his wooden sword. Drops of blood dripped. He extended his hand forward and very loudly asked who else here wants to become a eunuch because he is ready to accept everyone. The bandits were very scared when they heard that this guy wanted to deal with them. They began to retreat back because they did not want to be mocked at them just like those guys who first entered the battle. Bang Ji grabbed his hands to forget his throne and began to shake. He was very scared and could not calm his fear. He screamed loudly and ordered all his bandits to retreat because he understood that it was pointless to fight this man. He called all his thugs useless trash because they couldn't deal with him, and said that in the end he still had to go out and fight alone against Hyuk Muzang. Bang Ji noticed that during the time they did not see this guy, as always, he became stronger. The wounded bandits began to apologize to their master, but he was no longer up to them. He needed his fingers before the battle. Ben said that he had not seen his old enemy for a long time and was surprised at how much this boy had grown. Bang talked about how he never stopped thinking about the events that happened 10 years ago for a single day, and Hyuk just twisted his displeased face. Ben started laughing and becoming angry. He confessed that the destruction of the fear that this guy revealed to him that day and the Danish pain he experienced made him become stronger. Hyuk calmly looked at his opponent and did not feel any fear. He carefully listened to everything that was told to him. This was not a scam. Ben intimidated his opponent with a scary look and started looking down at him with his red eyes. A very strong tension appeared in the room. The younger brothers were rooting for their older brother and wanted him to win and bandit, and waited for this stranger to kill them. Bang Ji clenched his fist very tightly, and it seemed that he would now attack first, and this fierce battle would begin. But instead of attacking, he decided to do otherwise. He fell to his knees. He knelt in front of the guy and bowed to him. He apologized for everything he did and asked for mercy on him. The younger brothers obviously did not expect that the outcome of this battle would turn in such a way that the head of this gang would apologize to their older brother. The rest of the gangsters felt like worthless weak trash when they saw their boss as a weak girl apologizing to these students of the academy. Ben prayed apologized to this guy so that he would not make him a eunuch. This was his only request. Hyuk coldly reacted to the requests of this nonentity, and said that his method was very original, but it was not enough. Hyuk said he was going to beat him up and make him a eunuch right before he died, and no amount of begging for mercy would save him. But he admitted that it was very touching to look at his requests for mercy, and it's not every day that someone kneels in front of him. Hyuk thought a little and decided to give this scoundrel a chance. Bang Ji was delighted when he heard that they would now give him a chance. He could not believe his ears. Hyuk offered him two options. The first one was that he could just beat the crap out of him and cripple him, and the second option was that he would make him a eunuch. Hyuk threw a document on his desk and asked him to sign it. Ben at that moment was already beaten. His eyes were swollen after the blows and there were a lot of bruises on his face. He asked what kind of document he needed to sign. The rest of the robbers stood with their hands up. Hyuk said that this document says that the bandits must return 150 gold bars that were illegally taken from their academy. Bang Ji almost fainted when he heard the amount of 150 gold bars. He said that he took only 20 bars and did not understand where the 150 gold bars came from that need to be returned. Hyuk at that moment hit him on the head with his sword so that this idiot would not ask unnecessary questions. Then he nevertheless decided to explain to him where did you get the gold bars in such a large amount, and said that given the moment that his gang was intimidating the students of this academy, He should ask for as much as 300 bars and he should be grateful that he was asked to give only a small part. Ben realized that he was no longer able to resist and answered this person that it would be pointless not to follow his order, so he simply thanked for such generosity. Hyuk was already about to leave here at 1 before leaving and tried to remember what he had not done yet. The boss at that moment looked at this guy like a monster, and hated him with every fiber of his body. Hyuk turned his head at him and felt that this idiot didn't like something. He thought that maybe he needs to hit his head with a sword one more time so that he begins to behave with respect. Hyuk looked at him with a reproachful look from top to bottom and asked this noob what he was doing now. Ben said he didn't understand what this guy was talking about. Hyuk ordered him to immediately fetch the money from their vault. Ben was shocked that he needed to return the money immediately. He said that he did not know how much they had left in the vault, and they first needed to check the gold traces that they have there. Hyuk extended his hand forward and showed him a threatening gesture that showed that with one hand he could make this guy a eunuch if he resisted. He clenched his hand into a fist and this gesture scared the boss, and after that the guy said that he didn't want to hear any objections, he wanted to see the money immediately. Hyuk once again loudly shouted to the whole room that he wants to see the money here and now, and he wants to see it immediately. John was delighted with how his older brother can fight. He saw in him a real hero of the savior who could protect everyone. Hyuk replied that they had a numerical advantage, but they didn't even reach the 3rd rank outside the Murim. There are people much stronger than this gang of garbage criminals. Hyuk turned his head to one of the brothers and carefully began to examine him. He asked his second brother why did he look so bad and asked about his condition. Maybe something bothered him. Ken at that moment completely ceased to understand his older brother. Then he still thought and decided to seriously answer his question. He's still worried about something and he wanted to share it. Hyuk carefully looked at his brother and waited for him to tell what really worries him. Khan scratched his neck and said that the famous group behind the half-ghost gang was the Great Power. He was afraid that after today's actions, these bandits would pursue them. Hyuk reassured his brother and told him not to worry about it because he already has a plan, and all the other brothers were very happy when they realized that their brother had a plan. Hyuk stopped and told them that everything is very simple and now he will tell them what is his brilliant plan. He explained his strategy, which was that the enemy is an obstacle in the way, and he explained to them one basic truth, which is that if the enemy is stronger than you, you must be stronger than him. This is the law, and in the end strength decides absolutely everything. Khan turned to his older brother and said that he knew that his brother was very strong but did not understand how Hyuk was going to cope with a huge gang alone. They could have hundreds of masters. Hyuk was surprised and turned his head to his brother. He would be surprised by such a train of thought, and said that it was not about him at all, and he would not fight these bandits. He began active training with the rest of the brothers in order to strengthen their strength of body and strength of mind. He said that his strength doesn't matter, because if he goes somewhere, these bandits can attack the academy in his absence, and he can't let that happen, and that's why he forced his brothers to train regularly under his supervision. After all, they should be able to protect the academy on their own. All this time, he was sitting astride a huge stone that his brothers were holding, and at that moment he was telling them about the fact that they must be strong to protect the academy, and in order to become strong they need to continue training. He has a wooden sword at one of the brothers at the moment of sparring. Hyuk adhered to the idea that you can learn how to fight only by constantly being in battle and practicing your abilities. After all, you can quickly improve your skills if you study in the process. You can finally feel your closeness with a weapon and develop your fighting instincts. But without practice in real combat, the body will freeze, they will not be able to move, and in the end they will not be able to apply the learned skills. And if they fail to use their skills in combat, and constantly lose to their enemies. At that moment, he paused in his story and struck with his sword right next to the head of the second brother. Hyuk ended his thought by saying that if they can't resist their enemies and don't just die, and Brother Kong all this time thought that he broke through a stone wall with a wooden sword. After he had his brother in training sparring, he turned to the rest of the brothers and told the next one to come up and start training. They were already very exhausted and tired, they could not even stand on their feet, and asked to take a break between these hellish workouts. Hyuk said that the last one who enters the training pairing with him will have to fight against him again. Therefore, it is in their own interest you to immediately engage in battle with him. They immediately realized that delaying training would be even worse than accepting a fight, so they decided to continue training. They began to run to meet him and overtake each other. After all, no one wanted to fight against his older brother again. I already bought the evening and the sky turned orange. It was warm summer day. The wind on the street was cool. Hyuk put his wooden sword with the rest of the swords and praised his brothers. He said that they did a good job today, and it was his first day teaching someone, so he decided that I would continue with easier training. He told them that from tomorrow he would seriously take up their training, so they should have a good rest today. They were lying on the ground and could not move their arms. Their body was so tired that it was hard for them to move. The elder brother at that moment went to the house. They could hardly move their lips to ask what an easy workout was, because if it was a preparatory workout, then they were already afraid of tomorrow. Brada said that during training, he noticed the incredible power that their older brother wields and admitted that they were beaten even when they teamed up together. The three of them could not hit him even a single blow. Jung asked the rest of the brothers if their older brother was always so strong because he doesn't remember him the way he used to be. Khan began to tell the story that their older brother was always so strong and he became famous for this. But now everything is completely different. He told his brothers the story that 10 years ago there was a time when he single-handedly defeated 20 swordsmen, but was severely wounded and almost died after this injury. The second brother added that this battle was not one-sided, as today there were a lot of warriors fighting and the older brother took on a lot of fighters. And Jung said that he was surprised when he saw that Hyuk didn't even sweat today. Khan began to suspect that something suspicious was going on here. It all looked very strange. He thought about the fact that his older brother had learned some secret technique that no one knows. It was very quiet and comfortable in the academy that day. It was very calm there. Hyuk used his chi energy to heal his master's inner wounds. He felt that the wounds inside his master began to worsen. Deep internal damage without proper treatment weakened his organs. He thought that if his master were a little weaker, he would definitely not have survived such injuries. But due to the fact that his master was a real martial arts master, he is still able to function. He understood that thanks to the sincere concern of his younger brothers and his teacher, everything is still alive only because they did not take care of him. But nevertheless, everything was much worse than he thought. He understood that the master would not be able to survive for a long time. The master has reached his limit, and soon his body will refuse to fight internal wounds. He understood that his teacher needed immediate treatment, and that this should not be delayed, because here every second is worth its weight in gold. Hyuk picked up his clothes and began to make pinpoint touches on his back. Then he touched the master with his hands and began to transfer his energy to him. Teacher started coughing up blood after foreign energy started flowing into his body. His blood fell on the carpet and stained it. Hyuk understood that everything was going according to plan and he managed to get rid of the blood clot in the body of the master. Now he needed to do real treatment. He felt that the meridian and the teacher were damaged. It takes time to carefully introduce his chi energy into his body. Bright blue energy spheres began to appear in the room and there. Hyuk used all his chi energy to fill his teacher's body with it, and revive him again by healing his inner wounds. But he felt that everything was getting out of control. His teacher's internal chi resisted too much, and he began to lose control. But the guy could not let this happen. The teacher did not want to absorb someone else's energy. His body did not allow it to be done, and the guy understood that if everything continued like this, and then he simply could not stand it and would die. But there was nothing he could do about it. The safest thing was to just finish it quickly, and for that you had to take risks. Hyuk understood that he needed to fix his teacher's energy as quickly as possible. He clears his teacher's meridians as quickly as possible in order to burn his inner chi energy. This procedure lasted for several hours and the night had already come. There was so much chi energy that the house began to glow blue in the darkness of the night. The teacher was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and it seemed that he would never open them again. But suddenly he opened his eyes and felt alive again. In front of him, he saw his oldest student, and it seemed to him that he was still sleeping. The guy was incredibly glad that he still managed to subdue the chi energy of his teacher and fill him with his energy to make the teacher wake up. The first word that the teacher said was the name of his student Muzang. He could believe that this guy is now standing in front of him alive. Hyuk about how everyone thought he was killed and the teacher must have a hard time believing that he is standing right in front of him alive. Hyuk fell to the floor and bowed to his master. He said to him, "Hello teacher, I'm a student." Hyuk Muzang has finally returned home. He apologized to his master for being late and asked the teacher to scold him for it. The master extended his hand to him, and asked his student to come closer to the bed. Hyuk gently with quiet steps step by step began to approach the bed. The master extended his hand to him, and touched his face. He had to make sure that he was not dreaming of all this, and that he actually saw his best student in front of him. He lay on his bed, looked at the guy. Everything he said to him was words of praise, and he called him well done. The teacher thanked the guy for the fact that he returned safe and sound and did not forget about the place that he calls his home. He expressed his gratitude to him for saving his life and shared his energy in order to bring the master back to life. A man in a red kimono put a glass of alcohol on the table. This man's name is Myung Hubang. He was me, the third-party head of the Great Power Group, and when a man came into his room, he asked what happened to the half-ghost gang. Were they really robbed? Myung Hubang asked his servant why Dragon Tiger Academy is still open, and Oh Chisholm told him that I can't deal with them openly because they are connected with the Murim Alliance. They were able to injure the head of the academy under the pretext of a duel, but it seems that the senior student returned to the academy Hyuk Muzang and created problems. Myung Hubang asked his assistant which student he was just talking about, and why this guy is giving them such a big problem. Chisholm replied that everything is very difficult. People say that this man beat all the members of the translucent gang alone. He is a very strong warrior. Myung Hubang scratched his beard with his hand and said that you can't turn a blind eye to this, and you can't let the person who stole money from them live. He ordered the commander of the Iron Demon to be sent to deal with this Resso Academy forever. They should not be left alone, they should be punished for their actions. He suggested using an old mint, which is to invite this guy to a duel, and when this bastard dies, you will need to send a half-ghost gang to get rid of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. He asked to make sure that the Murim Alliance would not have grounds for intervening in this conflict. I will not be left out. Oh Chisholm listened to all the orders of his master. After that he bowed to him and left the room, closing the door behind him. He was unhappy that they had such big problems in organizing the bandits, and wanted to deal with this non-donor named Hyuk Muzang as soon as possible. Hyuk took off his kimono, and there were a lot of scars on his body that remained with him after the battle. These scars were all over his body. They reminded him that he went through a lot of battles. Every time he looked at these scars, he remembered the sinister war and still did not understand how he managed to survive, and he thought that he should not have returned to die in vain. A knife fell to the floor. Bandit, where are you in a red kimono? He was sitting near the wall, and his shoulder there was a knife wound. Hyuk calmly and with confident steps approached this bandit, and asked him who he was, and made his assumption that this guy could be the leader of the local bandits. Around him lay the rest of the bandits unconscious. The bandit did not understand why this man was behaving so impudently. He asked him how he dared to behave in such a way and threatened him that their gangster group would deal with him for his act. Hyuk was not afraid of this man's word to fight. He even had a request to this bandit. He asked this bastard in front of the rest of the bandit that Yeonjo County is now under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Tiger Fighting Academy. If they don't climb into their territory again, something very unfortunate will happen. People were already starting to communicate with each other and spread rumors that bandits came to their district last night, but they were defeated, after which they had to flee. The man said that the Dragon and Tiger Martial Academy tried to drive the bandits out of here, and apparently the leader of these bandits has now become a cripple. The man in the green shirt replied that he hadn't seen people who could drive the gangs out of here for a long time. They only had 5 masters. I didn't understand how they could fight against 50 bandits. The man in the brown kimono replied that Master Hyuk had arrived. He had returned to the academy from a long time ago. He was known for his incredible fighting ability. But that wasn't all, man. Something about those people from the academy. He said that the academy was able to take money from these robbers. They forced them to distribute this money to people from whom they stole it. The second man immediately jumped up from his chair and asked his interlocutor why he did not tell him about this before, because these bandits took a lot of money from him, and he wants to return it back. He immediately ran to Dragon Tiger Academy to ask for his money. The second man looked at him, waited until he left the restaurant, and was surprised. He asked where you got this guy from. He was extremely happy that the district was returning to its former productivity again, and finally it would be calm here. People got near the academy, began to ask for their money back to them. They told their stories. The woman said that she was from a farm that is located near the district. These bandits took 10 silver bars from her and destroyed the territory. Someone told a story about the fact that 1 gold bar was stolen from him, and didn't give it away. The guys did not have time to process all the information that they were told, and tried to somehow calm all these people. They did not know how to calm this angry crowd because no one listened to them. Everything was getting out of control. Someone approached Chan from behind and took him by the shoulder. He immediately drew attention to the hand that lay on his shoulder. It was his older brother who approached him from behind and stood quietly. He stood right in the middle of the big stage that was the entrance to the academy and waited for silence. People didn't stop talking. He had to shout to the whole street that they needed to calm down if they wanted to get their money. Luda immediately fell silent after they were yelled at by their older brother. He aroused their respect. Hyuk took a short pause after everyone was quiet so that they could focus their attention on him. The younger brothers turned to the older brother and thought that he is insanely cool. He can speak quietly, but everyone listens to him anyway, and his voice sounds very piercing. He covered his mouth with his fist and cleared his throat several times. Hyuk removed his fist from his mouth and said that he is well aware that everyone suffered at the hands of these bastards. Because they undermined their business and work, they robbed houses and jobs, they demanded protection fees. These bastards posed a threat and didn't incur large debts for people. He said that he was sure that many of these people got into a debt hole. But now they had nothing to worry about because he was back in the district, and now he will personally take care of keeping order, and then so that no one will ever suffer from these evil people again. He promised these people that from now on he will protect this district and return the old times when everyone lived in peace and tranquility, and could go about their business. Hyuk took his little brother by the head and scratched him. Then he said that people should forget about the problems they had and should listen to the students of this academy. If everyone waits for their turn, will go out one at a time, then they will try to pay people everything properly. An old man came out of the crowd. His body was shaking, and he moved very slowly. This old man said that people are doing very bad things. This grandfather in the settlement is called Old Man O. He said that these students helped save the houses of these bandits, and instead of gratitude, people made such a fuss here. He came up to his older brother, took his hands after he held his fingers in his palms. He said that he was very sorry for such behavior of people in the square. The old man decided to thank his older brother, and said that all this became possible only thanks to him. First of all, you need to start with gratitude and not ask for your money back. Hyuk said not to worry about it because it's his job and he must defend Yeonjo County with his brothers from these bandits. People stood in the square and were very touched by these words. They saw him as a new hero. But the old man wanted to say something else to this guy. Hyuk listened to whatever this old man has to say. The old man in a joyful voice announced to the whole square that he was now the very first in line to receive his money back. The people who stood in front of the gates of the academy were shocked at how this old man masterfully deceived everyone. From the crowd of people, a stranger suddenly appeared and asked Big Brother Hyuk where is Dragon and Tiger Academy. Hyuk replied that the academy is located right here and this is its central gate. But then he decided to find out who this stranger is, and what he is looking for here. The stranger smiled and looked at this guy carefully. He said to him, "It seems that you are the same Hyuk Musang that I was told so much about." Hyuk replied that everything is correct, it is him, and he asked what this person wants. This guy folded his hands, bowed and introduced himself. He said that he was just a wanderer and came to throw a bald head at the senior student of the notorious Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. The rest of the brothers were very tense when they heard that this man was a wanderer. They had seen one wanderer before. That person then wounded their teacher. He was very strong and perhaps it was the same guard. Jung started to turn his head around and tried to show his older brother that it's better not to mess with him. Hyuk was very surprised because he did not think that he would be thrown out so early. One had just dealt with two gangs and a new competitor came who wants to fight him. But Hyuk was not worried about this because he understood that this is a very obvious tactic, and this guy is not in any way one of the runners of this gang. Hyuk suggested that this person enter the territory of the academy because it would be wrong if he stood here all this time. A lot of different military weapons were stored in the academy. It stood near the walls of the academy. People began to communicate with each other in order to understand who this stranger is, why he wants to fight. One of them began to rebel that this person climbs out of line after all. Today they should have received their money back. This stranger stood and looked at this academy. He could not understand why he was called here, because it was the most ordinary rural academy, and there was nothing special in it for which he would have to overcome such a long way. Hyuk bowed to the man in greeting and said that he was the senior student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. This acquaintance also bowed to him, and called his name Gok Chigil. He looked at his future opponent, and did not understand what could be special about this guy. He turned to his younger brother Jan, who immediately jumped up and waited for his older brother to ask. Hyuk said, this stranger will fight with him, and defend the honor of the Dragon Tiger Academy in battle against this opponent. Gok Chigil laughed when he heard that he would have to fight with one of the younger brothers, said that he should fight with the senior student, and would not tolerate jokes like this. Hyuk replied to this traveler that as a senior student of the famous Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, he cannot immediately accept the challenge of a simple wanderer like this. Goku at that moment experienced a violent fury inside him and screamed, "Yes! How dare you make such decisions? How dare you treat me like that? You know who I am." Hyuk kept asking this man who he was with a calm expression because he had never heard of him before, and this was the first time he had seen his face. Goku was confused and did not know what to answer to this question. He felt insecure and weak in this situation. Hyuk began to think, looking at this wanderer, he suggested that this person might be of high rank, or something like that. He wondered who he was. Goku was beside himself with rage and began to shout that he was an ordinary wanderer, and did not understand why he was being teased now. Hyuk turned to his younger brother, and said that this man is crazy. But the younger brother said that this man hears everything and cannot be called crazy at all. Hyuk decided that this wanderer would fight with his younger brother. Yan Sichin was already in a fighting stance and took his hands on the sword. His older brother was giving him instructions before the fight. Goku did not understand why this guy allows himself to look down on him and do what he wants. Goku was filled with rage, and at some point he shouted that if they wanted it that way, he would first kill his younger student and then kill him. Yan was very scared. He did not want to die and to fight in a battle in which you can die. He became scared. Goku decided not to waste time anymore and immediately attack his opponent. He made a leap and swung his sword in order to strike. Yang Reflex managed to repel his attack by blocking with his sword. The blow was very strong, and after he blocked it, he flew back. The brothers watched the battle. They were very scared that their brother might die. Yang firmly held the sword in his hands and did not release it. His body was shaking in fear. Sweat was dripping down his face. All he thought was that his enemy was much stronger than him. Goku first laughed when he felt the fear of his enemy, and told him, "Luckily you managed to block the blow, apparently that's all you can do." He morally tried to humiliate his opponent, and said that he could only blame his older brother for putting him in such an unequal fight, and letting him die. Yan was so much afraid that he could not control his body. He began to turn pale on his face. Drops of sweat dripped even more. He was cowardly, and could not stop. The brothers were very worried because of this guy. They didn't know what to do in order to support him. Hyuk at that moment stood and picked his nose with his finger, and did not worry about anything. They stood opposite each other, and prepared for battle. Kang ran up to his older brother, and told him that the opponent looked too strong and the third brother might just not be able to handle him. Hyuk defiantly turned to the third brother and asked him, "Younger brother Yang, do you want to give up now, and not fight against this opponent?" Yang firmly grasped the hilt of the sword with his hands and took a fighting stance. He replied that he was not going to give up and would fight this enemy to the end. He must win this fight. Hyuk crossed his arms over his chest and said, "If you are so confident and ready to fight, then just do the same as in our training." Yan shouted very loudly and said that he would repeat everything he did in training and would not let his older brother down. Goku was furious that these brats allowed themselves to discuss such things, could not forgive them for being conceited in his presence. I thought that if they want blood, then he will give them a real hell. Goku pounced on his opponent, and swung his sword. He was ready to kill this guy at any cost, and throw out all his anger on him. Yan was aware that his opponent is several times stronger than him, and fighting such an enemy is the same as committing suicide, but nevertheless, he had no other choice. Yan held the sword of his older brother in his hands. This sword gave him confidence in battle, and he felt in his hands a piece of the strength of his older brother. He knew that this sword is much stronger than the weapons of his enemy, and due to this, he has a huge advantage in battle, which must be used. They clashed in a fierce duel. The traveler inflicted many quick blows on him, but the guy managed to beat them off with his sword and block them. People were delighted with such a spectacle. They could not even imagine that they would be able to see a real battle between two experienced warriors, and they began to put their guesses on who would win this duel. Goku got angry that none of his punches could break through his opponent's defense, and he needed to come up with a plan through which he could break through his opponent's defense. He was surprised that this child was able to reflect absolutely everything of him, and did not inflict a single one. And in response he did not understand how such an inexperienced fighter could resist him for so long. He swung his sword and wanted to stab his enemy, but Gok did not understand how this was even possible. After all, this guy is not even superior to a third-rank fighter. He firmly took his sword by the hilt with his hands and waved. He didn't think that if this guy showed all his talents, then it's time to finally teach him a lesson and strike. Goku wanted to immediately cut him with chopping blows, cut him into small pieces, cut off parts of his body. Yang began to understand that things were getting worse and worse. His opponent became angry and merciless. He did not understand how to beat this person away. Hyuk saw that his younger brother was confused during the battle and realized that he needed to urgently give a hint thanks to which he would not receive damage and get out of this attack. Hyuk very loudly shouted 2 steps dragon tiger to the left, the 4th move with the ball dragon and tiger, and do it as fast and technically as possible. Jan reflexively began to follow all the instructions of his older brother, and tried to do exactly as he asked. His legs began to move on their own and fear disappeared somewhere in him. There was a very strong surge of adrenaline, and he began to do everything as it is done in training. Yang dodged the sword strike and slithered under it to get behind his enemy. He swung his sword and was ready to strike his opponent right in the back. Yang lunged forward and struck, but his opponent still managed to notice his attack at the last moment and repelled it. Hyuk, along with his brothers, carefully watched the course of the battle and worried about his brother, but the older brother just carefully watched how skillfully Yang fought. People froze in one position. It seemed that the whole area just froze for a moment. They did not breathe and carefully watched what was going to happen now. Goku was very surprised when he looked at his clothes. He couldn't even think what it was. Maybe this guy was stronger than he thought. Yang was able to stab him to the body and cut his clothes, leaving a scar on his body. The guy himself could not believe that this was even possible. He could not imagine that he could strike this person, but thanks to the tips of his older brother, he still managed to do it. Goku was furious that this brat could hit him there, which would tear him apart, and the boy was looking at his opponent all the time, and I don't understand how he managed to close up a fighter of the first rank. Does he really seem to be weakening at first sight and his friends are like that? Yes, it was probably really not easy. It all happened only because he listened to the advice of his older brother, and do everything as he asked. If he had not listened to him, he would probably already be lying dead on the floor. Goku was already so angry that he could not restrain himself. His body was shaking. I know how to thirst for blood. He wanted to kill his enemy as quickly as possible. His rage pissed him off. He lost control of his mind and acted very recklessly, all just because he greatly underestimated his opponent and thought that it was all just luck. Gok swung his sword and wanted to put an end to this noob once and for all. He shouted to him that now this guy can only dream of an easy death, but better severe injuries from which he will die in great pain. Hyuk shouted a new clue to his younger brother. He told him to take 1 step of the dragon and the tiger back, then make a 2nd blow with the sword, and after the 2nd blow immediately strike a 3rd in order to complete the combination. Yang jumped back and dodged the sword strike. He managed to dodge in time, so he didn't take any damage. I only used some energy to make the jump. Then he step by step began to follow the command of his older brother, and said 3 steps forward the first move with the ball of the dragon and tiger. After that you need to take half a step to the right. 6th the move with the ball dragon tigers. Then you need to make the fist of the dragon tiger turn the first strike with the sword step to the right, and the enemy must be defeated. Jan at that moment realized that everything he does works due to the fact that this strategy is correct, but this is all only because his older brother tells him, and he needs to be listened to at such moments, when he will definitely win the fight. Yang noticed that his sword began to touch the enemy more and more often, and inflict even minimal damage on him, but nevertheless this damage was enough to piss off his enemy even more. Hyuk again began to give new instructions to his younger brother, and then he carried them out soundlessly because he understood that it worked. He gave me a quick kick with his leg right into the body of the enemy, and he flew back, unable to withstand such a set. The guy realized that he needed to trust his older brother. Everything that Hyuk shouted helped him win this battle, even though the opponent was several times superior to him in rank and in martial arts. Jan decided to apply the final fixing 7th move, thanks to which he should have completed a whole chain of combinations. A whole pool of blood drips on the floor, it stained the ground. Jan plunged his sword right into his enemy's chest and stuck it deep enough in there. The blood flew in all directions. Hyuk began to take steps towards this man. He step by step came closer and closer to him. Hyuk said that he assumes that the fight is over and he hopes that this person was not very difficult to fight against his student, and played a little joke on him when he reminded that the stranger wanted to fight the first student, although he is absolutely not ready for this. Goku began to scream furiously and accuse them of using tricks because there was no other excuse for their fighting technique. No one could defeat him before, and he did not believe that this rural academy was capable of such fighting techniques. Hyuk got angry when he heard those words. He was hooked by this man's disrespect for his academy. He teleported right in front of him and stopped in front of his face, looking at him like he was a piece of garbage. Gok felt that he had angered this gentleman very much, and he himself became scared that he had done it, because apparently this guy was much stronger than him. Hyuk decided not to wait for the right moment, and immediately hit her with a very fast strong blow to his chest, after which his opponent flew off to the side. He flew so fast that in flight he managed to break wooden doors and fly out of the territory of the academy. Hyuk got tired right in front of him and said that he would have let him go just like that if this person hadn't said a lot of unnecessary things. But unfortunately he still decided to leave here in a humiliated. Hyuk asked this person how he even has the right to disparage and insult their academy, especially after he lost the fight to one of the students of this academy. Goku looked at this guy and thought that he needed to ask for mercy. He did not want to be finally humiliated and destroyed. For the first time in his life, he saw a person who could scare him. He understood that this guy could easily kill him and go further even this irreversible attention. His hands began to shake. He lost control of his body and fear began to consume him. Gok understood that the only way out of this situation was to ask for forgiveness from this person. After all, only then would he be able to let him out of here alive. He began to bow to him and beg for mercy so that they would not kill him, let him go from here alive. Hyuk looked at the crowd of people who stood behind him and tried to determine from their reaction what he needs to do now. Hyuk nevertheless made a decision and said that he is now very good-natured and will still spare this man, but he ordered him to immediately get out of here and never return to this place again, because there would be no second mercy. They would simply kill him here. The brothers began to shout joyfully when they realized that everything was over. 3 brothers jumped and rejoiced at their victory. The crowd rejoiced with them. They managed to defeat a stranger who wants to invade their territory. They believe that Master Hyuk is their new hero, the savior who is now able to protect this village, and all the inhabitants who lived in this village. Night fell and someone very quickly ran through the forest without stopping. This man who fled turned out to be Gok. He wanted to get to his master as soon as possible, and tell him everything. It is that he still hurts early, but nevertheless, through the pain, he continued to run to tell about this duel and about the new owner of this territory. He wanted to get rid of this guy. The thought that he had never seen such strong opponents did not leave him. The strength of this guy reaches the highest rank, or even stronger. But everything was not so simple. At some point, he heard that someone was approaching him. It was Mr. Hyuk. He understood that if he let go of this not a given, he would tell everything to his master, to the bandits, and this should not be allowed. Hyuk's sword has already approached this bandit's face and touched the blade to his skin. Hyuk dealt him a very strong blow, after which this man simply flew off to the side and could not stand on his feet. Goku crashed into a tree and fell to the ground along with this tree. He broke it when he came into contact with it with his body. Hyuk walked closer to him with slow steps and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you go back and report everything that happened here." He could not let go of a person who in the future could cause even more problems in Hokademi, and would bear anger at the students of this academy. Therefore, he needed to dispose of it in a parasite. Hyuk made him an offer he couldn't refuse. He said that if this man answered his question honestly, then he would kill him painlessly. He stood over him and waited for this guy to still make the right decision and decide to tell him everything he knows in order to die a painless death. A red-hot poker touched his body and caused great damage to the guy, and he felt incredibly severe pain. He started screaming very loudly in pain. At that moment, his body seemed to be burning from the inside and he wanted to cover up this pain as quickly as possible. A red-hot poker was placed in a cauldron in which there were very hot coals, and thanks to this the poker could remain in the same hot state all the time and not cool down. A black-masked man stood opposite the chair on which the guy was tied. The man asked if this guy was ready to tell them all the information, but the guy said that he doesn't know anything. The man said that he needed to find out who the bastard was who sent this guy to spy on them. He was ready to go to any lengths to find out this information. The guy repeated once again that he didn't know anything. He said that he arrived in Yunhe County as an accompanying person to earn some money, and he doesn't even have any acquaintances here, much less there are no employers here. The masked man turned his head back and looked at another man who had been watching them from the side all this time. He was waiting for his boss's reaction. The boss was clearly dissatisfied with the fact that this guy did not tell anything, and with the expression on his face she should continue to torture and try to find out as much information as possible from this guy. The masked man began to take out his sword and said that if their interrogation does not move forward, then this is very bad news for the guy who is now being interrogated. The guy began to get angry and could not contain his emotions. He said that if these criminals now do their terrible act, they will regret it. The masked man was very surprised when he heard such a threat from this guy. He even became interested in what exactly could happen, and so he decided to listen to this guy. The guy turned out to be the 4th student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and he is the first child of the head of Yungjuan. His name is John Taeyang. He said that his older brother would never forgive these people for their terrible act. The man started laughing when he heard that this guy was threatening him with his older brother, but his smile could not be seen because it was hidden by a black mask. He was not afraid of the threat of this weakling and said that there was no need to worry about it, after which he immediately began to draw his sword from its sheath. He swung his sword and was about to cut off this guy's head. He said that he would send his older brother after John Taeyang. A quick blow of the sword once and for all cleared this guy's head, and he will never be able to harm anyone again. After he cut off his opponent's head, he wiped his sword and hid it in his anklet. I myself watched as the opponent's head rolled on the ground. He was very surprised when he learned that the Great Iron Blood Emperor was involved in this, but he didn't know how reliable the information was. Great Iron Blood Emperor, one of the top 10 Murim masters, also known as one of the 4 Great Devil Emperors, the late head of the Demon Union, Invincible Blood Emperor. He wanted to know if this meant that the Iron Bloody platoon that he leads had subjugated the great power to himself, and that he must be going to absorb not only Yangzhou County but the entire Gansu province. He understood that the disintegrated Demon Alliance would never anger the Murima Alliance at such a time because the Great Iron Blood Emperor is not so stupid. And he understood that moreover they left the Kongtong sect, which was forced to close after the Great War. How did the 8 emperors and the Murim Alliance lose power? This interested him most now. He made a swift leap upward and began to head back home. It was necessary to find out many answers to various questions. But one thing he knew for sure was that Yangzhou County is now in a difficult situation. An old man stood near a tree and touched the trunk of this tree with his hand. The old man raised his head up and asked the gentleman, "How is Leon doing well there, and how is he generally feeling?" He continued to hold on to the tree trunk with his hand and said that he thought that by this time he would have joined the master, but he could not, and asked for forgiveness for that. The old man smiled and started laughing. He said that in some amazing way Ma Song brought him back to life and cured him, and now he hopes that in the future the gentleman will be happy to see the old man nearby. He understood how this skinny little boy who didn't really eat anything and was weak was now able to grow up so quickly. Now that Muzang has returned home, the academy and the entire village are living again, and it seems that thanks to the morning performance, they have received about 20 applications to enter the academy. He said that this guy's success makes the old man think that the academy is returning to the old days. Suddenly the old man began to scratch the tree trunk with his fingers and leave marks of his nails on this tree. His body began to shake and tremble nervously. And at that moment the old man said that one guy had recently disappeared, and it scared him. He said that this was an unusual boy. And this was his eldest son who went to earn money to save his weak father. The old man began to cry and could not stop his tears. He was indignant about what was happening to this guy now, and whether he was starving or lying wounded somewhere. He was worried that he couldn't contact him in any way. Ma Song stood near the wall all this time and, eavesdropping on the entire conversation between the old man and the gentleman, understood all the pain and thought about how to help him. He closed his eyes and began to remember very important moments from his life. The lady felt very bad and her face was very pale. It was getting harder and harder for her to speak every day. She called Tyryong and Taeho. Near her bed were her sons, and the rest of the students were all very worried about the mistress's condition, but the girl told her sons that they were still very young. She told her children that she was very sorry that their mom was leaving them so early, but that they should know this and be prepared. She turned her head towards the older student and called his name Muzang. At that time, he was still a teenager. But even at this age, he was already the oldest student, and he understood that the lady would now give him some kind of assignment before her death. She took his hand with her cold fingers and asked him to listen to her last request and fulfill it. He understood that this was a very important moment for him because now the lady would give him her last dying request, and he was preparing to hear anything. She said that she tried to love all 3 students as if she were her own sons and gives everyone equal attention. So the lady asked Muzang to take care of her children after she died because she is afraid for them and wants to know that they will be okay, but for this Muzang must treat them as his brothers. Muzang took his clothes with his fingers and clenched them in his fist. He understood that the lady always treated him like her own child, and he must carry out her instructions because this way he could thank her. Muzang tried to be strong and not show his weakness to his younger brothers, but at that moment he could not hold back his tears and began to cry. He promised the lady that he would fulfill her request. She smiled at him and also started crying. After that she said that thanks to Muzang she can now safely close her eyes. He was sitting at the table and in front of him was a white sheet of paper. To his right was a paintbrush. He took the brush in his right hand and said that after the Great Evil War, he promised himself countless times that he would never contact them again. At that moment, he dipped his brush into black ink and began to soak it so that it was saturated with this ink. Muzang began to draw characters on a white sheet using his brush. He drew out each hieroglyph and tried to draw it as clearly and beautifully as possible. When he finished writing, he said that the scammers targeting Yangzhou County and the missing 4th brother are now the main problems, and now is not the time to worry about accidents. Muzang put his brush on the table and finished the painting process. On a white sheet of paper he wrote a request, and asked to keep it secret, and signed this letter with the pseudonym White Tiger. When the morning came, the weather was wonderful outside, it was very warm and the bright sun was shining. It was very pleasant to be outside. A stinking beggar ran along the main street of the city and sang different songs with bad words. He ran and waved the spoon that was in his hand. People looked at this crazy man and covered their nose with their hands because he stank incredibly strongly. He continued running down the street and waving his spoon. He behaved disgustingly and scared away the people who were next to him. When this stinking beggar ran up to a retail store that sold alcohol, they immediately splashed him with water from a bucket and asked him to shut up. The girl poured all the water and her bucket on this stinking beggar and said that if he walked near her shop, he would scare away all the visitors and destroy her business. The husband began to scold his wife for the fact that she just poured water on this guy and he might turn out to be from a gang of beggars, and the wife began to scold her husband for the fact that such stinking people cannot be forgiven for their stupid actions. The beggar reacted very positively to the fact that this woman poured water on him. He said that thanks to her, he now has a clean face and smiled. He opened his mouth and began to breathe on the woman and her husband. They at that moment almost died from the terrible smell. The beggar said that it would be nice if the woman poured a cup of rice wine into his mouth. Muzang at that moment passed by this beggar hooligan, and calmed him down a little and pushed this beggar with his hand. The beggar fell to the ground and hit his head. He did not expect that one of the people who were present on the street could push him. He lay on the ground and thought that he was very angry at such an unexpected act towards the bully who had just pushed him. He pushed himself off the ground with his hands and jumped up to get to his feet. The beggar was good at martial arts, and was able to spin around his axis several times in the air and land on the ground with his feet. He began to turn his head in different directions to look for the person who had just dared to push him, but he did not see anyone who could do this. He tried to find at least some person who looked like a warrior or hooligans, but there was no one here. There were only merchants and women. He could not find anyone suspicious in this crowd. It was very strange for him because he is a beggar of the 5th group and could not feel the presence of this man until he touched his back. And suddenly he saw a white sheet in his hand and realized that it was a letter. But he didn't even notice how this letter was handed to him, and he realized that the person who pushed him was a great martial artist. He began to look at this white leaf and try to understand where it came from here. But as soon as he looked closely, he saw a very important hieroglyph in the upper left corner of this letter. The beggar immediately hid this letter in the inner pocket of his shirt and began to run. He realized that the mysterious code was written on this letter. He began to make quick and swift jumps, pushing off from wall to wall and jumping on the roofs of houses. The beggar at that moment thought that he urgently had to tell everything to the elder. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She was shocked when she saw that this beggar is actually a very strong master. She said that her husband was right when he tried to stop her after all. This beggar actually turned out to be a master from a gang of beggars. The gentleman was very angry and squeezed the glass with his fist and broke it when he learned the bad news about his subordinate. He was furious because one of his best warriors could not cope with this academy student, and the servant said that this is exactly what happened. The servant said that this news had already captured the whole of Yangzhou, and the whole city was talking about the fights, and the popularity of the martial arts academy was just beginning to grow more. "Mister, ask your servant what is heard about Gok Chigil now." The servant answered his master that after the fight he suddenly disappeared and perhaps he ran away fearing punishment from his master. The gentleman was very angry but still behaved quite calmly. He began to wipe his hand with a white towel from the glass that had stuck to his palm and said that he needed to catch Gok Chegel and bring him back. The servant lowered his head down and agreed with the master's decision, after which he asked what they should do now with the Dragon and Tiger Combat Academy. The master called one of his very important servant whose name was Yang Sot, and after this name was pronounced out loud, the servant immediately appeared out of nowhere in this room. Yang Sot was the most famous killer called the Phantom Killer from Guangdong City. When someone called his name, people immediately began to panic because his stealth and assassination techniques scared people. The gentleman asked Yang Sot what could he do with this guy. Yang Soti said that Gok Chegel was most likely defeated in the battle because he is a second-rank fighter, and they are now dealing with a serious martial artist. But he still called a backup plan and knew how to solve this problem. People usually paid him a lot of money for his unexpected solutions to problems. He smiled and said that everything would change if they ambushed and unexpectedly attacked this martial artist. The gentleman slowly began to scratch his beard and think that this guy is right to some extent. Then it sounds very interesting. The gentleman proposed to take advantage of Hugh Muzang's absence, and at this time destroy the academy, leaving nothing of it. Yang asked the gentleman how they will force him to leave Hugh Muzang Academy. He said that first you need to scare him so much that this guy leaves to solve some problem, and then he has to come back and shed tears of blood. The gentleman suggested that Yang Sot strike this martial artist from behind and end his life once and for all. An adult man was walking past the academy in the morning and suddenly saw Hugh Muzang. The man was happy and started running towards this guy, and Muzang at that moment was just under the metal street. The man said that the guy, as usual, together with his students, cleaned the street, and it would be better for them to entrust this task to someone else. Muzang reassured the man and said that he had been doing this business since a young age and there was nothing shameful in it. The man said that the young master was very hard-working. The man continued to praise this guy and said that in his youth he was exactly the same. But at that moment a girl was looking at them from the window of the building from the second floor, and she carefully watched. She looked at this guy and couldn't take her eyes off him and didn't understand why she wanted to look at him. The woman turned to the young lady and said that the lady had already been sitting here for 2 days and the woman did not understand what she was waiting for. She looked out the window and asked the woman her opinion on whether people can change. The woman was a little stupid and didn't quite understand what exactly her mistress was asking. The young lady explained that people's character changes over time. This guy was so quiet, cold as ice. But now she looks at him, and can't look away because now he smiles widely, greets everyone and talks nicely as if he were a different person. Woman, what usually happens when a person is on the verge of death? The lady looked at her interlocutor, and she absolutely did not like this answer because she wanted to hear something more important. The woman immediately began to make excuses and said that many people say that people change before death, and she does not know other reasons why character may change. Hugh Muzang heard some strange female screams on the second floor of the building and turned his attention to this window, which was located on the second floor. The young mistress got angry at the woman who said various nonsense instead of helping and hit her head on the table with all her might. Muzang and the man with whom he was talking suddenly raised their heads up and saw that a kite tied to a long rope had now flown into the sky. This kite was flying very high, and I wondered who decided to fly this kite into the air. But suddenly Muzang realized that this was a sign, and now it was time to move forward. He smiled and bowed to the man with whom he had just spoken and said that he needed to leave because he had business to do and asked for a sign when the man had any problems. A woman was trying to raise her head after she had just been hit, and she was rubbing her hand on a lump that had appeared on her head. Muzang gave the broom to his student and said that he needed to leave and would return soon. The young lady asked this woman not to look at this master openly and to hide before he noticed them. The woman said that this guy seems to be an ordinary student of a simple combat academy, and he does not have any extraordinary abilities. The women didn't understand. Why would the precious treasure of Murong, the young mistress from the greatest Murim family, keep an eye on such an ordinary guy? The lady blushed at this moment, and felt embarrassed about what was happening here. She said that she wasn't keeping an eye on him, and just didn't have time to prepare yet. Suddenly I heard some strange noise on the street, and saw something unusual, and immediately turned my attention. The young lady immediately jumped up from her chair and began to look out the window to understand what was happening below. She said that now there is some very strange man downstairs and she has never seen him here before and does not understand what he is doing here. The man slowly shifted from foot to foot and walked towards the academy. He was dressed in black clothes. The student was sweeping the street at that moment, and was very surprised when he saw this strange man here. Yang So was dressed all in black. He put his hand into the inner pocket of his clothes and said that it was very surprising to look at how worthless this combat academy looked. The student looked at this stranger and asked him who he was. He immediately thought that this man looked dangerous, and appeared immediately after his older brother left. Yang Sodi said that it was immediately clear that this guy was barely above the third rank. For him, it was strange that this boy defeated Gok Chegel. The student began to threaten this man with his broom and tried to find out his name. He lowered his broom and said that if this stranger is looking for a fight, then he better leave immediately because their academy does not accept any challenges. Yang So began to laugh and devalue the words of this student because it was the young idiot who now made him laugh a lot. Yang said that this boy shouldn't worry because he didn't come here to fight in a fair fight, and the student generally stopped understanding what was happening now. Yang So made a quick dash towards this student and began to accumulate energy in his fist. His right fist was charged with purple energy, and he punched this student straight in the stomach with all his strength and broke his wooden broom. The student could not believe that the stranger would be so strong and would want to hit him with his fist without warning. The students heard a loud, strange noise on the street and immediately left the house to understand what the problem was. They saw that the second brother, who had just received a blow, was sitting on the floor in the yard, and the gate that was closed was now broken, and there was a lot of smoke near the gate. The second student felt a very strong pain in his stomach and his mouth immediately filled with blood. He spat out this blood on the floor and started coughing. It was very difficult for him to hold back such pain. Yan Sot said that he will not do a duel with such a weak opponent because for the duel they must be at least the same level. He entered the territory of this combat academy, and called all the students here crawling weak insects that he would now crush with one blow. The students immediately took a fighting stance and began to defend themselves. They did not understand where you came from, this arrogant idiot who decided to attack them. The old man ordered to immediately stop all this chaos and shut up absolutely everyone. He shouted that the power level of Dragon and Tiger Academy may be very low, but they are still part of the Murim Alliance. If this person does not want to create problems for himself, he should leave here immediately. Yan Sot hit himself in the face with his palm and started laughing. Using sarcasm, he said that he was very scared and he was afraid of the Murim Alliance. But then he removed his hand from his face and showed his smile, and said that he had no other choice and he must start the battle. The students saw that their opponent had just disappeared very quickly, as if he had not been in front of them. Yang Sot teleported behind the old man and swung his sword, but before he struck, he said that he had to kill. He laughed very loudly and said that he should kill everyone who is here in this academy. Not far from the city there was a mountainous area that was invisible due to the forest that surrounded it. A man in dirty, torn clothes was lying on a tree branch and was sleeping. He felt great when he was lying on this branch. This man slept so soundly that every time he exhaled air from his nose, he blew a big bubble from his snot. When this bubble reached its maximum size, it burst and made a small explosion. Suddenly this man heard a noise not far from his tree and said that the man who had just arrived was late. Muzang said that he came on time and was late. The beggar who is now lying on the tree, he said that 10 days had already passed since he sent the letter and this person should have responded much earlier. The tramp jumped down from the tree branch and said that judging by the bad manners of this young guy, he is the white tiger who sent the letter. This tramp was actually the leader of a gang of beggars and he was a divine beggar nicknamed the Phantom Mask. Phantom Mask asked the guy where he had been for the last 2 years after the war because he could not find any traces of this boy. Muzang asked the man if he had any special reason for looking for him, and said that they no longer had common business. But the tramp did not agree and thought differently, so he now looked at his interlocutor in disbelief. Muzang said that it is very suspicious that the Phantom Mask came to meet no one and brought people with him. The tramp began to straighten his mustache and scratch his beard. He said that he wanted to keep it a secret, but this man who came here received the letter before him. Suddenly another very strong man jumped off the tree and landed loudly on the ground. This man was also a member of a gang of beggars. He was from a special forces unit, and when he landed on the ground he said that the white tiger's feelings were still sharp. Muzang immediately recognized this man, and said that he did not expect to see number 8 here. But number 8 didn't want to waste time. He immediately clenched his fist to strike and said that he wouldn't waste time chatting then. He began to accumulate energy in his fist, and said that it was time to see if White Tiger had improved his skills during the time they had not seen each other. He pushed off from the ground and made a rapid jump upward, after which it was hard to see him. He very quickly began to fly towards this guy, putting his fist forward and wanting to strike him as soon as possible. Hyuk stood calmly in place and did not move. He waited for his opponent to get as close as possible in order to fight back. He saw that his enemy's fist was already very close to his face, but still did nothing and just stood motionless. A very strong explosion occurred in the forest, and this explosion was visible even from afar. Hyuk grabbed this guy's fist with his palm and prevented him from striking. Hyuk grabbed this guy's fist with his hand and blocked his blow, but the force of the blow still missed him and holes appeared on the ground. Number 8 was very surprised when he saw how strong this boy had become during the time they had not seen each other. Hyuk looked at this thug incredulously, and waited for what else this big guy would want to do. Number 8 suddenly smiled and slowly began to laugh. He was very pleased to see this guy in battle. He smiled and immediately began to hug the boy as if he were the most beloved person in his life, and he said that he was very glad that the boy grew up and became a real white tiger, and he was glad that Hyuk was alive. Muzang removed his hand from his shoulder and said that men don't hug. If someone sees this they will think that they are very close friends. Number 8 stepped back and said that Hyuk upset him because he used to be the closest person to him out of all 4 guards. Muzang had already forgotten the passing of time, and just now number 8 actually reminded him of those times when there were still 4 guards. He does not remember those times very positively, and clearly remembers that he could not call anyone his friend then. Suddenly I saw something very strange and immediately drew my attention to it. Hyuk raised his head up and saw that the Phantom Mask was now flying straight at head number 8, and wanted to kick. He struck number 8 with his foot and blood immediately started flowing from the thug's nose. The Phantom Mask said that no one should create a gust of wind in front of his teacher, and at that age he should be covered in dust. Number 8 took his head with his hand, turned his head towards the master, and said that he was so glad when he found out that his old friend had returned, whom he thought was dead, and did not understand why the greatest master of a gang of beggars should be so stingy. The Ghost Mask said that because of number 8, the new clothes that he had not worn for 2 years were covered with dust, and number 8 still dares to call his master stingy. Hyuk said that he was very surprised because he didn't expect that number 8 was a student of the Ghost Mask. The tramp smiled and threw back the rag. He said that he was embarrassed to talk about it, but number 8 is his only student, and he used to think that this guy would become a little more reasonable after completing a few tasks. Number 8 spat bloody saliva from his mouth, and said that he had been working as a beggar for a long time and understood that for many this could be surprising. He started scratching himself outside the city, and said that he looks good and no one will say about him that he is a beggar because he takes care of his appearance regularly. Hyuk and the tramp thought that number 8 was just making a very stupid joke and therefore decided not to react to his words. Muzang turned to the tramp again and said that he had one question, and the tramp replied that he was ready to answer this question. Number 8 started to get angry that they were both ignoring him. Hyuk Musuna said that 6 years ago the tramp promised to come to his aid 3 times and asked if he was finally ready to fulfill his promise. The tramp at that moment began to feel awkward because he was surprised that the boy still remembered this promise. Hyuk said that if the tramp refuses now, he can forget about this promise forever. The tramp said that he never takes back his words and keeps his promises. Therefore, whatever it is, he wants to know what the help is and he will completely take care of it. Hyuk asked this man if he was sure of his abilities and would be ready to complete the task that he would now be asked to do. Muzang smiled and said that the tramp had just promised that he would take care of it completely, that is, no matter what, he would complete this task. The tramp began to look at this guy in fear because he understood that the task that we would now be given would most likely be very difficult, but he could no longer refuse his words. The weather was beautiful and the sun was shining very bright, completing the day. Yang Sot swung his sword in different directions and launched very fast attacks at the young students trying to kill them. The students watched this guy and were shocked because they didn't understand where he came from here and why he wanted to kill them. After all, they didn't do anything bad to him. The old man understood that now only he can protect his students from this vile killer who came to their house with a ball. Yang Sot said that he was very surprised to see how the old man blocked his blows and suggested that this grandfather fights better than his students. He told his grandfather that now he would have to go into an accelerated form of battle in order to defeat this old man. He didn't understand where this guy was constantly disappearing and saw that this technique was inferior only to warriors of the highest rank and he couldn't keep track of his opponent. Yang Sot laughed very loudly and gloated over the fact that the old man could not notice him. He said that grandfather now has a very funny expression on his face because he was confused because of such an easy trick. He stopped next to his ear. Being behind him, he said that this old man is a real disappointment for any warrior. He no longer wanted to endure the ridicule of this scoundrel, and decided to strike him. But when he turned around, this enemy was no longer there. Yang Sot appeared behind him again, and said that the old man was moving very slowly. It would be nice for him to concentrate a little so that the fight would become at least a little more interesting. One of the students could not stand it, and raised his sword up. He said that no one should insult the teacher. The boy tried to strike this stranger and cut his body, but the enemy was very fast and was able to dodge this blow. The next student decided to help his brother, and immediately jumped behind the enemy, and decided to stab him with his sword directly in the back in order to pierce him. But Yang Sot was a very experienced warrior and masterfully mastered martial arts, so he was easily able to dodge 2 blows at once and continue the battle. Yang Sot began to laugh louder and louder because this battle looked very touching to him, and he treated this fight as a performance that entertained him. He said that even if all these weaklings united in yours, they would not be able to stop such a wild dog. After he shouted this phrase, he began to make many very fast attacks. The student understood that he was not able to see this enemy due to the fact that he was moving very quickly, but he felt the damage that had just been dealt to him. The elder brother always told them that it doesn't matter how strong he is, and because if enemies attack in his absence, it will be the end for the academy, and in other words, the students must become stronger in order to learn to defend themselves. He sat on the ground all this time and watched as the other students and the teacher tried to fight off this guy's attack, and he felt offended that he didn't even have time to strike his opponent. It started to infuriate him that he couldn't do anything in this situation and felt like a weakling. But suddenly a girl appeared in one day. She touched his back with her palm and magical energy began to be released from her palm. He felt that some strange sensations appeared in his body. His chest began to glow with a bright light, but he did not know what it was. The second student turned sharply to see who was behind him now. He was very scared because he didn't know what kind of person touched his back. The girl asked this guy not to be surprised because she didn't do anything wrong and only improved his circulation of internal energy chi. He asked her who she was and where she came from. Not every person would want to participate in such a bloody battle. Yang Sot continued to move very quickly in space and strike his opponents from different sides so that they could not understand where exactly he was. The three of them fought off many more blows and heard only the voice of this killer, who said that he could not understand who to kill first. Yang Sot initially proposed to kill the old man forever, so it would be easiest. The historian at that moment began to look around in fear. Then Ian suggested killing the younger student because it would be very easy because he was the most inexperienced, and he would stop getting in the way. But in the end he said that it would be best if he first killed the older student, because then there would be the least amount of problems, and suggested that they discuss this themselves. One of the students began to scream very loudly because he could no longer withstand such psychological stress. Taeho shouted that he didn't want them to play such terrible games and said that they couldn't be scared by these words, and if he really was over there, then let him attack and decide it in battle. Yang Sot at that moment began to laugh. His smile almost reached his ears. White steam flew out of his mouth. He swung his blade and said that he was very glad that the lucky one, who was about to die, chose his fate. Yang Sot decided to attack this child from the back because it would be the easiest way to kill him, and he definitely doesn't suspect that someone might attack him from behind. The old man ordered this vile man to stop and not commit murder, but unexpectedly for everyone, that same girl appeared between them and was able to stop the sword of this killer just using 2 of her fingers. The young mistress was the only one who saw this guy all this time and understood that he needed to be stopped immediately before he actually killed one of these cute students. Yang Sot was very surprised when he saw a girl in front of him who was able to stop his attack. He did not expect that someone as strong as him could appear here. She said that the howl is very brave but unfortunately incredibly stupid, and this is the most important problem that will destroy him. She began to rotate his sword, and thanks to this rotation the blade began to bend. Yang Sot understood that his hand was now rotating along with this blade, and he was experiencing incredibly severe pain. She spun his hand so many times that suddenly his sword simply burst and shattered into many small pieces, and a bloody circle appeared in the air. The young lady said that this guy has no right to attack the academy associated with the Mirim Alliance, and right in front of her eyes. Yang Sot began to scream very loudly in pain because he had just lost his arm, and he could not even imagine that the course of the battle would unfold in such a way that he would receive damage. Yang fell to the ground and was bleeding. His hand exploded and nothing was left of it except bloody traces, and the students at that moment looked in fear at the wounded warrior. The young mistress approached this vile man and stepped on his chest with her foot in order to show him her dominance over him, and cause him even more pain. She said in a quiet, calm voice that she wanted to hear something from him. The lady asked this man to give at least one reason why she should not cut off his head right now, and said that she knew that he was the phantom killer Yang Sot. Despite the fact that he was now at a disadvantage, he would have been better off being polite. He still continued to remain vile and began to call this girl names. She said that he chose the worst answer that could be said, and he just made his choice. The young lady took out her sword and waved her hand to strike. She said that Yang Sot deserves to die. The blade of her sword was already approaching his neck, and he understood that he did not have long to live, and now he would lose his head. The old man shouted very loudly and ordered this lady to stop immediately and not commit murder. The blade of her ball stopped near the neck of this bastard. This meant that she listened to the old man's words and did not cut off his head, but she was able to leave a small cut on his neck. Taeho, who was standing behind everyone at that moment, did not understand why his father decided to stop this valiant lady. The old man very politely in a quiet voice asked this lady to spare this man and asked if she could do it. The girl didn't understand why this old man decided to stop her, and what was the reason for his request to spare this vile bastard who just wanted to kill his students' sons. Taeho went up to his father and asked why he asked this lady not to kill this stranger. After all, if it weren't for her, they would all be dead already. The old man said that he remembers this and asked his son to listen to him. At that moment the old man continued to hold the sword in his right hand and his hand was shaking very much. He tried to explain that he was asking not to kill this person, and they were doing it because he was sorry, and she was another reason. The lady immediately understood what the motive of this old man was and why he asked not to kill him. She said the old man was just afraid of the consequences. She understood that the haircut was already an experienced adult. He understood perfectly well that this stranger who came here with a sword might not be alone, and if he was killed, new problems would arise. The old man lowered his head down and closed his eyes. It was very difficult for him to admit that the lady was right, so he said that he had nothing more to say. The lady kept the blade of her sword near the neck of this scumbag all this time, and tried to restrain herself not to cut off his head. Young Sot started laughing loudly and acting like crazy. In the evening he couldn't believe his ears, and it seemed to him that this was the funniest reason not to kill him. She sheathed the sword and replied that if the old man asks her not to kill this bastard, then it would be wise to leave him alive. She lifted her leg from his chest, and at that very second he thought that everything was over and again began to behave on needles. He asked this girl not to make any more noise and not to disturb him. The lady said that she wouldn't leave this bastard behind so quickly, and now she needs to interrogate him to find out who sent him here. Jan Sot only now realized that she raised her foot not to remove it, but to strike him in the chest with her boots. She began to break his chest and inflict heavy blows on him so that he would understand that no one would play with him here anymore. Jan Sot could not even think that this mistress would be so cruel, and after she hit him in the chest with her boots, he immediately began coughing up blood. The lady turned to the old man and the young guys who had been standing behind her all this time. She apologized to them for the fact that she forgot to introduce herself. The lady smiled and said that she was Murongamwa, and she is the senior patrol officer of the Northern Command of the Murim Alliance. She was often called the Heavenly Sword Goddess. They were all incredibly shocked when they found out that the real Heavenly Sword Goddess was now standing in front of them. The elder brother was still in the forest, and talking with the tramp about his task. The tramp tried to clarify all the rules of the task that he needed to do, and he said that if his task was to find the child of Zhang Terian, then it would not be difficult for him. Hugh Muzang said that even a small hint will be enough. If the tramp manages to find him, there will be real happiness, and he will fulfill his promise. Number 8 suddenly intervened in their dialogue and said that finding some boy for the teacher would not be difficult, and the guy would still have 2 more requests that the teacher must fulfill. And he asked to give these 2 requests for himself. Hugh said that this is not just any ordinary person, this is an extremely important task, and this guy must be found as soon as possible. The tramp hit his student in the face with his fist, and said that the person he needed to find was most likely very important. He said that equating 1 request with 3 is wrong, and he will consider this task as 1 task. Hugh Muzang said that he doesn't mind, but the most important thing for him now is to find this guy, and he said that he will wait for news from the tramp. But before the guy left, the tramp stopped him and wanted to ask 1 more question before they parted. The tramp asked the white tiger, does he really believe that the war is over? The tramp felt that his student was now standing behind him and ordered him to lower his fists until he was beaten. Hugh Muzang stopped and stood silently for a few seconds because he needed to think about his answer. He turned his head towards the tramp and said that this did not concern him, and he asked no longer to involve him in the affairs of the Murim Alliance. Suddenly, Hugh Muzang made a very fast leap upward and disappeared. He moved so fast that the tramp, his student, didn't even have time to notice how this guy disappeared. The tramp said that he could not even think that the white tiger was so strong. He wondered if this guy was so strong forever. He patted his student on the hand and said that in general, Number 8 will be responsible for this task, and he must find the child that Hugh Muzang just talked about. Number 8 was finally able to calm down because the teacher entrusted him with some important task for the first time. But at such an important moment, he began to act like a fool, and instead of agreeing to this task, he began to imitate the white tiger and said that he did not want them to involve him in their affairs. The tramp got tired of his student's constant stupid jokes and decided to punch him in the nose with all his might. Hugh Muzang returned back to the academy only when evening came, and he slowly walked up to the doors and began to open them. When he went inside and into the courtyard of the academy, he saw something very strange and did not understand what happened here during his absence. A guy was sitting on the floor and wiping away the blood that remained after today's battle with a rag. Hugh Muzang ran up to the younger student and immediately began asking him about what happened here. The student tried to explain the whole situation that happened this afternoon, but he did it very poorly, and Hugh Muzang understood practically nothing from the younger student's story. He cupped his cheeks and started asking if anything on his body hurt after the fight, or what happened to the other students, or the lady who came here today. He clenched his fists tightly and said that he was too careless and thought that there would be no problems if he left for a while, but he was wrong. The student said that the second brother was slightly wounded, but the rest were also in danger, and until the older patrolman showed up and everything was very bad. But then the lady called herself the main patrol of the Murim Alliance, and she defeated the enemy. Hyuk was very surprised when he heard that there was a senior patrolman of the Murim Alliance here and did not understand why a high-ranking official would enter the Rural Combat Academy. The boy said she was just passing by. Hyuk Muzang began to scratch his beard and said that he did not think that the authorized person from the Murim Alliance was noble enough to do such an act out of concern for Gansu. Hyuk said that no matter what, first he should thank her and asked where this girl is now, and the student replied that she is now drinking tea with her father. Hyuk said that he would go to the house and ask the younger student to finish as soon as possible and go rest. At that moment the lamps were burning in the house. It was very cozy. The father and the guests were having a very nice conversation. The old man immediately recognized the woman who was sitting opposite him. He said that she was the same Papa Somamai, the warrior of the dragon staff and one of the 100 best masters of Murim. He started laughing when he found out who was sitting at his table now, and said that he couldn't even think that members of the highest Murim circle would help them, and the academy would be blessed. Papak Somamai said that this old man was right and her mistress personally offered them help, and they should be forever grateful for this. But suddenly this woman felt very strong pain and started screaming. Her face immediately turned red. Murong Gamwa kicked her assistant to shut her up. Murong, she said that her friend sometimes says all sorts of stupid things. And in fact, the girl came here to simply do her job as a senior patrolman. Murong decided to change the topic and said that the tea was simply great. The old man stood up from the table and said that Papak Somamai was right and he was obliged to pay something for the mercy of the lady who saved their lives. He bowed and said that he again thanks this beautiful girl for being next to them at this difficult moment and saving them. They were very surprised when they saw that the old man actually decided to thank them again and began to feel awkward. Suddenly they all heard the voice of an older student who had just entered the house and was looking for the old man. The old man shouted to his senior student that he was in this room and invited him to the table. Hyuk Muzang entered the room with a joyful smile on his face and said that he heard that their savior was here today. But when he saw this girl in front of him, he immediately turned pale and felt uneasy. The old man said that he was very glad that Muzang came and asked him to introduce himself to the girls. After all, they are patrolmen of the Murim Alliance, which works in the north. Muzang suddenly began to turn pale and clench his fists, and for some reason he suddenly became very angry, and his body was shaking. Muruin got up from the table as soon as she saw this guy's reaction, and realized that it would be better for her to approach him. She walked slowly towards him. The old man was watching this girl and didn't understand what was happening now, and why there was such a tense atmosphere between her and the senior student. She stood directly opposite him and looked into his eyes, and at that moment he clenched his fists and did not pay attention to her. Murong called this guy a white tiger in a quiet, gentle female voice and looked into his eyes. She took his face with her palms and began to gently touch his cheeks with her fingers. The girl could not hold back her tears and started crying. She said that she finally saw him. Murong behaved very strangely and could not restrain her emotions. Usually she had never been seen to behave like this. But now she hugged Hyuk Muzang in front of everyone. The girl said that she was incredibly happy because she was able to meet him, and tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Suddenly, memories from the past began to pop up in his head. The wind that day was very strong, but it was warm and blew leaves from the trees and bent the green grass. Her hair flew in the wind and floated in the air in beautiful curls. She held his hand with her palm and there was a chemistry of love between them at that moment. Murong was crazy happy at that moment, and was constantly smiling. She straightened her hair behind her ear with her hand and called him a white tiger. The lady continued to hug this guy, and her reaction was unexpected for absolutely everyone who was in this room, and they did not understand what was happening here now. Hyuk Muzang took her shoulders with his hands. He very sharply pushed this girl away from him and looked into her wet eyes. He wanted to tell her something very important. Hyuk Muzang told the lady in a cold, quiet voice that his next words might sound very rude, but she clearly confused him with someone. She was absolutely not ready for such an answer, and did not understand how she now needed to react to the words of this guy. Hyuk didn't want the lady to be offended by him, but he tried to explain the situation, and said that he didn't know important people like the senior patrolman from the Murim Alliance. Merjin tried to touch him again, and said that she did not understand this guy's behavior, and she didn't understand why the white tiger was acting so distant now. He folded his hands and bowed to this lady so that she would understand that he was not joking. Hyuk said that he was told information that the lady saved their academy from a great threat, and he is grateful to her for her kindness. She again took his hand with her hand and asked why he was acting so strangely now, and continued to make his unfunny jokes. She tried to explain to him that they knew each other not before, and he should remember her because she is number 5, and he cannot pretend to be a stranger after 5 years of being in hell. Hyuk closed his eyes and didn't want to listen to anything anymore from this mistress. She was already starting to irritate him with her constant questions and touches. He threw her hand aside and freed his hand. The guy pointedly showed that he did not want her to touch him. Hyuk confidently stood on his feet and did not move. He asked this girl to immediately stop these inquiries. Hyuk Musang said that he had already made it clear that he did not know her, and that she had confused him with someone else. He asked her, "Do all important people always impose their opinions so vehemently?" At that moment, Murin wanted to cry again, but this time she wanted to cry, not because she was happy and glad to see him, because he was so cold towards her and did not recognize her. Hyuk Musang said that he did not know her and had never seen her before and therefore asked him to never bring up this issue again. She couldn't believe that he was actually behaving so strangely now, and tears slowly began to appear in her eyes and she couldn't hold them back. The woman at that moment also could not stand still calmly because she was very worried about the young mistress who was now offended by this guy. The old man could not observe this whole situation with indifference, and began to shout at the senior student for behaving disrespectfully towards this cute girl who saved their academy today. He clenched his fist very tightly and said that even the animals recognized the help they received from their saviors. But his senior disciple is now acting very rude and ungrateful. The old man said that the guy was behaving very disrespectfully and he didn't like it because he had never taught his students such disgusting behavior, and asked him to quickly apologize to the girl and get out of here. For a moment, the room became very quiet. There was a very tense atmosphere and everyone froze in anticipation of what Hyuk Musang would do now. He did not want to admit his guilt for his action, but he had no other choice and therefore he had to apologize to the girl for losing control of his emotions and losing his temper. He bowed to her and said that he deeply regretted his disrespectful attitude towards the senior patrolman, and humbly asked her to forget the inconvenience caused. She said that this would be the best way out of the situation and agreed that now they would simply forget this moment. Hyuk thanked the girl for her understanding. But at that moment she said that he wanted to hear this. But in fact, she does not agree to just let go of this situation. He raised his head up and looked at her in surprise because it seemed to him that solving this problem would not be so difficult. She waved her fist and said that she would not forgive him for this moment, and he must now feel the pain that she had just experienced. She hit him with her fist with all her might, and he flew out of the room and broke the wall with his back. He began to slide along the ground and lost control over his body and control over the situation that had just happened. When he finally stopped, lying on the ground, he wiped his mouth with his hand and saw that blood was flowing from his mouth. Murong came out of the house and said that she was very angry with him because he suddenly disappeared and she was worried to death about him, and after 2 years when she was finally able to find him and came to visit him he was acting like a creep. She was incredibly angry with him for meeting her so badly and trying to prove to her that they didn't know each other. She said that if he hoped that she would do that she was mistaken and confused him with someone, then he was mistaken. Merjin was incredibly angry with him for such an act and said that she would not forgive this bastard for such a terrible attitude towards her. Papak at that moment felt incredible shame for the young mistress and asked her to calm down and think about her honor. The old man at that moment tried to calm his student. Hyuk once again tried to explain to her that he is not the white tiger, and has never met her before, and he does not understand what she is talking about. Murong could no longer listen to his lies and began to shout at him, and claimed that he would not be able to deceive her even if he really wanted to. She said that she knows him in all states and knows what he is like in anger, in joy or in sadness. His speech, habits are familiar to her, and she has not forgotten him. But she still doesn't understand why he continues to insist that he doesn't know her and pretends that he is not the white tiger. He lowered his head down and just continued to sit silently, saying nothing. Answering her questions, he continued to treat her like a stranger. Murong wiped her tears with her right hand and said that if he likes to ignore her and play that they don't know each other then so be it. She turned her head to the old man, and said that she had one very important question for the teacher, and would like to clarify it right now. He said that the lady can ask any question. Murong asked the teacher if she could stay overnight at their academy for a few more days. When Hyuk heard this, he immediately turned pale and wanted to fall into the ground. The old man was very surprised when he heard that the lady wanted to stay with them at the academy after such a loud conflict. Papak was also incredibly surprised by the unexpected choice of the young mistress. After all, they had already paid for an expensive tavern to spend the night. Hyuk Musang at that moment asked in a trembling voice what exactly the young lady was up to and why she decided to stay at the academy. Murong ignored the guy who was now sitting behind her for the day and said that Mr. Hyuk could do whatever he wanted. She said that she was not going to give up until she fully appreciated the whole situation and found out why the white tiger was ignoring her. The old man began to slowly scratch his beard with his hand and said that the young mistress leaves him no choice and he is forced to leave her to live at the academy. He smiled and said that Dragon Tiger Academy is part of the Murim Alliance, and according to their vow, any high-ranking representative can find shelter within their walls, and if this place does not bother her, then she can stay here as long as she wants. Murong was delighted when she heard such a decision from the teacher and felt that victory was on her side, but at that moment Hyuk, on the contrary, began to get angry with the teacher or understood why the old man allowed her to live here. Murong thanked the teacher for his kindness and for agreeing to accommodate her at the academy, and the old man invited the girl to come with him so that he would personally show her her room. He watched the mistress and the teacher slowly go to the academy, and couldn't believe that all this had actually just happened. Hyuk hit himself in the face with his hand and sighed very heavily because he understood that today was a very difficult day for him. Hyuk felt that now number 8 was sitting behind him on the roof and asked this thug, and was it necessary to tell this girl that the white tiger was again in the city? He scratched his head and apologized to the white tiger because he didn't think that everything would turn out exactly like this. It seemed to him that not 3 of them could go and drink alcohol after this meeting. He jumped down and said that he could not hide this information from her because she had been traveling the world for 2 years in search of a white tiger, and everyone thought that the guy was dead and tried to dissuade her from searching. Number 8 said that he had never seen number 5 so unhappy before, and he wanted to help her somehow. The thug saw the dissatisfied reaction of the white tiger, and realized that the situation could not be corrected so easily now, so he took out a bottle of alcohol and opened it. He poured rice wine into his mouth and asked the white tiger why did he behave so strangely towards her. Number 8 asked the white tiger was his reaction to the lady related to his meeting with that guy. Hyuk tensed at this moment. He immediately ran up to number 8, and covered his chatting mouth with his hand so that he would no longer say anything unnecessary. Hyuk said that number 8, you need to watch your words and beware of the consequences that may happen, and at that moment his eyes began to glow red. Hyuk Musang grabbed the wine bottle with his hand and said that number 8 is the only one in the whole world who knows that Hyuk met him. Hyuk kept this guy's mouth closed for so long that he gradually began to choke, and finally the guy said that if number 5 finds out about this meeting, then number 8 will be to blame. He removed his hand from his mouth, apologized for squeezing his face very tightly, and said that he got a little excited after that. The guy thought that he needed to rest. Number 8 asked the guy did he really get such an incredible chance, and just decide to ignore it? Hyuk thanked the big man for the bottle of rice wine and said that he could not ignore his friend's generosity, and then left. Number 8 saw how the guy had just made a jump and disappeared again very quickly. He shouted after him that this bottle of wine was a very important jewel for him because he was having a hard time, beautiful teachers. Number 8 started screaming very loudly that Hyuk is a scumbag because he just stole his bottle of wine that the thug had been trying to steal for so long. It was very dark and cold in one of the rooms of the academy, and strange sounds were heard from this room. Yang Sot was sitting on the floor and his body was tied to a wooden post so that he could not escape. He lowered his head down and thought that today was the most terrible day of his life, and at that moment blood was dripping from his mouth. Suddenly he heard steps approaching him and thought that it was the lady who cut off his hand, and most likely she came again to torture him. Ian was very frightened and immediately asked who was approaching him. He knew that the door had been closed all the time and did not understand how this person came here. Suddenly, the person who got into this room waved his hand to which a sharp dagger was attached and was about to strike. Ian told this stranger that if he came here to threaten or find out some new information, then he would have to be upset because Ian knew nothing more. Yang said that this man could save himself the trouble and just cut off his head. After all, he had already lost his right arm and the center of chi energy, and was already with one foot in the grave. The stranger stood silently for several seconds and did not answer anything. He just listened to Yang So's speech. Suddenly he swung his arm and struck very quickly. Yang So closed his eyes at that moment, and was preparing for the fact that now they would finally kill him and end his torment. But in fact, everything turned out to be not so simple, and the man who had just come here cut the ropes that bound Yang So with his blade. He didn't understand why the stranger had just decided to free him, and why he needed it. He decided to ask this stranger personally why did he do this. But the man in the mask did not answer anything and only showed there that now he had to be quiet. He just stood silently and looked at the wounded prisoner whom he had just had to save. Yang So couldn't believe that this killer had just come to save him, and if he was a killer then why did he decide to free him? The black masked man raised his hand up and pointed with his index finger at the door that was in front of him. Ian realized that this guy was now ordering him to leave here, and still it seemed very strange to him that this killer decided to save him. He turned his head towards this man to ask who sent him here, but when he turned his head there was no one behind him. He turned his head in different directions, trying to figure out where this man had disappeared, but still couldn't find him. At that moment, he realized that he managed to survive, despite the fact that he was already ready to say goodbye to his life and thought that he would be tortured here until he died. Murong lay on the table and continued to sob. She accused the white tiger of being a scumbag and cursed him for pretending not to know her. She raised her head up and hit the table with her fists, after which she said that she didn't understand how he could pretend that he didn't know her, and didn't even blink when he looked at her. Papak said that this guy clearly trembled when he looked at her, and the young mistress turned her head at Papak and asked her not to tell such lies in order to calm her down. She realized that all the children crying in their room would not help her in any way, and she needed to calm down and look at this situation soberly. Papak admitted that she really doesn't like this young gentleman for whom the mistress has been chasing for so long, and he is not the best choice of a man for the young mistress. She asked why the lady is so worried about this gentleman, and why she continues to suffer because of him. Because crowds of officials do not hesitate to pretend to be dead if Murong wishes. Papak, she said that she was very angry that this guy dared to talk so rudely to the lady. Murong listened to Papa continue to devalue the guy she likes and talk about how he is just an ordinary fool from a rural martial arts academy. Murong didn't want to listen to anything anymore and therefore started shouting very loudly at her assistant so that she would stop calling this guy names. Murong asked her to watch her language next time and not dare to underestimate this gentleman. After all, if she insults him again, they will never see each other again. Papak said that the lady herself had just insulted this guy with different words. Murong started to feel awkward and angry at this moment. She said that only she can call him names because it's completely different. Papak said that earlier the young mistress often repeated that she loved the old woman more than anyone in the world. But of course, compared to some guy, she is just a worthless old woman. She didn't understand what was happening to the young mistress. Murong suddenly heard a strange sound and felt a trembling all over her body and realized that this was a bad sign. She turned her head and said that she did not feel the presence of the phantom killer who should now be in the basement. They both immediately went downstairs to check what was happening with the ghostly killer, and when they went downstairs and saw that the doors were open and a student was lying near the doors, Murong drew her attention to the fact that the doors were open and most likely he escaped. The student who was lying near the wall was unconscious, but he was not injured and there was no visible blood on his body. Murong was afraid for the boy who was lying near the wall and could have been injured or killed. She came up to him and took him by the shoulders. She tried to wake up this guy and said that he could not die and should put up because his older brother values them very much. She heard that he was making some sounds and this meant that he was still alive. Papak was also very scared because of the current situation. She didn't know what to do now to wake him up. Murong was scared because of this whole situation and wanted to hit the guy on the cheek with her palm so that he would wake up. He slowly began to open his eyes because he felt that someone was shaking his body and screaming very loudly. But when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a flying palm that would now hit him in the face. He didn't have time to react to this blow and didn't dodge, so the girl hit him on the cheek with all her might. Papak saw that the guy had already woken up, But the lady was so scared of this situation that she didn't even pay attention to the fact that she had already been hitting this guy on the cheek for several seconds. Papak shouted very loudly so that the young mistress would calm down and stop beating this innocent boy. Papak said that they didn't do anything to him or activated his deep sleep point, and the young lady asked why he doesn't wake up. Papak saw this boy just fall to the floor and said that most likely he was sleeping very soundly. Murung was finally able to calm down and exhale. She was very glad that this boy was not injured and said that if her prisoner had injured one of the students, she would not have forgiven herself for this. She took her chin with her hand and said that she was sure that the phantom killer had broken chi energy centers and did not understand how he got out and activated the student's sleep point. She assumed that someone helped this prisoner because he had no other choice to get out of the basement. But suddenly the old woman called the young mistress and said that she had found something. Papa ran her finger along the tree trunk and showed a scratch on the bottom of this post. It was a blade mark. Murung immediately realized that a very thin cut was left on the pillar. This means that this cut was left by a heavenly sword. She noticed that the angle of the impact was a unique sharpness, clearly made by the hands of a real master wielding a heavenly sword, and there could be no mistake. At this moment, the building called the Great Power Group was very quiet and calm. The gentleman poured tea from the teapots into his cup and waited until the tea was ready. The gentleman was calmly drinking tea while sitting at his table, and at that moment Yang Sot, who was missing one arm, was brought into his room. The gentleman heard this guy's story about how the goddess of the heavenly sword suddenly prevented this task from being carried out, and cut off his hand. Yang said that he was sure that she introduced herself as Northern Senior Patrolman Murung Gamwa. The gentleman looked incredulously at his loser subordinate, and asked him only one question: why? But Ian did not understand the whole essence of this question. The gentleman at that moment already began to get very angry. His eyes began to glow red and he asked again why. The gentleman threw a cup of hot tea at this guy's forehead, and it broke on his head, after which he asked why the senior patrolman of the North came to the Southern Rural Combat Academy. He said that if the Murim Alliance discovers that they are involved in this, then everything will get out of control. If the invincible Bloody Emperor knows about their deal with them, then they will all die. The servant said that if they got rid of the senior patrolman before the situation escalated, it could save them. The master began to shout at the servant because he was proposing such stupid ideas and didn't think at all about what he was saying. He said that this girl is very young, but she is a martial artist and can surpass any of them, and moreover, she is accompanied by one of the 100 best masters who were called the Dragon Staff Warrior. But the most important reason why this girl cannot be killed is that she is connected with the sword god Murong Songjue, and if he finds out that she was killed, then everyone who was involved in her murder will be executed. Yan Sot suddenly decided to intervene in this dialogue and calm the gentleman down by saying that everything would be fine and no problems would arise. He said that few people know that he works for the Great Power, and the lady found out who he is, but she has no evidence that Yang Sot is connected with this group. Yen said that thanks to the man whom the master sent, he was able to get out of yours. Stay alive. The master at that moment was shocked because he didn't understand what this guy was talking about. The gentleman said that he has no idea which person saved Yang Sot because he did not send anyone. Yang at that moment asked who the ninja was who freed her, and his head was pierced by a sharp needle. He felt a very strong pain, but despite the fact that his head had just turned out to be asleep, he could still control his eyes and looked at the person who did it. In the dark corner of the room all this time there was the same ninja who allowed this guy to escape from the basement. The gentleman did not understand who this stranger was, because most likely he had been here all this time. He heard their dialogue. But why did you, gentlemen, not feel the presence? Yang Sot felt like a needle had just been pulled out of his head and immediately began to fall to the ground. The ninja called the needle back and it returned to his hand and began to wrap around his finger. Yang Sot fell to the ground. Blood slowly began to flow out of his mouth, and the master and servant were shocked. Ian died very quickly and there was only a small hole in his head. Here are the needles. The gentleman understood that if this needle had been aimed at him, he would have been dead long ago, and decided to ask this assassin for what purpose did he come here. The assassin touched his mask with his hand and slowly began to remove it to show his face. This assassin was Hugh Muzang, but he knew that these people did not know his face, so he introduced himself as an ordinary wanderer who came here to challenge the Great Power clan. But unexpectedly the servant was able to recognize this man, and he said that this was the same Hyuk Muzang. The gentleman could not believe that the academy student they were talking about was now standing in front of them. Hyuk started to yawn and pretended that he was getting bored from all this talk between these idiots. The gentleman said that he was not surprised to see a simple student of the combat academy here. He asked this guy why exactly he came here and suggested that maybe he wanted to return something. The gentleman said that he did not expect to see a student here completely alone without support. And at that moment he diverted his attention in order to get his whip. The master swung his whip and wanted to strike this mischievous student so that he would never look down on them again. Hyuk Muzang was very dismissive and calm about the fact that this gentleman was now about to attack him. He did not even show any interest in this blow. Hyuk grabbed the red whip with his hand at the moment when the whip was about to hit. The gentleman could not believe his eyes. After all, this guy was just able to grab the bend with his bare hands and not receive any damage, and now he cannot escape. Hyuk said that he was tired of this meaningless chatter, and therefore wants to finally start doing important things. Hyuk said that today he was in an extremely terrible mood and therefore he asked not to be offended if he suddenly hurts or kills someone here. The servant was outraged by such impudent behavior of Hyuk Muzang and decided to also make his own blows so that Hyuk would retreat. The servant used his inner black energy to deliver a strong slashing blow, but Hyuk was not afraid and calmly stood and looked at this servant. Hyuk said that he is not afraid of such weak attacks and therefore will not even use his internal energy to block this blow. He just threw a red whip at the servant. The servant saw that the red whip was flying towards him at a very fast speed and understood that he would no longer have time to evade this whip. The servant received very heavy damage when the whip hit him. He was unable to dodge or block this blow because at that moment he was in flight, but after receiving damage he flew back. The gentleman did not understand how Hyuk Muzang so easily dodges all attacks and controls other people's weapons without putting any effort into it. The servant was very angry that this pathetic student was using his tricks here to deceive them. Hyuk Muzang did not intend to listen to these boring accusations addressed to him, and therefore decided to immediately strike with his foot in order to shut the mouth of this talkative servant. He kicked him on the head with all his might, and after the blow it was clear that a large amount of blood splashed out of the servant's body. The master did not understand what was happening here, because his servant Chisholm was famous for being a very experienced fighter and always defeating high-ranking fighters, but for some reason the student was able to deal with such an experienced fighter with just one blow. Hyuk Muzang stood next to the bloody body lying on the floor and said that this guy had already dropped out of the game, and he wanted to rest a little. Hyuk asked the gentleman what should he do next. He explained that at the moment he had not thrown out even half of his anger, and had just begun to warm up, but almost all opponents of unconsciousness were either dead. The gentleman did not understand how he needed to act further in order to stay alive and move away this enemy because the strength of this guy was actually incredibly great. The gentleman began to radiate red energy from his body and said that he was ready to admit that he considered this boy a weakling and looked down on him, but he did not know that in the Rural Combat Academy there would be such a master. The gentleman said that he was tired of playing these games and now he would show this guy what real strength is. At that moment, a red whip began to wrap around his hand and lightning bolts flew out of his eyes. Hyuk Muzang rolled his eyes upward and said in an indifferent voice that he was waiting and couldn't wait for this old man to finally show what he was capable of. The gentleman began to get angry because this guy was acting very arrogantly, and arrogantly veins began to appear on his head and his face became red. He raised his hand up. Red lightning began to fly out of his eyes. He shouted very loudly that he would now remove this arrogant smile from Hyuk Muzang's face. The master made a blow with his whip, and this is what he called the secret dragon blood technique thunder strike of the demonic crimson whip. At this moment, he was thinking that even a high-ranking experienced warrior could not block the dragon's thunderbolt, and this guy would definitely not escape unscathed from this attack. The gentleman looked at the calm face of this guy and thought only that the boy had already lost in absentia, and he had no chance of winning. But Hyuk thought differently, and so he raised his hand up to use the dagger that was attached to his hand. He made several very quick blows from different directions in order to cut his enemy's whip and deprive him of his weapon. His attack lasted only 1 second, but during that second he managed to cut his opponent's whip into a bunch of small pieces and landed behind him. The gentleman looked, but only part of the whip slowly fell down, and realized that now he was fighting a very strong opponent, and he had never seen warriors who had such strength before. He asked this guy who the hell is he and where did he even come from, but by this time Hyuk was already very tired of the constant stupid conversations and decided to cut off the master's head in order to finally end this once and for all. Hyuk said that he was a senior student at the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and these words were the last thing the gentleman heard before his death. The head fell to the ground and began to bleed. The body stood on its feet for some time, but soon it also fell, following the head. The city at that moment was dark and quiet. It was night and all the people were sleeping, but a light suddenly appeared in one of the buildings. The light in this building turned out to be fire, and the building gradually began to burn. When the fire became very large and the entire building was burning, one of the soldiers who had been on guard all night shouted very loudly that there was a fire in the city. People immediately began to wake each other up and report that the outer hall was now on fire, and it was necessary to warn the head. Everyone tried to accumulate their strength in order to put out this fire. Kwak Juyan, the head of a clan of great power and the devilish lord of the Iron Leg, was shocked when he saw the fire and did not understand where the fire came from in this building. The head of the inner hall, Wang Chi-san, tried to explain to this gentleman that he was sure that Myung Hubang was in his chambers at that moment. The fire was very strong and they could not get inside. Kwak ordered all the guards to restrain Guan and then report the damage if, after extinguishing the fires, they cannot find Myung, then immediately send him to the master. He sat down on his red bed and was finally able to exhale because he had given instructions to all his subordinates, and now all he could do was wait. But he was still bothered by the thought that a fire suddenly appeared in the middle of the night, and he did not understand how this could happen. Suddenly a severed head appeared in his room and slowly rolled towards him. The severed head stopped right next to Mr. Kwak's feet, and it so happened that the eyes of this head were looking straight at Mr. It was the head of Myung, who was in the palace where there was now a fire. Mr. Kwak was very frightened when he saw a severed head in his room and he did not understand what was happening here. At that moment his face turned pale very quickly, and he began to look like a living dead. Mr. Kwak immediately began to look around and try to understand who had just thrown this head to him. But when he looked at his room he could not see anyone and therefore began to scream and ask who is there. The assassin at that moment was sitting on the corner of the bed. His clothes were stained with blood and he decided to answer this gentleman's question and said that he was the one who would save Kwak today. Mr. Kwak turned his head towards the sun and saw that he had been sitting there all the time, but he did not understand how this guy got in because he did not feel his presence. The gentleman immediately realized that this man was a professional assassin. He asked this guy, is he really one of the four commanders? Hyuk replied that he was very surprised that the gentleman knew about the four commanders. Hyuk said that he also knows what kind of person is standing in front of him. Kwak Juyan said that one of the four commanders remembers his name from the time of the war. This is a great honor for him. He asked this assassin what brought the secret sword of the Murim Alliance to this humble place. Kwak understood that he needed to increase time in order to give a signal to the rest of the warriors and gather them all here. After all, he himself was unlikely to cope with this assassin. Hyuk will explain to this gentleman that he has nothing to do with the four commanders of the Murim Alliance and moreover, he hates the Murim Alliance. Kwak pulled out a weapon from his sleeve that could help him resist for some time against this opponent. Hyuk used his vision to see what this gentleman was planning now, and he immediately realized that they would not be able to have a peaceful dialogue. Hyuk looked into the eyes of this gentleman and struck a very fast blow with his blade on his neck in order to cut off his head. Kwak dropped his weapon to the ground and it flew off to the side of this weapon. Only the handle remained. He immediately grabbed his neck with his hands, but suddenly he realized that his head was still on his shoulders and this guy created an illusion to scare him, but in fact he did not cut off his head. Hyuk warned this gentleman that there was no point in defending himself or undertaking any tricks, because this would only make the situation worse for Mr. Kwak. Hyuk said that he is not going to exterminate the gang of these non-entities today, but he came here to give a warning. Kwak understood that there was no point in resisting this assassin because he would win anyway, so the gentleman decided to ask for forgiveness. Hyuk said that if the gentleman wants to scream loudly and call for help, but you won't help because the assassin has installed a barrier here and no one will hear them from outside. Kwak asked this assassin what he wanted. Hyuk raised his hand up, and in his hand at that moment he was holding a red scroll tied with a brown rope. He said that he received this scroll from the head of the outer hall of Myeong. He said that these scrolls are written with very important information. If the great Iron Bloody Emperor finds out about the dirty deal with them, then they will all die. Kwok at that moment shouted very loudly in a frightened voice that this could not be, and he did not understand how the assassin could find out about this. Hyuk said that he took this scroll and brought it from the outer hall. At this moment, Hyuk was thinking that he didn't read what was inside these scrolls and just took everything that was there. But he doesn't even know what exactly is written inside the scroll. Kwok fell for this provocation and began to blush with anger because of Myeong's carelessness. Now their entire clan is in danger. This assassin can decide the fate of their clan. Hyuk said that now the master is aware of the situation in which he finds himself together with his clan, and therefore assassin wants to get down to business. Hyuk said that he is primarily interested in Yangzhou County, and this is the place he wants to talk about. Kwok raised his eyes up and looked at this assassin in surprise. He tried to understand what exactly this guy wants to ask now. Hyuk ordered this gentleman to now swear once and for all that he will never touch this Yangzhou County again, and his people will never appear there. Kwok said that if their clan retreats, then this place will be taken over by a gang of bloody unicorns. Hyuk replied that it is unlikely that the master would want to be overthrown by a battalion of iron blood, and it would be better if he controlled his territories remotely. He slowly began to approach the master, and at that moment he said that the master of his clan should keep in mind that if they try to do something again they will have big problems. Kwok at that moment began to bleed. His eyes could burst at any moment. There was incredible pain in his head. He fell to the ground and asked to stop torturing him, because he was no longer able to resist. Hyuk used his secret technique to control this old man's body, and said that the old man would have to avoid not only the great Iron Blood Emperor but also him. Kwok said that everything was clear to him, and he would fulfill the terms of their agreement. At that moment, drops of blood and sweat were running down his face because his body was burning from the inside. Hyuk looked at this weak old man and thought that the old man was actually right, and if Hyuk got rid of one gang, then problems would immediately begin with another gang that would take their place. Hyuk said that it would be much more unpleasant if the Iron Blood Battalion got involved, and then the problems would become several times greater. Hyuk decided to leave this stupid old man in power so that everything would remain in its place. But now the situation was under control of Hyuk Muzang. He finally removed his control over this old man's body, and said that he would let Kwok Juyin live. The gentleman thought that he could have just died and does not understand where this monster came from, because the 4 commanders were not as strong as him. This guy is really not from the Murim Alliance. Hyuk said that there is one more thing he wants to ask before he leaves this place. Hyuk began to tell the old man that everything that was said here should remain exclusively between them, but he did not have time to finish this phrase because they heard strange sounds in the corridor. At that moment they were approached by servants who were somehow able to hear suspicious sounds here. Hyuk heard one of the guards shout that he had managed to find an intruder who had sneaked into the palace and needed to catch him immediately. But the assassin did not understand how they managed to find him. Murung landed on the roof of one of the houses and saw a fire in the distance. She heard the voices of people who were trying to put out this fire. Murung stood on the edge of the roof and said that he had already been here and made noise in this place. She said that she spent too much time trying to hide from Papa's and come here, and apparently she was late. She stood on the highest tower that was located in this palace, and thought that the fire undoubtedly reminded of the old days when the White Tiger often used this tactic on single missions. She immediately realized that the White Tiger was now hunting their leader, and he set fire to this house just to distract attention. She assumed that he was now in that far building. Murung said that 2 years ago, White Tiger was a first-rank fighter. But even then, he could kill a top-rank master with a detailed plan and critical thinking. He could easily deal with the head of the clan alone. She sat on the edge of the roof and calmly watched the chaos that was happening below. She decided to sit on the sidelines and watch the building burn. But suddenly a trembling went through her whole body, and she felt something very strange and her hands began to shake. She didn't understand what had just happened to her, and what was causing this strange feeling. At this moment, Hyuk slowly approached the master to explain his demands to him. He threatened this gentleman that he would beat him and destroy all of him if they invaded Yangzhou County again. Murong saw that a large purple energy was emanating from the building that was near the wall, She thought that because of the barrier it was hardly possible to see this energy that came from there. She knew that this is an unusual energy. Such a purple color appears only when a person has a very strong thirst for blood, and the devilish lord of the iron leg is not capable of emitting such strong energy. Murong could no longer sit still and remain on the sidelines. She understood that the white tiger was now in danger. He needed help. Suddenly, an energetic purple hand with sharp claws appeared behind her, and tried to touch Murong's head. She managed to feel the strong energy in time that was trying to attack her, and immediately turned around to block this blow. Murong thought that she was only distracted for one moment by the strong energy of bloodlust, and forgot that she needed to be in cover and be invisible. A man would attack her and shield Jim's shadow hall. He called the girl a rat because she was able to dodge and jump away in time. Murong was a very experienced warrior and martial artist, despite the fact that she was a girl and was able to easily dodge such an extraordinary blow. Chia looked down on her and said that she was a rat because she was running away from a fight. He assumed that it was she who started the fire in the outer hall. Murong understood that she did not have time to deal with this idiot, and she would have to find some way to quickly get rid of him. She said he probably wouldn't believe her, but she didn't set that building on fire. Chia ordered her to shut her mouth because he only listens to people, and she doesn't look like a person, she looks like a cowardly rat. Merjin was angry with him because he constantly calls her a rat, and insults her because she didn't do anything to him, and she thought that it might be simpler and more correct to just kill him. The guard took out a whistle and whistled very loudly to inform the other guards that he had found a stranger who had invaded their territory. Murong turned her head back to me and saw that they had just found a white tiger, and now most likely they would hunt for it. Chio pushed off from the edge of the roof and made a swift jump down. He was flying very fast and wanted to attack this girl in order to train her. Muruin easily dodged his attack, and at that moment she thought later that she needed to quickly get out of here. Chio continued to inflict his attacks with sharp claws and tried to inflict damage on her, but the girl very quickly and deftly dodged all the attacks. She tried to simply dodge and not cause damage to this guy because she needed to leave here as soon as possible to help the white tiger, but this vine still didn't want to give up. Chio saw that this girl absolutely did not strike back and thought that she did not know how to fight, so he activated his internal energy to finish her off. Murong was tired of watching you idiot constantly try to call her names, and she didn't want to endure it anymore. She said that she would hit him just once. Chio was so confident in his strength that he relaxed and even forgot that this girl could strike back. She punched him in the face with all her might and broke his skull with one blow. He received so much damage that he could not stand on his feet and began to fly backwards. He crashed into the wall and left many cracks on the wall. Murong told this idiot that if he wants to find a rat, all he has to do is look in the mirror, and he will see the most disgusting rat that exists. Guards ran out from around the corner of the house, and one of them saw that a stranger was now on the roof of the house and ordered to immediately catch her. But before they even got close to this building, they saw that the girl was very quickly jumping over the roofs and running away into the distance. Chio began to throw stones that covered him and suddenly stood up. He began shouting that he wanted to kill this rat at any cost. The guards saw that Mr. Chio now looked very bad. His face was all covered in blood. They did not understand what happened to him. Yes, the gentleman ordered the guard to stand still and catch up with this girl. Murong ran away very quickly and thought that the gaze should have killed this idiot right away with his sword instead of hitting him with his fist, because he caused a lot of problems. The guards approached one of the buildings that was located on the territory of their clan. The head of the security ordered Squad 1 and Squad 3 to head to the women's quarters and the rest of the squad to follow him. Muruin realized that the guards had just strengthened their guard, and if she is now a member of the Murim Alliance and kills everyone on the way, this could cause a lot of political problems in the future. But now she understood that the most important task was to ensure the safety of the white tiger, and she needed to get into the main hall as quickly and quietly as possible and protect him. She was about to jump up, but at that moment she heard the voice of that idiot whom she did not kill and realized that he had found her. Chio said that now she will not run away from him, and he understood her plan, but he will not allow her to get into the main hall. Murong looked back and saw that there was also a whole detachment of guards behind her, and she understood that she was surrounded and driven into a trap. Chiojima said that now she had nowhere to run and promised her that he would kill her very quickly. Murong was very angry with this man because he constantly insulted her and kept her off balance, so she decided to forget about politics and deal with this idiot once and for all. But suddenly she heard someone's voice in her head and realized that now someone was using telepathy to communicate with her. She turned her head back and saw that the white tiger was standing behind her. She was very happy about his appearance at that moment. Hyuk, using telepathy, tried to explain to her that she was acting very carelessly. Someone might recognize her here, and the chief patrolman might receive a very serious punishment for making such a noise here. At that moment, Murong completely forgot that there were a lot of enemies around her, and she looked at him with loving eyes and said that she was very glad to see him alive. Hyuk looked at her stupid expression at that moment, and did not understand what was motivating this girl now, and why she was behaving so strangely. Chio was beside himself with rage. He didn't understand where you came from here, a man in a mask, and he began to blame the guards for not looking after the territory well, because everyone who wants to hang around here. Hyuk was very surprised when they heard such loud indignation from this man. He couldn't even think that someone could be so self-confident as to shout at him. Hyuk was tired of the constant chatter of the people who are in this clan, and therefore made a quick movement of his blade up and down. Chio continued to scream, but suddenly he was cut off mid-sentence. His body was divided into two halves and he could not agree on his insults. Murong was shocked when she saw the blow that the white tiger had just made, because this movement was so fast that it could not be seen by the human eye. But the damage from this movement was incredibly strong. Hyuk said that he wanted to end this evening on a more good night, but apparently his plan will have to change. He said that these guards had seen too much, and now they would have to kill them all so that they would forever forget the face of the lady and the presence of the assassin here. The guards began to feel some strange sensations in their bodies. Veins began to appear on their necks. It became very difficult for them to breathe. The rest of the guards also began to feel this terrible sensation in their bodies, and they slowly began to cough up blood and their airway was closed, and they were suffocating. Murong realized at this moment that the murderous desire that she felt from the main hall all this time came from the white tiger, and she does not understand what happened in the 2 years until she saw him. Mr. Kwok came out of the building and ordered everyone to immediately stop and calm down. He shouted so loudly that he could be heard throughout the entire territory of this clan. The gentleman understood that he would now have to have a very difficult conversation with this assassin, but he had no other choice, because now his people could die in huge numbers. He said that he does not understand why the assassin continues to kill his people. After all, they agreed on all the conditions and now he takes responsibility for his guards and asks not to kill them. Merjin didn't understand what was happening here. She wanted to understand this situation, because the white tiger came to the master for something and wanted to agree on something with him. But the guy raised his hand up and asked her to shut up. There was a tense pause between the assassin and the master. They had to wait for a response from the assassin. The people who stood behind the master did not understand what was happening here. Hyuk said that he already spared the master today and thinks that it will not be difficult for him to do such a good service again. But he had a very important request for the master to make sure that these guards would forget that they saw someone here today, and the master must keep his request only in this case. He will spare everyone present today. Hyuk took the mistress by the waist with his hand and began to lead her out of here in order to disappear as quickly as possible from the eyes of these people. They made a rapid jump upward and immediately disappeared, but because it was so fast, no one present had time to notice what had just happened. Hyuk used the telepathy technique in which sound spreads in all directions and conveyed to absolutely everyone who was here tonight that they did not see anything and should forget about what just happened. Kwok could only now calmly exhale and understand that this hell was finally over. Hyuk and the lady were able to run far enough from this camp and stop in the depths of the forest. Murong was delighted when she saw the white tiger's abilities and she wanted to know what happened to him in the 2 years they didn't see each other. She asked him a lot of different questions and wanted to know where he got such power and how he learned to communicate using telepathy. Hyuk took off the mask from his face and once again told her that he didn't know what white tiger she was talking about, and explained that he was just doing his job. Murong was shocked when she saw that this guy was again pretending as if he didn't know her. She didn't understand how she needed to communicate with him so that he would finally start behaving normally. She was furious that he didn't recognize her again, and said that he was making a fool out of her again, and she didn't understand why he was still pretending. Hyuk removed her hands in his clothes and said that no matter what, it's time for her to return because they are still on the territory of this clan, and she needs to not forget about her status. She began to smile sweetly and said that the white tiger was worried about her, and she was very pleased to know this. Murong asked him did he really cut that guy just because he called her a rat? She said that she saw the anger in his eyes at that moment. He pushed her aside and started walking forward because he didn't want to play these love games with her. Hyuk asked her to stop calling him White Tiger and forget about those days once and for all. She started to get angry again because he was acting very cold and selfish. Suddenly he realized that he needed to introduce himself with more restraint and control himself because sometimes he says unnecessary things and gives himself away. Once upon a time there was an order of demon slaying. It was an elite group of killers created by the Murim Alliance in response to the unification of the killers of the Demon Union. This group consisted of 99 people divided into 4 levels, and each was assigned a number from 1 to 100. Hyuk was number 100 and he was the weakest member of the demon slaying order. This order was divided into 2 castes of people. The first caste included high-ranking members. They had the right to command the group during missions. These were masters whose number was above 30. They learned from her special martial arts techniques. The remaining members of the medium and small martial arts clans and academies fell into the second caste of people, and in truth, members of the lower castes were only small pawns in the hands of privileged warriors. Number 97 was one of the members of this group and he was one of the last to join the order, but he died the very first. Number 19 had to take on an impossible mission and number 97 took the brunt of it in order to save him, and ended up escaping despite number 97's sacrifice. That night, number 19 made fun of number 97 for not completing the mission because of that idiot. Hyuk was incredibly indignant when he listened to number 19's excuses, who talked about how number 97 was an idiot and interfered with him, but in fact he saved his life at the cost of his life. Hyuk grabbed this guy by his clothes and started shaking him. He said that the problem was that number 19 had a bad plan and number 97 actually saved his life. Hyuk acted very recklessly that day. He shouldn't have shouted at number 19 because this guy was stronger, and he immediately hit Muzang. Number 19 said that this guy was talking some nonsense and slander, and number 97 was a weakling, that's why he died. They fought in the room in front of the rest of the group and number 100 was then unable to resist this guy. Suddenly, Murong appeared behind him and ordered number 19 to calm down and not become arrogant because he felt stronger. In this group, Murong was number 5 and she was one of the strongest members of this team. Number 19 began to make excuses to the girl for beating him for a reason, but do it only because this country guy doesn't watch his language at all. Suddenly another man appeared behind him. It was a thug who said that calling people country boys is very wrong. This big guy was number 8, and he also didn't want to watch him go to number 19 and bully a guy who is a little weaker than him. Hyuk understood that these two could easily shut up this idiot, but they only did it because they were stronger, and he understood that he needed to work hard to become as strong. Since then, he was often sent on deadly missions that were almost impossible to complete or escape alive. And he would always be in the very first line and risk his life. He found himself in the most terrible situations, and was on the verge of death countless times. Murong came to see him in the hospital and constantly scolded him for the fact that he always goes into battle first. But he only has one life and he manages it very stupidly. She and number 8 came to visit him every time and persuaded him to stop because he was going too far and was no longer in control of the situation around him. Hyuk answered them every time that if he did not complete this task, then they would send another low-ranking warrior, and he would be 100% killed there. But he could not allow this and therefore tried to become stronger in order to protect the weak. Murong got angry at him every time he risked his life, and number 8 admired how tough this guy was. Merjin no longer wanted to listen to anything and simply decided that it would be better to turn around and leave, and he could manage his life as he wanted. But before she left, she said that she would be with him on every mission. Hyuk asked her why is she doing this and why does she want to accompany him on every mission. Murong touched her hand to the wall to support her body and not fall. She said that it would sound strange but she didn't want Hyuk to die. Number 8 continued to stand near his friend's bed and he did not understand what was happening between them now. He was a very kind man, but he didn't have enough brains, and that's why he was incredibly stupid. And at that moment he asked if the guys would like to take care of him the same way they take care of each other. From that moment on, several years have passed and none of the warriors below level 70 was able to survive such deadly dangerous tasks. Only Hyuk remained alive, and she scolded him most of all because he saw his friends and acquaintances die and blamed himself for not being able to go in their place. At a certain point, he decided that he completed more missions than anyone else in this organization, and the moment came when people stopped calling him the weakest number 100 and he became the last number 100. Murung was always there for them, trying to protect him, and number 8 was always trying to be their third friend. But they never paid attention to him. He began to remember that wonderful day again. The wind was very strong but warm, and this wind blew leaves behind the trees. They held hands between them. At that moment there was a chemistry of love. Murung confessed to number 100 that she really likes him, and is in love with him. Hyuk remembered that day he answered her that he also liked her very much. Their lips touched each other for the first time, and it was their first kiss on the river bank. Number 8 always tried to be close to them and called them his friends. He witnessed their love. He admired how these guys fell in love with each other before his eyes, but he still didn't understand why they were ignoring him. Hyuk felt incredibly happy at that moment in his life, and he enjoyed this love because it was the only bright feeling in the year he was in. But suddenly a man appeared who interrupted their love and doubted Hyuk Muzang's certificate of transfer of service. This person was Murung Songjue. He said that Hyuk can leave the war and return to his hometown, and this is a reward for successful missions and contribution to public affairs. Hyuk understood that this gentleman actually made this decision for a completely different reason, and the guy decided to ask what exactly the problem was. The gentleman replied that he knew that number 100 was a very impudent guy, and therefore decided to get straight to the point. He hit the table very hard with his palm. Strong purple energy began to be released from his hand. The gentleman said that the whole problem lies with number 5 and ordered number 100 to end all relations with his daughter. At that moment, Hyuk did not know that number 5 was the daughter of such a high-ranking person. The gentleman said that a simple country boy from a rural academy can easily get close to his daughter. But number 100, I don't know it there that number 5 is engaged to Tae Young-hoon, to the grandchildren of the head of the Murim alliance. But since number 100 has done a lot for the alliance, he offers him good conditions. Hyuk understood that this gentleman was now ordering him to break up with his beloved girl once and for all and never get close to her again, and never see her again. Hyuk said that if the main reason is that he needs to part with number 5, then he is forced to refuse. The gentleman was not prepared for the fact that this guy would be so impudent, and would not listen to him. Hyuk said that he understands the father's anxiety, but the father cannot control the feelings of his adult daughters. Hyuk promised that he would talk to her, and if number 5 choose your fiancée, then he will listen to her and quietly leave, but otherwise he will stay with her. Suddenly a sword was presented to his neck and he realized that the gentleman was very serious, and it was unlikely that this conflict could be resolved through ordinary dialogue. The gentleman said that he does not ask this boy's opinion, he gives him a clear order, without the right to choose. Hyuk was surprised when he saw that this gentleman could control the sword using internal energy. Hyuk asked, Mister, isn't he ashamed to threaten a newcomer using his power like a thug? The gentleman was surprised by the courage and fortitude of this guy. It was the first time he had seen someone so confident in himself. He raised 2 of his fingers and ordered the ball to come back. The gentleman understood that this guy could not be intimidated with ordinary threats, but he still tried to explain to the boy that he was still too naive. He said that the guy is trying to take her opinion into account, but he doesn't even think about her happiness and how she will live in the future. The gentleman said that since childhood, his daughter grew up in abundance, and an orphan like Hyuk is unlikely to be able to provide good living conditions because he can offer her nothing. The gentleman said that naturally, at first she would be happy that they were together and felt in love. But over time, she would gradually begin to remember her past life, and in which there were delicacies that she liked, dresses and jewelry that she enjoyed. The gentleman got up from the table and said that in the future the guy will think about whether his wife is happy, and does she need anything? And in the end he just won't be able to keep her. Hyuk at that moment looked at the gentleman with alarm and realized that his words were beginning to raise doubts in his head. The gentleman said that his daughter returned from 3 missions with serious injuries. Hyuk tried to explain this situation to explain to the gentleman what really happened, but the gentleman did not want to listen to Hyuk. He put his hand forward and pointed his finger at him. He said that all 3 times she was injured because she was trying to save him. The gentleman said that he wants to ask one more question to this guy, and this is your question: can he make her happy? Hyuk at that moment was in a state of rage. He was very angry with this gentleman, and with all the words that this gentleman said, but he could not answer him. There was always an immense gap between number 5 and number 100, and they couldn't have been close from the start. The gentleman said that he would leave the certificate of resignation on the table, and advised the guy to think carefully before making his decision. Hyuk saw the gentleman leave the room and slammed the door. He sat at the table and looked at this document, and could not make his decision. A month later he was given his final mission and agreed to complete it. It was night outside and everyone was sleeping, but some sounds were heard in the forest. Hyuk did very quickly and struck with his sword, swinging it in different directions. He attacked without stopping, despite the fact that he was very tired. That night he decided to do a very intense night training in order to work hard on his punches and throw out his anger. He stuck his sword into the ground and stopped. Around him at that moment there was a large cloud of dust and many marks of cuts on the ground. Hyuk had to make a decision, but he tried to avoid the answer as much as possible and not make a decision. Hyuk remembered that wonderful day when she said that she was incredibly glad that he was alive. Hyuk was angry at the situation that happened to him and couldn't believe that he had to give it up just because this old man forbade him to do so. A bright blue light and loud sounds suddenly appeared in the forest, and the birds got scared and began to fly away from the forest. Mount Xiaoyao, which is located near Yangzhou County, a group of warriors dressed in yellow clothes stood with their backs to each other, holding swords in their hands. They did not understand where their opponents had disappeared. The warriors discussed among themselves that their opponents were like ghosts, and moved very quickly and unnoticed. The soldier suggested to his commander to stop the chase before it was too late, but the commander did not understand why his subordinate soldier was suggesting such an idea. The soldier said that if they go further, they will end up in the Yangzhou district, and they may start having problems because the Iron Blood Battalion may find out about this. The commander said that the soldiers' words make sense because there is a non-aggression treaty and they are not allowed to enter this territory. Suddenly, a man dressed in green clothes appeared near them. In his hand there was a sharp blade, which in its shape resembled a sickle, and he told these warriors that they should not worry. He said that he came here personally to send all these soldiers to another world and kill them. Therefore, they should not worry about breaking the treaty. The commander ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle and will not allow these warriors to get too close to them. He smiled and said that if these warriors do not resist, then he will kill them quickly and painlessly. But for this they just need to stand still and not move. After all, they will die anyway. The commander ordered all the soldiers to take a fighting stance and not listen to the words of this idiot because he alone will not be able to cope with the 5 best fighters of the Limitless Mansion. The warrior began to laugh very loudly and said that he had a lot of fun watching these naive soldiers try to defend themselves. He said that he has very good news for them, which they are unlikely to be happy about, and that is that he did not come here alone. The commander understood that he now had very big problems, and it was unlikely that he would be able to cope with such a small detachment against several incredibly strong warriors. Suddenly a noise was heard in the bushes and a man jumped out of the bushes. At the same second, another person jumped from a tree branch. Warriors in green clothes set up an ambush and drove the enemy into a trap. Now the soldiers could not just get out of here alive. In the forest the screams of dying soldiers could be heard and splashes of blood could be seen. Their dead bodies were found in the forest, and they began to examine them. They immediately realized that these were people from the Limitless Mansion. The guy opened the eyes of one of the soldiers with his fingers and said that their necks began to stiffen and their pupils were still clear and, apparently, they were killed about 2 hours ago. The guy told the leader of the bandits that there were no signs of battle here and apparently these soldiers were killed very quickly. The tramp scratched his beard and said that judging by the dead bodies, these were the same warriors again. The guy said that the wounds are the same as on the corpses in Yunhe County. The tramp said that they rushed on the road and the two received a letter from them and were still late in the evening and were one step ahead. The tramp ordered to gather all the beggars in the area and look through everything within a 2-mile radius. He asked them to bring him anything that seemed suspicious to them, even if it was dog shit. This group is engaged in illegal trade and a gang of bandits has been pursuing them for 6 months. But they cannot find anything. The tramp said that this time he should be on their tail. When he drank alcohol from a bottle, he immediately spat it out. The tramp started shouting at number 8 for touching his alcohol again, and then threw the bottle away and broke it. The Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy had been training since the morning. Hyuk watched as his students trained hard and followed all the commands that the older students showed. He smiled and was happy every time he saw the desire to train and become better in the eyes of his students. Suddenly, Murung appeared behind him and said that the academy was thriving and that was wonderful. She was incredibly beautiful that day and it felt as if the whole world was revolving around her. The sun was specially highlighting her with its rays. At such moments it is incredibly difficult for him to restrain himself and be cold towards her. Hyuk felt his cheeks turning red and immediately turned away. He said that before there were more students, and he is sure that soon everything will return to its place. She noticed his reaction and said she was impressed by his love and pride for the academy. Hyuk said that he has very good memories associated with this place. She said in a quiet voice that she also had good memories associated with him. She asked him if he treasures these memories as much as she does. Hyuk turned his head towards her and looked at her silently for a few seconds and looked into her eyes. He turned around and slowly began to walk away. He said that the memories associated with her are just ordinary memories. He remembered how happy they were at that moment in their lives and said that he had better forget about it and never remember it again. Murung started to get angry again and said that it was a lie. She didn't believe a single word he said. She explained to him once again so that he would finally remember that his lies do not work for her, and she knows that he does not really think so. Mergen started running after him and said that she didn't understand why he was behaving this way and she wanted to find out what the problem was in order to understand and find a solution. Hyuk said that it was better for her not to ask such questions and leave everything as it is. He turned his head towards her and asked, does she really want to know the truth? Because this truth will turn the world upside down. She said that she was ready to hear any answer, but she wanted to know the reasons and asked him to tell him what really happened. They stood for a long time and looked at each other. At that moment the young students were practicing new techniques on the training grounds and did not notice them at all. Hyuk couldn't decide for a long time to tell her this. But in the end he pulled himself together despite the fact that it was very difficult, and told her that he was suffering. She was shocked by this answer and did not understand what exactly he wanted to say by this. Hyuk stood opposite her and clenched his fists in order to correctly formulate his thought, and he said that when he sees her, the memories of those days capture him and it torments him. He said that these memories often come back to his mind and the pain that he never wants to experience appears again. He said he never wanted to see her suffer because of him again. Hyuk tried to be dishonest and frank and he explained to her that unbearable memories filled with more torment his soul and he does not want her to suffer because of him. He remembers the worst moments of his life when he looks at her, and is afraid that he might make her unhappy again. Hyuk put his hand on his chest and felt his heart beating very fast now, and said that he was afraid. He admitted to her that he was very afraid that this hell would resume, and he did not want this to happen because of him, and was afraid that he could become hell in her life. Hyuk Muzang came closer to her and looked into her eyes. He asked, "Do his words still seem like a lie?" Murong at that moment could not answer him anything and she just tried to hold back her tears and bit her lip. Hyuk saw her reaction and realized that if their dialogue continued further, he would also become very weak and sensual. Hyuk said that it would be better for her to go back to where she was supposed to be and it would be better for everyone. Murong stretched out her hand forward to stop him. With a trembling voice, she tried to somehow stop him and not let him go, but her hand stopped obeying her. She clenched her fingers into a fist and realized that he simply couldn't be stopped. It was very painful for her at that moment to realize that he was driving her away and was so easily ready to let her go. Hyuk started crying at that moment but covered his face with his hands so that she wouldn't see it. He tried to go as far as possible so that she wouldn't see him. Hyuk exhaled and told himself that he did everything right and acted as he should have done. He had to put an end to it once and for all and forget about the bad memory. But he understood that he would always love her anyway, and only by letting her go could number 5 live his life, and soon she would forget about him and be happy. Hyuk felt his heart starting to beat even faster, and he couldn't stop the pain. Suddenly a sword began to fly towards him very quickly. Hyuk caught this sword with his right hand and immediately drew attention to the person who threw this sword at him. He does not understand what is happening now. Hyuk saw a woman in a long dress slowly approaching him, holding a staff in her hand. The elder dragon warrior Papa stood in front of him and looked at him with a dissatisfied look. Hyuk asked this woman what she was doing here and why she threw the sword at him because he didn't do anything bad to her. She said that he would understand everything, but for this he needed to follow her. Papak made a quick forward move, then pushed off the ground and jumped. She quickly jumped between the houses. Hyuk started running after her in order to catch up with this woman. He ran very fast, but still she was ahead of him, and he didn't understand how the old woman could still run so fast. Hyuk saw that she led him to a deserted field and thought that it all looked very strange, and did not understand why they replaced him here. Papak told him to raise his sword up. Hyuk looked at her arrogantly and indifferently, and asked why she brought him here, and why she asked him to raise his sword up. The old woman hit the ground with her staff, and after that the ground began to tremble. Her staff released very strong energy, and a yellow explosion began to occur around her. Hyuk watched her radiate a huge amount of energy, and tried to cover his face with his hand. He covered his face with his hand. But I still don't understand why the old woman brought him here, and what she's trying to show him now. Papak once again ordered him to raise his sword up. She told him to do it immediately, and not make her wait long. Hyuk realized that the old woman was very serious about being angry with him. He assumed that she was angry with him from the Murim Alliance Patrol Unit No. 5 and because of their conflict. Papak said that it is better for him not to resist and prepare for battle because she is not ready to forgive him. She raised her staff up and flames appeared around her, emanating from her body and her staff. She made a swift leap forward and began to fly towards Hyuk Muzang. He saw that the old woman's staff was already as close as possible to his face, but he had a very good reaction and was able to dodge the blow of this staff at the very last moment, and not receive damage. She was very surprised when she saw that he was able to dodge, but she had heard a lot about his abilities, so she knew who she was dealing with. Hyuk didn't expect that the old woman would be so strong. Her staff began to burn. He felt the flame near his face. Hyuk was able to duck down, and at the very last moment dodged the blow. He understood that if he had not dodged now, he would no longer have a head on his shoulders. She turned her staff over so that the tip of the staff was now hanging on her hand, and she began to rotate her staff. Papa hit the wooden cane of the staff with her palm and delivered her blow. Hyuk immediately understood what she was going to do, so he was not very surprised when he saw that her staff was returning to him in a circular motion. He was ready for this attack and was able to block the blow of this staff. Now was the moment when he finally raised his sword up as she asked, and blocked her blow. Papa said that she had been taking care of the young lady since before she could walk, and that is why this girl is very important to her. She said that she dedicated her whole life to this girl and she is responsible for the safety of this young mistress and for her to be happy. She was very angry with him and said that he was arrogant and imagined himself to be the arbiter of destinies. Papak dealt another blow, and said that she could not forgive this guy for his actions because he hurt the heart of the young mistress. Her strength was incredibly strong and he tried to resist her, but his legs slowly stuck into the ground. Papak continued to talk about how the young mistresses are the strongest and bravest girls she knows, and every time Savora's father punished her or scolded her, she never blinked an eye, and certainly didn't cry. Papak remembered the moment when the lady began to cry for the first time in her entire life. She said that she had never noticed such behavior in her before, and had never seen her in such a state. Papak said that this guy is a terrible person since he was able to bring her to tears and therefore asked not to blame her for such cruelty, and used her most powerful attack. Hyuk was surprised when he saw that this old woman now wanted to use an enhanced attack against him. She simply raised it up and began to accumulate a huge amount of energy in her staff. She called this blow a special dragon technique number 3 called the dragon dance, and a huge flame flew towards the guy. When the fiery head of the dragon touched the body of this guy, a very large explosion occurred and stones began to fly in different directions. He stood motionless on his feet and was able to withstand this attack. The fog slowly began to fly away in different directions and dissipate. She could only now see that everything was fine with him after such a strong blow, and he was also standing on his own 2 feet. She raised her head up and was very surprised that nothing happened to him. Her staff touched his chest, but he was fine. The only thing she could do with her enhanced blow was to tear his clothes. Hyuk was like an indestructible wall. It seemed that no attack could penetrate him or injure him. He was like a rock that could not be moved. Papa, just now I realized that this guy studied the Shaolin Vajra body technique, which gives the owner incredible durability and protection. Hyuk asked this old woman if she had calmed down her anger, and was ready to finally stop doing this nonsense. He said that this should be enough for the old woman to release her anger, and finally calm down. He removed her staff from his chest, and said that it was time for him to go now. She couldn't believe that there was such a strong warrior in front of her now, but she was still infuriated by his arrogant character. Papak said that if he thinks that he is the most outstanding warrior in the whole world, then he is mistaken and there is a better military man than him. Papak turned her head and saw that he was not listening to her at all and forbade him to go out, and said that this was an order, but he still continued to move on. She said that she would not leave it just like that, and would take revenge on him for making the young mistress cry. Hyuk Muzang suddenly stopped when he heard these words from the old woman. He said that her tears are the main reason why he would be forced to do this. Papak was listening to him attentively at that moment, but she didn't understand what exactly he wanted to say. Hyuk tried to explain to her that all the problems that connect him and the lady happen only because who he is and can't do anything about it. She saw him make a swift jump up, but she didn't even notice how quickly he did it. Papak suddenly realized that she was left here completely alone, and there was no one around her. She saw that there were many pits of dents around her after the battle, and she asked herself who this monster was because he didn't even draw his sword when he fought with her. He returned home to his room to change his clothes. Hyuk threw the torn shirt away and went to the closet to get new clothes. He took out a white shirt from the closet and began to put it on so that no one would suspect that something had happened to him. Suddenly he noticed that drops of blood from his body began to slowly drip onto the floor. He wiped the blood from his mouth, and said that he would be unlucky if the old woman actually wanted to kill him. Hyuk Muzang Lyoka on his bed and finally decided to relax. He thought that now it's all over and he can rest. He understood that despite the pain that we now have to experience, there is no longer a reason to see her, and said goodbye to her in his head. Suddenly, he heard a knock on his door and the voice of junior student Kang Won-hyun. Hyuk allowed the student to enter. The guy said that someone came from the Limitless Mansion and wants to see the senior student. Hyuk immediately jumped out of bed and looked at the guy in surprise. He was not prepared for the fact that someone would now decide to come to them from the Boundless Mansion. The Boundless Mansion clan is a martial faction founded 80 years ago by Union Jachul, a disciple of the Kongtong sect in the eastern region. This clan once had a high position and status comparable to the 9 great sects, and they had allies and active support of the Murim Alliance. It was they who faced the Iron Blood Battalion, one of the 4 troops of the Demon Union that dominated the western regions. I took my chin with my hand and thought that, however, he heard that now it does not exist in reduced sizes and the sect is closed, so they have hard times on the table. Song Chan-woo, the chief manager of the Boundless Mansion, was very worried and asked the elders if the Heavenly Sword Goddess was actually here now. The old man slowly poured tea for his guest, and did not understand how he knew that the young ladies were now at the academy. The dream said that he could not believe his ears and his happiness because in fact the lady was here now and the rumors he heard were true. Song bowed and asked the head of the academy to help the Limitless Mansion. He said that he needed to meet with the senior patrol of the Murim Alliance, and if the elder did this, he would never forget his mercy. Hyuk couldn't believe that this man needed to meet her. After all, he had just driven me away. He barely managed to do it. It all happened only because he listened to the advice of his older brother, and do everything as he asked. Goku was already so angry that he could not restrain himself. His body was shaking. I know how to thirst for blood. He wanted to kill his enemy as quickly as possible. His rage pissed him off. He lost control of his mind and acted very. Gok swung his sword and wanted to put an end to this noob once and for all. He shouted to him that now this guy can only. Hyuk shouted a new clue to his younger brother. He told him to take one step of the dragon and the tiger back, then make a second blow with the sword, and after the second blow immediately strike a third in order to. Yang jumped back and dodged the sword strike. He managed to dodge in time, so he didn't take any damage. I only used some energy to make the jump. Then he step by step began to follow the command of his older brother, and said 3 steps forward the first move with the ball of the dragon. Jen at that moment realized that everything he does works due to the fact that this strategy is correct, but this is all only because his older brother tells. Jan noticed that his sword began to touch the enemy more and more often, and Hyuk again began to give new instructions to his younger brother, and then he carried them out soundlessly because he understood that it worked. He gave me a quick kick with his leg right into the body of the enemy, and he flew back, unable to. Everything that Hyuk shouted helped him win this battle, even though the opponent was several times. Jan decided to apply the final fixing 7th move, thanks to which he should have completed a whole chain of combinations. A whole pool of blood drips on the floor, it stained the ground. Jan plunged his sword right into his enemy's chest and stuck it deep enough in there. The blood flew in all directions. Hyuk began to take steps towards this man. He step by step. Hyuk said that he assumes that the fight is over and he hopes that this person was not very difficult. Goku began to scream furiously and accuse them of using tricks because there was no other excuse for their fighting technique. No one could defeat him before, and he did not believe that this rural Hyuk got angry when he heard those words. He was hooked by this man's disrespect for his academy. He teleported right in front of him and stopped in front of his face, looking at him like he was a piece of garbage. Gok felt that he had angered this gentleman very much, and he himself became scared that he had. Hyuk decided not to wait for the right moment, and immediately hit her with a very fast strong blow to. He flew so fast that in flight he managed to break wooden doors and fly out of the territory of the academy. By this, Hyuk got tired right in front of him and said that he would have let him go just like that if this person hadn't said a lot of unnecessary things. Hyuk asked this person how he even has the right to disparage, and Goku looked at this guy and thought that he needed to ask for mercy. For the first time in his life, he saw a person who could scare. His hands began to shake, he lost control of his body and fear began to Gok understood that the only way out of this situation was to ask for forgiveness from this person. After all, only then would he began to bow to him and beg for mercy so that they would not kill him, let him go from here alive. Hyuk looked at the crowd of people who stood behind him and tried to determine from their reaction what he needs to do now. Gok understood that the only Hyuk nevertheless made a decision and said that he is now very good-natured and will still spare this man. But he ordered him to immediately get out of here and never return to this place again, because there would be no second mercy, they would simply kill him here. The brothers began to shout joyfully when they realized that everything was over. Hyuk nevertheless made a decision. Now very good-natured and 3 brothers jumped and rejoiced at their victory. The crowd rejoiced with them. They believe that Master Hyuk is their new heroes, the savior who is now able to protect this village. Night fell and someone very quickly ran through the forest without stopping. Joyfully when they realized that this man who fled turned out to be Gok. He wanted to get to his master as soon as it is that he still hurts early, but nevertheless, through the pain, he continued to. The thought that he had never seen such strong opponents did not leave him. The strength of this guy reaches the highest rank, or even stronger. But everything was not so simple. At some point, he heard that someone was approaching him. Hyuk's sword has already approached this bandit's face and touched the blade to his skin. Hyuk dealt him a very strong blow, after which this man's Goku crashed into a tree and fell to the ground along with this tree. He broke it when he came into contact with it with his body. Hyuk walked closer to him with slow steps and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you go back and report." He could not let go of a person who in the future could cause even more problems in Academy, and would bear anger at the students of this academy. Hyuk made him an offer he couldn't refuse. He said that if this man answered his question honestly, then he would kill him painlessly. He stood over him and waited for this guy to still make the right decision and decide. Chan said that Muzang has one difference from all the other students, and this is his weak trait. He is more cowardly than all the other students. Murong watched the teacher's movements and couldn't believe that he was capable of doing such unique techniques. Zhang emitted a large amount of blue energy, and his stick turned into a sword that could cut the ground. Chan immediately struck the ground with another stick and left another crack on the ground. He said that Hyuk is always afraid of losing someone, and is always afraid that someone important to him will get hurt, so he will repeat the marks of the sword number 100. Chan said that this guy is very afraid of losing a loved one, so he behaves distantly and coldly towards the lady. Chan said that these marks on the ground were left by Hyuk when he was doing the sword dance technique, and at that moment he was gripped by fear like no one else. Chan said that this technique is very rarely used in battle and it exists to throw out one's emotions, and he is sure that Hyuk at that moment was thinking about someone important to him. Chan put his stick on the ground and stopped. He began to breathe heavily because this technique was already too difficult for him at that age, and he said that, as he thought, it was impossible for such an old man to repeat this sword dance. He asked the lady's forgiveness for a performance unworthy of the standards of a senior patrolman. She asked the teacher not to apologize to her for this performance, and to consider herself worthy. Tears were running down her cheeks, and she said that the sword dance she had just seen was the best she had ever seen, and she was very moved. Chan once again decided to ask the young lady, "Does she really want to go to where she is supposed to be now?" Muruan looked away and said that this was all very strange, but it would be better for her. Chan started laughing because he said that the situation was very strange because he couldn't even imagine where the senior patrolman should be. Chan tried to calm the girl down, and said that he hopes that this place she is going to coincides with her desires and it will be good there. She put a cup of tea on the table and everyone immediately reacted to this sound. Murong listened to the old man's words and thought that she herself chooses where she should be. She turned to Manager Song and asked what exactly does this gentleman want? The dream did not know where to start, and tried to explain to the young mistress that their boundless mansion was in such a difficult situation that he was forced to come and kneel before the mistress. And she said that as Master Hyuk said earlier, she is a patrolman of the North Murim and her capabilities here are limited. And yet she wants to know what happened. Sun explained that he had already submitted dozens of petitions to the Murim Alliance, and the senior Western patrolman refused to meet with him in person and ignored all his requests. Sleep said in a trembling voice that he and his clan have been waiting for an answer for a year, but unfortunately there is still no news. Murong thought that it was very strange if they didn't give their answer, because this is already a cause for concern and the usual answer comes after 3 months or a maximum of 6. But if it has come to this, it means they are either being ignored or there is a snag in the process. He handed over a letter from the Boundless Mansion and said that he was asking the lady to help them so that this letter would be considered by the management of the Murim Alliance. Song said that after the war, the Kongtong sect closed and the support they received from the Murim Alliance ceased. Their Boundless Mansion was abandoned to the mercy of fate, and at the same time the Iron Blood Battalion became stronger and expanded its sphere of influence, and at this rate they will take over the entire region. Sleep suddenly turned pale and his skin began to change color. He said that this was not all the problems that happened in his clan. He said that recently a strange force has appeared that is causing concern. This is a secret powerful group and they have already killed many of his masters. He said that Boundless Mansion could not deal with this alone and hoped that the Alliance would conduct a thorough investigation in Gansu province. Murong sat at her desk and looked at this letter carefully. She needed to make a decision and think carefully. The dream understood that the fate of his clan now depended on the decision of this lady, and therefore she simply sat obediently and waited. Hyuk thought that things are now very bad for this clan. After all, this problem is only part of Gansu and in particular the problem of the western region. He watched this gentleman and thought that the request of the Limitless Mansion is important, but the senior of the north cannot help him with anything, and moreover, the senior patrol of the west is suspiciously avoiding this problem. Which is also what number 5 doesn't like and she most likely refuses. Murong thought well and smiled and said that she would take on this matter. Hyuk at that moment was ready to fall into the ground because he did not understand what was motivating the mistress at that moment. Murong said that Mr. Song made his request on time because Madam was now going to visit all her colleagues and would be able to deliver this letter. Mr. Song was incredibly happy when he heard a positive response from Madam, and he didn't know how to thank her. But she demanded due compensation for the hardship of missing due procedures. The dream said that if the lady is simpler than compensation, then they will try to prepare a proper reward. She said that she has no right to receive anything from the boundless mansion, but since he is a Murim martial artist, then they will do things differently and ask for favor or request for request. Murong looked at Master Hyuk and said that she had one suitable candidate. She said that if Master Hyuk promises to listen to her request whenever and whatever she asks, then she will gladly accept Manager Song's request. Murong smiled and asked Master Hyuk if he was ready to make such an offer in order to save the limitless mansion. Papak looked at the young mistress with contempt and did not understand what exactly this girl wanted and what she was up to. Papa suddenly realized that thanks to the young mistress, she had just been able to see this guy's stupid face. The old woman began to understand what the young mistress's plan was. She even liked this idea, because watching this narcissist walk looks like a real fool is a special kind of pleasure. Hyuk asked the lady to stop and he said that the limitless mansion should be paid for by the senior patrolman himself, but Hyuk definitely had nothing to do with it. Mr. Song began to beg the guy to fulfill the young lady's request and agree to her demands. He said that if Master Hyuk helps them with this matter, then the Boundless Mansion will help establish a Chamber of Commerce, which the Dragon and Tiger Martial Academy also wants. Hyuk Musang at that moment thought about the gentleman's offer because it sounded very tempting. He said that the Chamber of Commerce is an ancient dream of a teacher. The presence of a chamber guarantees the income of the academy, and will give them an impetus for development in the future. Old Man Chan put his hand on this guy's shoulder and asked him not to burden himself too much. Chan said that the request came to him, and the boy must decide for himself what he will do, and no one is forcing him to agree. But opening a chamber of commerce would be a very good idea. Hyuk looked at his teacher at that moment, and thought that he didn't know what to do right. Chan began to convince the boy that he does not have to feel guilty if he refuses, but if he makes the right decision, it will have a good effect on the academy. Chan began to lead the guy aside in order to talk with him face to face. He hid his hand back and showed with his thumb that everything would be fine and he could convince this guy. Murong laughed and realized that Old Man Chan would do everything possible to make the young mistress feel comfortable. Chan bowed to the young lady and said that it was part of his academy to welcome Ms. Murong and Ms. Papa as guests. Murong said that it was me who was researching to thank the master for such a warm welcome, and she said that she hopes that the next time they meet, everything will be fine at the academy. Master Chan and his students saw off these ladies and watched them drive off into the distance. Papak said that this idiot who is called the head student did not even dare to come to see them off. Murong asked her assistant not to worry about it and to leave him alone. Papak was very surprised when she saw that the lady was not at all angry with this idiot. Murong said that she had no need to be angry with him, and she was calm about this situation. Hyuk sat alone in the room and waited for the young mistress to leave the city. He felt that number 5 had just left Yeonjo County, and he realized that it was finally over and now he could calm down. He remembered her smile and thought that he promised her to listen to her request. And this promise worried him, but they no longer had any reason to meet other than this request. He understood that the young mistress was up to something, but he could not fully understand her cunning plan. Papak still couldn't calm down, and wanted to find out from the young mistress what the meaning of her plan was. Papak asked why the young lady accepted the letter from the Boundless Mansion, because in her position she does not allow interference in the affairs of the West. Murong replied that everything is fine. She has one very interesting idea. Murong said that her idea is that she will ask the Murim Alliance to transfer her to the Western region. When Papak heard the young mistress's idea, she almost fell off her horse. After all, this answer was shocking to her. A man ran to the main entrance of the academy shouting the name Hyuk Musang very loudly. Hyuk went outside and asked this man why he was shouting. After all, he had already warned more than once that you should not make noise in the sacred academy. This man was Cha Myung-jun. He was Hyuk Musang's best friend and worked as a senior inspector of the Yeonjo County Bureau. Cha asked his friend to save him. Cha Myung-jun said that he is now in a very difficult situation. It is difficult for him to remain quiet. Hyuk said that this guy could have praised his joke. Cha suddenly started laughing at his friend's jokes so that he could see that he cared. But after a few seconds he stopped laughing, and after that he said that he needed to get down to business quickly. Hyuk began to pick his nose with his finger, and said that he would first listen to what the problem was and then decide whether he would help or not. Cha said that 2 days ago, 3 courtesans disappeared nearby. This happened in the small house of incense. Best brothel in Yangzhou County. In this place there was a courtesan named Erin. She was exceptionally good at playing the zither and was especially loved by all the officials of the district. Cha said that he was ordered to return this girl within 3 days, and today the deadline expires and he didn't even find her from the traces, and asked Hyuk to find this girl at any cost because he was always good at finding clues. Hyuk asked how she disappeared. Cha said that 3 days ago from 9 to 11 o'clock in the evening they entertained 3 merchants, apparently very noisy, and then the room suddenly became quiet, and even after 2 hours no one came out. The manager came in to check. By that time they had disappeared without a trace. The manager and the guard said that they had never seen these merchants before because they were dressed like merchants, but there was no evidence of their activities. Cha said that he was sure that these merchants were guilty of this, and most likely they were martial artists in disguise. Most likely they used some kind of technique to escape through the window. Hyuk looked at his friend with a very contemptuous look and thought that his friend was very strange. Hyuk said that he was surprised by how Cha talks about obvious things as if they were something very surprising. Hyuk said that it is obvious that this courtesan was stolen by martial artists. Hyuk went to the window on the top floor of the academy and said that he was in the form of footprints on the roof of the opposite building. Hyuk said that these people are not familiar with the yellow sand here. They most likely did not know that they were making marks on the roof because it was already dark, and they must be outstanding masters if they were able to go so far. Cha was surprised when he heard that he was dealing with real martial artists, and now he realized that it was only because of this that he could not find them. Hyuk climbed onto the window and said that he needed to find the girl as soon as possible, and he would do it as quickly as he could. Cha ran up to his friend and hugged him and started screaming that he had to stop. Hyuk didn't understand what exactly this guy wanted right now, because now he was simply fulfilling his request. Cha said that Muzang cannot fulfill this request even if it is an order from county officials. Cha said that he couldn't let the senior student fight alone against real martial artists. Cha said that despite the fact that he is the eldest student here and the most important one in the academy for the Murim Alliance, he is just a small worm and therefore he cannot let his friend go to this death. Muzang at that moment began to get very angry. Hyuk said that Cha doesn't know anything but what Hyuk can do now and asked him not to worry about such stupidity. Hyuk saw that people at the bottom of the street began to gather in a crowd and laugh at the fact that 2 guys on the top floor were hugging. Hyuk was tired of this guy's stupid screams and decided to hit him on the head so that he would finally calm down. Hyuk Muzang made a swift leap upward and went in search of the missing courtesan. Limitless Mansion Crime Scene Mount Xiaoyao. The tramp sat on a stone and watched as other beggars and homeless people gathered around him. He straightened his mustache with his fingers and said that he had a conversation for these guys. The tramp said that he was very upset because none of his gang could find anything that could help them find these killer warriors. The guy said that he and all the other tramps were very sorry, but even their dogs could not pick up the trail of these people because they were very well prepared. The tramp said that every time he barely thinks that they are about to capture these bandits, he immediately escapes him. The tramp suddenly heard the voice of a woman who was slowly approaching him and could not believe his cars. After all, this voice was familiar to him. Murung bowed to the tramp and said that she had not seen him for a long time, and the grandfather divine beggar nicknamed Phantom Mask always pleases her with his smile. The tramp smiled at the lady and said that if she came here to see Gu Muriak, then she wasted her time because he is now in Yunha County requesting number 100. Murung said that she was not here for that, but she just wanted to see her grandfather. The Phantom Mask was nearby. The tramp said that he always feels when she is lying and said that if she has already come here to meet him, then she has some kind of request for him. Murung said that the beggar grandfather was always difficult to deceive, and he is right because she wants to ask him, as one of the elders of the beggar gang, to write her a letter of recommendation, and she said that she can offer him her help in return within reason. The tramp looked at her in surprise. His eyes lit up. I didn't expect such a lady to offer her help in return. Murung asked if the tramp's grandfather knew about the bloodhound of Myriad Verst. Hawkshaw Myriad Miles, the greatest bloodhound in the Central Plains, will not miss the trace of even the ghost. The tramp asked why the lady mentions the old man who does not leave his quarter in the Murim Alliance. Murung said that the tramp must know about his secret student whom he trained personally, and in the end he surpassed even his teacher. The tramp looked at the lady in surprise and said that he was surprised that this arrogant idiot left an heir who surpassed him. Murung said that she cannot tell where this grandfather's disciple is now until the whole of Jianghu is in danger. But she can tell the tramp's grandfather that this heir taught her tracking techniques. The tramp was shocked when he heard that the young lady knew this great tracking technique and could help him find these scoundrels. Papa was very surprised when she heard that the young lady had just started lying to these people. Papak said that she had been watching the young mistress since childhood and did not remember the mistress learning similar tracking techniques. The tramp was disappointed when he heard that the lady didn't know how to do anything and then turned around and ordered the rest of the beggars to hit the road. The tramp suddenly heard the old woman say that she and the young mistress had not seen each other for 5 years when she served the Mirenii alliance, during which time she learned these techniques. The tramp ordered his subordinate beggars to stop because he wanted to talk more with the young mistress. Grandfather Phantom Mask said that if the lady had trained in these techniques for 5 years, then she would use them to carry out the order to destroy the demons. The tramp remembered that it was during those 5 years that this arrogant ranger was a teacher. He remembered that at that moment in this bloodhound's life there was one guy whom he highly appreciated, and this guy had never made a mistake in tracking the enemy in all 5 years. The tramp asked the young lady whether the guy nicknamed Number 100 could be a student of this great detective. Murung didn't know what to answer to the tramp's grandfather now, and therefore began to get nervous. Murung said that everything was completely wrong, but the tramp and the old woman did not understand why the girl answered like that because it was obvious. Hyuk picked his finger in his ear and walked carefree through the forest in search of a courtesan. He said that he was absolutely sure that these martial artists went in that direction, and he could not even think that they had the courage to hide so close to Mount Xiaoyao. Hyuk said that these guys thought everything through very carefully and tried very well to hide their tracks. Hyuk said that usually in the mountains or in a deep forest it is much easier to track someone than in the city because no one really walks here, but these guys managed to disappear without a trace in this place. He closed his eyes and thought that he should try to listen to his surroundings. As soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately heard some kind of scream in the depths of the forest, and turned his attention to it. Hyuk ran towards this scream in order to find out who was making such sounds and what happened. An old man was lying on the ground. It was Forester Cha. He was a man with a very strong physique, but nevertheless he moved very slowly and for some reason it was very painful for him to become. Hyuk saw Grandpa Cha lying on the ground and asked if everything was okay with the old man. The forester said that he stumbled and fell, but it was okay. Then he said that nowadays he constantly falls and maybe this is due to the fact that he did not train his legs enough. Hyuk began to help grandfather the forester collect logs and said that grandfather looked very good and did not look like old age had come to him. The forester replied that no one can defeat time and at some point everyone grows old and becomes weak. Hyuk said that he will never believe that Grandpa Cha we are a weak person because he is the strongest forester in the world. Cha said that it's all about his age and his vision is getting worse and he constantly crashes into something and falls. He said that recently he even got lost in the forest. Hyuk asked the forester if he had noticed anything suspicious in the forest lately. The forester said that apart from the haunted house, he noticed practically nothing strange in the forest. He said that there was a place in the forest where Hyuk used to take his students and friends to catch ghosts, and it was an abandoned house that was located in a clearing. The forester said that it had recently disappeared for unexplained reasons a few days ago, and he said that he walks past this house every day, but for some reason he disappeared 2 days ago. Hyuk thought that this all sounded very strange and maybe there really were ghosts or some other creatures there. Hyuk took the old man by the hand and said that he needed to go home to rest and that tomorrow Grandpa would feel better. And he asked him to throw a bunch of firewood to the academy along the way and gave him money for this firewood. The forester was surprised when he saw that this guy had just given him a silver coin and said that it was too much money for his service. Hyuk said that he paid a little more as a token of gratitude for the help and useful information. The forester suddenly saw how this guy very suddenly began to run away towards an abandoned house, and thought that this was all very strange. He shouted to the guy that it was Hyuk who helped his grandfather with firewood, and that he should thank the boy. But for some reason everything happened quite the opposite. Hyuk stood on a tree branch, and watched what was happening below. He drew his attention to the fact that the house had actually disappeared and now there were even bushes growing there, as if this house had never been here. Hyuk understood that this was all for a reason and most likely they made a shelter here, it distorts all feelings, and the guy is sure that his grandfather was lost here and fell apart somewhat. It was because of this shelter. Hyuk Musang concluded that this is an unusual kidnapping, and he cannot allow such suspicious people to be in Yangzhou County. In an invisible house near the steps stood two children in red clothes. The guy who was standing near the steps decided to wake up his partner, who was now sleeping sitting on these steps. The guy who was sitting on the steps said that some ordinary student of the combat academy was approaching them, and he was unlikely to be able to see anything from behind the cover. Hyuk touched the invisible force field with his hand and felt that there was actually a magical barrier here that did not allow him to pass. He suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the two guys who were near the entrance to the house. These guys were surprised when they saw the look of this combat academy student, and he seemed to be looking right at them. Hyuk smiled and realized that his guesses were true. Hyuk put his hand forward and touched the force field with his finger, after which the force field suddenly disappeared. The guards could believe their eyes. After all, this student had just been able to somehow magically overcome their barrier. He grabbed his sword with his hand and said that they are now in trouble because of this student. After 1 second, Hyuk was already behind this guard and wanted to twist his head. He quickly broke the neck of this guard and dealt with them in a few seconds. The two guards fell to the ground and could no longer resist. Hyuk said that these guys have very weak skills, but their sword is quite decent and is very expensive. Hyuk heard another man dressed in green clothes approaching him, and this man slowly walked down the steps. This man said that he was very surprised by such an unexpected visit from an unfamiliar guest. Hyuk saw this man's clothes and immediately realized that this was the last demon of the Phantom 3 of Annam. Hyuk asked why Annam people are hiding in Gansu. The man was very surprised and amazed at the knowledge of this guy, because he said that the student's very unusual mood. He knows this about the three brothers. He said that if this guy knows who they are, then there is no need to waste your time getting to know each other. One of the brothers asked how the guy could find this and could he be from the Limitless Mansion. The third brother said that the rumors about the Boundless Mansion were true and he couldn't even think that these guys would send such a weakling here. Hyuk listened to their dialogue and immediately realized that these were the people who were attacking the Boundless Mystery Mansion and hindering the clan's progress. He said that now he is not surprised to see them because after all, in the south of Nirim, the Phantom 3 are notorious for their first-class murders and cunning coordination techniques, and even an expert from the Limitless Mansion would have a hard time dealing with them. But he said that this has nothing to do with him. Hyuk asked these three brothers, are they connected with the kidnapping of the courtesan? The first brother looked at this guy in surprise and asked him to ask this question again. They suddenly started laughing very loudly when they heard that it was the weakling who had come here looking for a courtesan. The first brother was finally able to calm down, and he apologized for his laughter. He said that he did not expect such a question, and could not even think that this young guy would go such a long way to save the girl. The third brother asked the guy if he was a pimp because there was no other reason to look for this girl. He said that the idiots they shot down were very well dressed, like village idiots. Hyuk said that now it is clear to him that it was they who locked 12 people in the basement. The second brother was very surprised when he heard these words. Here is a boy. He could not even think that this boy could sense other people within a radius. Hyuk said that besides these three brothers, there are 18 more people in the house. 13 are on the first floor and 5 on the second. All of them seem to be novice first-rank masters. Hyuk asked them what a large number of guys capable of destroying serious combat groups were doing on the edge of the mountain. Apart from these cheap kidnappings, the first brother said that this guy has a rather acute sense of chi. But they have been talking for too long, and it's time for the boy to understand what place he has now ended up in. Hyuk took the sword in his hand and said that in total there are now 21 martial artists in this house. Hyuk Musang said that one blow will be enough to deal with all these opponents. The third brother at that moment was in a state of rage. He was annoyed at the arrogance of this guy. Hyuk stood calmly and waited for all three of these brothers to approach him at a sufficient distance to counterattack them. The first brother thought that even a top-ranking martial artist could easily destroy their technique. The three of them wield extremely fast weapons, which most masters of the Central Plains are not used to, and it is unlikely that anyone will be able to cope alone against three brothers. Hyuk easily dodged the first blow that was dealt to him and barely even moved from his spot. Two brothers decided to attack the guy from behind from both sides so that he definitely had no opportunity to evade. The first brother made wide blows to block the opportunity for this guy to escape. But suddenly he felt that blood was slowly starting to appear on his face, and his face and arm were very painful. Hyuk performed an incredibly fast attack with which he was able to defeat 3 brothers at once with one blow. He cut the bodies of these guys using only one blow, and then put his sword back in its sheath. Hyuk realized that the sword he stole from the dead guard was much more convenient than his last sword. Hyuk began to walk towards the house and said that despite the fact that these guys are very bad, they are very careful about the choice of their weapons. He entered the building and slammed the door. After this publication they began to hear the screams of the soldiers who were guarding the house from the inside that an outsider had entered. After a few seconds, terrible screams of pain from these warriors began to be heard from the house. On the walls of this building there was blood inside that slowly flowed down. The whole house was now stained with blood from the inside, the walls, the doors were broken, and there were corpses on the floor. Hyuk took his hand by the neck of one of the warriors who was still alive. Hyuk killed absolutely everyone who was in the building and he left the last war to interrogate him. Hyuk said that it is better for this guy to answer the questions that will be asked of him now. Hyuk said that if this guy is honest and obediently answers questions then he will kill him very quickly and painlessly. Murong, she sat on one knee and felt the ground with her hand, trying to find traces of her. All the other beggars were there and were waiting. She carefully looked at the footprints on the ground and tried to find some trace. The tramp didn't understand why Murong was trying to find something in this grass for so long, and the old woman suggested that maybe the young lady was pretending to have mastered the Pathfinder technique. But in fact, she was acting at random. Murong turned to these 2 chatty old men and said that if they don't trust her, she can stop right now. The tramp felt awkward and said that he never doubted the young mistress. The beggars were surprised that it was the young lady who could just scare the ghostly mask. The tramp said that he had been waiting for a very long time, so he was interested in the young mistress if she could find out anything. Murong said that unfortunately she could not find any traces because the last traces that these people left ended in this place. She said that she was absolutely sure that these people were here, but their traces end in this place. If they cleared the traces it would be visible, but there are not even traces of clearing here. The tramp and the old woman did not understand how this was even possible, and the tramp asked the lady, "Is she really ready to retreat and give up this business?" Murong said that she found something much more interesting than the traces of these warriors, and now their problems are much easier to solve than they thought. The tramp looked at the young lady in surprise and asked what exactly she found. Murong said that if they want to see otherwise they need to follow her. The tramp saw very fresh tracks on the ground, thought that they had been chasing those guys for 2 days, and it was unlikely that these were their tracks. Murong said that these tracks stretch all the way and end here where the tracks of these guys disappeared. She said that this man's tracks lead to the same place, and most likely he is pursuing these people for the same reason as them. The tramp and the old woman were very surprised when they found out this, and they asked who this person could be who was also looking for these warriors. Murong said that his leg size was 21.6 centimeters long and 7.6 centimeters wide and his weight was about 97 kilograms. This guy stood straight and his weight was distributed evenly on these footprints. She said that the shoe print is the same as the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Murong said that these footprints belonged to number 100 and he recently passed here. Hyuk held this guy with his hand against the wall, and said that he had better answer all the questions, and then he would be killed quickly and painlessly. This guy said that Hyuk is a real monster, but he can't kill him because it's impossible to kill someone who is already dead. Hyuk was very surprised when he heard these words from the guy, and did not understand what exactly he meant. Suddenly it was Yours who started coughing and clenched his teeth tightly. His body slowly began to turn purple and he began coughing up blood. Hyuk saw this guy just commit suicide, so he threw him on the floor. Hyuk Muzang immediately realized that this man had just taken poison, but he was not ready for this guy to go that far. Hyuk turned around and thought that he first needed to find the missing courtesans and save them. Hyuk saw some strange boxes near the wall that were covered with black cloth and thought that he definitely needed to see what these boxes were. He came closer to these boxes and removed the black cloth, after which he slowly began to open the lids of the boxes. Hyuk saw that inside the boxes there were purple tablets, and they emitted some very strong energy. Hyuk took one tablet and began to sniff it in order to understand what exactly this tablet does, and why it was created. Thanks to his heightened senses, he himself felt the properties of this pill. He burned it in his hands and watched as the tablet slowly disappeared, turning into ashes. Suddenly Hyuk felt a very strange sound and realized that it was an unusual sound, and these were the voices of people communicating with each other, but he could not understand what they were talking about. Hyuk saw the entrance to the basement, and thought that people are now downstairs and they are locked in the basement. He opened the door and asked if there was anyone downstairs and said that everything was clear now so they could safely go out. At that moment, an angry girl attacked him holding a sharp iron needle in her hands. She thought it was the bandit who sent them here. Hyuk stopped her with his hand. He took her hands in his palm and she dropped the needle. The needle fell to the floor and flew off to the side. Hyuk asked this girl to calm down. He smiled at her and said that everything is fine now, she doesn't have to worry. Hyuk looked into her eyes and said that he came here to save her. She looked at this guy and realized that he had very kind, beautiful eyes, and his facial features actually looked like a kind person. Tears began to appear in her eyes at that moment, and it seemed that she was now paying. But suddenly she decided to spit right in his face and accumulated a large amount of saliva in her mouth. She said that she didn't believe him and asked what he was up to this time. If he wanted to mock her, she asked, it's better to kill her right away. Suddenly another girl came out from the basement and immediately recognized this guy. She said that she was glad to see Muzang. This girl was very touched that he came here to save her. Hyuk didn't understand how this girl knew him because he was seeing her for the first time in his life. She pounced on him and immediately started hugging him. She said that she was very pleased to know that brother Muzang came here to save her from these monsters. Hyuk felt very awkward at that moment and did not understand what to do. After all, he had never seen this girl before. Murong made a very surprised expression on her face because what she saw shocked her. In front of them was a stone that they had recently passed, and people did not understand how they ended up here again. After all, they were following in the footsteps of number 100, and this is the third time they have come across this stone. Papak asked the lady to stop and admit that she had lied. Muruin replied that it was she who found the traces of number 100. Papak said that no one is sure that these are his traces. The tramp scratched his mustache and said that the young mistress was leading them in the right direction. At that moment, absolutely everyone was surprised because they didn't understand why the tramp had just said that the young mistress was leading them correctly. The tramp asked everyone to look up carefully, and they saw that there was an array of distortion above them, and only now they did not understand that because of this they could not find their traces. Murong looked at her maid with a very reproachful look and showed her all her anger. The tramp said that a gang of beggars should take care of this matter. After all, no one can cope with this task better than them. He came closer to the invisible force field and said that technology is not always required to destroy such an energy array. He made a very quick movement with his left hand to accumulate energy for me. After that, he made exactly the same movement with his right hand, and also accumulated energy in it. The tramp said that in the West there is an old expression that goes like this: knock and the door will open, and if the barrier breaks in front of you, so says the wisdom. Murong thought that the tramp was now trying to break the barrier with brute force. She had never heard of such a method. Murong looked at the tramp grandfather and thought that he had a very strong internal energy strength, and this is the strength of the greatest master of the beggar gang, one of the 10 experts in Mirim. The tramp saw something very strange and stopped. He noticed that there were already cracks in the barrier that protects this place. Murong said that the tramp grandfather had not yet struck, but cracks had already appeared in the barrier and suggested that his strength was so great that he could break this barrier without touching him. The tramp said that he didn't do it, but someone did it before him. He saw that there was already a hole in the force field from which there were a large number of cracks and assumed that the guy had already taken care of everything before them. The tramp hit this crack and suddenly they saw a very bright light that began to blind them. They tried to cover their faces with their hands so as not to see this bright light. After all, if you look at it for a long time, you can lose your sight. Murong only now I realized that number 100 is right here, and all this time he was several steps ahead of them. Hyuk held the courtesan in his arms who recognized him and carried him slowly out of the house so that she would feel calm. Hyuk said that he remembered her, and she used to be a little geisha student who studied the art of geisha. Hyuk said that I haven't seen him for a long time. He now feels as if just yesterday she was waiting for him behind the academy and bringing him rice cakes. Hyuk said that he was very glad to see his old friend, such an adult and beautiful girl, and he said that he had heard a lot about what a famous singer she had become. She replied that she was not a singer. The other geisha were shocked that this guy actually saved them. Hyuk suddenly stopped and froze in place as if his body had frozen and turned into ice. His face suddenly turned blue. The geisha who was hanging on his back couldn't understand why his brother was acting so strangely now. Geisha asked Brother Hyuk, who is this woman who is standing in front of them now and emitting demonic fire from her body. Murong pretended that everything was fine with her now and said that she was very glad to meet Master Hyuk again. Hyuk was scared when he saw his ex-girlfriend in this place and didn't understand what to do. He was so scared that he dropped the geisha who was sitting on his back. Hyuk understood that he was now in a very convenient situation and tried to explain that he was only carrying this girl because she sprained her ankle. Merjin pretended that everything was fine and that she was absolutely adequate to this situation because there were no feelings between them anymore. Hyuk asked what is she doing here. She replied that she just wanted to walk here. The tramp said that they have been pursuing one group for a long time and Murongamwa is helping them track them down. He asked if there was anyone inside the building besides these girls. Hyuk said that he met thugs inside the house who stole these girls and killed them all. The tramp was very surprised when the guy said that he single-handedly killed all these strong warriors. He asked was there anything else strange in the building? Hyuk tried to remember if he noticed anything else suspicious in this house, and at that moment the courtesans were carefully watching him. Murong noticed that suddenly a red barrier of energy appeared between them. Hyuk said that he saw something very strange in the house. It was a mountain of boxes containing aphrodisiac pills. The tramp said that he knew that there would be boxes of aphrodisiac pills there. Murong and the old woman were shocked when they heard this. They didn't understand. Why would you need erection pills to become a monster? The geisha suddenly realized that they couldn't hear these people talking at all, but they were standing very close to them. It was strange. The tramp ordered General Jiang to take 10 guys with him and find out what poison the suicide used and remove all the aphrodisiac from the house. Hyuk said that there are no more aphrodisiac pills because he burned absolutely all the pills. The tramp was upset and asked why the guy did this because these pills could be a very important clue. Hyuk said that he took one pill with him just in case, and the tramp began to laugh. He said that he can always count on this guy and asked him to give this pill to him because he wants to use it to track down the bandits. Hyuk took the pill in his hands and said that he would give it to the tramp, but he had one condition. The tramp was scared because he didn't understand what exactly this guy would want to ask for now. Hyuk said that his conditions are very simple. He wants the tramp to open a beggar gang department here in Yangzhou. Hyuk said that after the visit of the manager of the Boundless Mansion, he realized something and apparently the Murim Alliance left Yangzhou, and most likely forgot about the whole of Gansu. Hyuk said that he has great power in his hands, but can the Iron Blood Battalion, the Bloody Curse gang of the Poles, take over this place if the Iron Blood Battalion interferes with him? It will not be easy for him to cope alone, especially now that they are strong enough to change the ghostly Anam 3. Hyuk said that now he has no other reliable protection other than a gang of beggars. The tramp was shocked by such a proposal and he didn't even know what to answer right away. Hyuk said that if the tramp now agrees to this offer, he will give him the aphrodisiac. The tramp said that he is the head of this gang, but his power has a limit, and besides, the Iron Blood Battalion Limitless Mansion signed a non-aggression agreement in Yangzhou County. Hyuk asked the tramp is he really scared and afraid that the great gang of beggars will have problems with the Iron Blood Battalion? The tramp at that moment became very angry because the guy hurt his feelings and his pride. The tramp began to emit very strong fire energy from his body, and said that no one dares to provoke a gang of beggars. Murong said that things are very bad now because the tramp grandfather is very angry. Murong noticed that now the pressure in the air has become even stronger than before, and this means that the tramp grandfather is emitting very strong energy. Hyuk asked the tramp to calm down and give him a chance to explain. Hyuk Muzang said that the food in Yangzhou County is incredibly delicious, and there is no place that can compare with this county for its delicious food. Merjin was beside herself with rage. She didn't understand what this guy was talking about now, and why he was saying such nonsense. Hyuk said that many traders pass through their district, and they have mastered various ingredients of cooking techniques, and he is sure the students of the beggar gang will be happy when they try this food. The tramp suddenly calmed down and listened to everything this guy said to him. He stopped and decided to think about it carefully. Suddenly the tramp began to laugh very loudly. He laughed so loudly that he could be heard at the other end of the forest, and said that I have never met such a cunning guy as Hyuk Musang. The tramp said that he agreed with this proposal but explained that no beggar would refuse a place with good food. Merjin doesn't understand how this idiot manages to constantly get out of such difficult dialogues. The tramp put 2 fingers forward and said that he wanted to equalize the terms of this agreement, and said that everything would be fair if Hyuk paid him 2 debts that he had to fulfill. Musang smiled and said that he would easily forget about these 2 requests, and the tramp can consider that he has already fulfilled them. Hyuk said that he had already written off these 2 debts at the moment when the tramp promised to find Chan's brother. The tramp said that Hyuk is a crafty man. He must have the last word. Hyuk replied that the tramp flatters him. The tramp said that he wanted to ask number 100 something else. Hyuk said that he would be happy to answer his question. A tramp asked a guy whether people from Yangzhou County often give money to beggars. Hyuk said that all the people who live here are very kind, and he is sure that they will give money to beggars. The general of the beggar gang at that moment realized that Hyuk was lying and there was not a drop of truth in his words. The tramp used his magical powers to pull the capsule towards him. Hyuk let the tramp take the aphrodisiac pill. The tramp threw an aphrodisiac capsule to the general who was standing behind him, and said that they would be looking forward to food from the district. The tramp turned his head to Murong and said that she managed to help find these criminals, and therefore he would write her a letter of recommendation for the western region. Murong understood that at that moment everything did not go according to plan and Musang should not have heard this. Musang asked what the tramp was just talking about and why would he write a letter of recommendation for the western region. Merjin began to feel very awkward and thought how best she could justify herself and explain this whole situation to Musang. But suddenly she noticed this large group of geishas who stood behind him and for whom he was a real hero. Suddenly Murong realized that she didn't have to explain anything to him or make excuses and said that it was none of his business. The young lady very quickly jumped on her horse and began to ride. She ordered her old woman to follow her as quickly as possible. Musang looked in surprise at the mistress leaving into the distance, and did not understand what had just happened. He clenched his fist tightly and began to get angry that she was actually going to transfer to the western region. The general of a gang of beggars came to the tramps and said that they had finished the investigation. He reported that during the investigation they found 23 corpses, all killed with 1 blow, and there were also traces of fire after burning the aphrodisiac. The tramp drank alcohol from a bottle, then scratched his mustache and said that 23 corpses is a large number of people. The general asked the tramp, does he really want to establish a beggar gang department in Yangzhou County? The tramp said that he is the kind of person who will never lie to junior subordinates. The general said that he could understand the tramp, but it was too much of a favor for the sake of 1 aphrodisiac. The tramp suddenly began to laugh when he heard this joke from his general. He asked the guy, does he really think that this is too much price for 1 aphrodisiac pill? The guy replied that yes, he thinks so. The tramp raised his finger up and said that he would try to explain why he made such a decision. He said that firstly, 300 beggars were looking for an enemy 2 days ago. This guy took half a day to find them, and that means Gamwa's story about the bloodhounds of Myriad Verse is true. The tramp said that moreover, he easily dealt with 23 martial arts masters who were guarding a mountain of aphrodisiac and simply put, Hyuk is stronger than they say about him. The tramp said that the most important thing is that he did not recoil after experiencing the homicidal pressure of the tramp and continued to chat. At that moment the general began to understand what the tramp wanted to tell him. The tramp at that moment drank alcohol from his bottle and said that he was not going to kill this guy, but he was very angry and someone else in his place would have wet his pants from fear in this situation. But this guy kept talking about the food of Yangzhou County and he was absolutely not scared when he saw this incredible power. The tramp is that thanks to this service they only win because they receive talented reinforcements in the form of number 100. In the small house there was reverence. That night the lanterns were lit again and work was in full swing. When Hyuk returned to the city of all geishas in the house of the Annunciation, his friend immediately ran up to him and began to hug him. Cha asked what happened to the kidnappers of these girls. Hyuk said that he sent them back to where they came from. Cha started asking a lot of different stupid questions and wanted to find out what exactly happened to them. Musang suddenly felt a very strange pain in his chest and thought that he had never felt such pain before. Cha didn't understand what was happening to his friend now, and why he suddenly began to behave so strangely. Muzang realized that this feeling in his chest was more related to the tramp power that he used in the forest, and he didn't even think that his killing pressure was so strong. Cha asked his friend how badly he was beaten when he tried to save these girls. Hyuk began to get angry because this idiot constantly said that he knew that Muzang would not succeed and could be beaten very badly. But he was surprised that the guy was still able to complete the task. Hyuk could no longer contain this anger in himself, and so he punched this guy in the face with all his might. Hyuk slowly began to walk away and said that it would be nice for this idiot to learn to shut his mouth in time. The tramp began to tell a story about what happened 7 years ago. He said that the new gatekeeper of the alliance had a very capable body, and the tramp advised him to join the order of demon slaying. Hyuk thought about this proposal and replied that he wanted to ask the tramp not to use his students if he suddenly died, or he needed a master. Hyuk said that they have a small academy with only a couple of students. If one more of them disappears, the teacher will not stand it. The tramp said that he admired this guy's loyalty to his teacher, and he really touched the tramp, so he agreed and promised 3 more favors if he completed the task. The tramp said that at that moment he also had his own student. This student always had no problem stealing and drinking his teacher's precious drink. Number 8 told the teacher that the tramp at that moment was sure that number 100 would not stand this test, and would die. Number 8 said that at that time the teacher passed the number, tired, impossible test. The tramp added extra weight to his students so that he would not talk nonsense. Sometimes he learned to keep his mouth shut. The tramp jumped away from his student, and said that in any case, number 100 is now alive, and he listened to his request, and with his keen eye to the experts saw a promising guy. The tramp turned his head back and said that he had already said that number 8 was very close to number 100 in those days. The tramp offered number 8 to be the leader of the tramp department in Yeonjo County, and now he will have to convince not only number 100 but also the rest of the academy members. The tramp said that in some way number 100 you will become an ideal friend for a gang of beggars. Young students of the beggar gang have been trying since the morning to build a building that will house the department of the beggar gang in Yeonjo County. Number 8 was responsible for the construction of this building, and he constantly made sure that the beggars did everything efficiently and correctly, but they did it very poorly. Academy students approached the picture from behind and wanted to talk to number 8. The disciples felt very awkward, but they had to ask this man a question. Who is he and why is he building this building here? Number 8 started laughing when he saw these guys. He asked them, "Is this really the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy's student uniform?" He said he was Muzang's friend. He thought that this was an ideal opportunity approaching them, and said that he was glad to meet you, and said his name Jae Muriak from the gang of beggars. He said that their older brother asked him to set up a new base here and apparently forgot to tell his younger students about it. They began to bow to him and say that they were terribly embarrassed because they did not recognize such a great man who was capable of tearing apart a bear with his bare hands. Gi Muriak said that they are all part of the traditional faction of the same province, and therefore asked the students not to be afraid of him. He said that he was completely harmless, and was just one poor beggar from a gang. Hyuk Muzang asked the students what they were doing here and said that he only went out to patrol the area for a short time and was surprised when everyone left. The younger student said that the older student had better watch his words because in front of them is now the famous warrior Gi Muriak from the beggar gang. Muzang asked number 8. Why is he bullying the younger students now? They were very scared when they saw that the senior student was communicating so calmly and brazenly with this big guy. Gi Muriak said that he was just trying to get to know them, but the older student explained that the big guy needed to act calmer because his face scared the young students. The students carefully watched the dialogue between the senior student and this great warrior. They did not understand what was happening now. Hyuk turned to his students and asked them what they were staring at. He said that they need to return quickly because the morning training is almost over and he will come to them soon. Gi Muriak waved his hand at these guys as they ran away. He said that they could come at any time to chat with him, and asked them to bring food next time. The students began to discuss among themselves, how can you, elder brother, know this person? After all, looking at them, you can say that they are very close friends. The guy smiled and said that now I have nothing to worry about because with a gang of beggars in the yard they no longer need to worry about the great power. They were delighted because this great warrior allowed them to come every day to communicate with him, and did not say that they would spend all their free time in this place. Gi Muriak asked Hyuk Muzang if he was pleased that the students were happy to meet him. Gi Muriak said that now these students feel better and are happy. Probably the eldest student has done what all these guys dream of. Hyuk Muzang said that he will be satisfied and happy when the beggars take a shower and do something about their stench because it can be heard all the way to the academy. Gi Muriak said that Hyuk himself wanted to build a base near the academy. Number 8 said that beggars have virtues and no one has ever seen a clean stray without smell because a beggar must love and accept his stinky smell. Hyuk said that even the dignity of beggars is very poor, and he put a plug in his nose so as not to smell this smell. Gi Muriak said that be that as it may, the missing student that Muzang asked about earlier has not yet been found. Muzang understood that this was very bad news and he hoped that somehow by this time they would be able to sort out this problem. Muzang said that he hopes that nothing bad happened to this guy. Gi Muriak said that they don't know what exactly happened to him, but he seemed to have disappeared and there is no news of him. He said that they managed to find out that for some time he worked as a gatekeeper in Yunha County, but one day he suddenly disappeared and even his employers did not know where he was. Gi Muriak said that 3 people who shared the room with him were injured during work, and it was unpleasant to walk around asking about such things. He said that this is not a simple matter. If you look carefully at the disappearance of this student, then some real master worked here. Hyuk stood motionless in place and thought about how best to solve this problem. He said he was very upset that they still couldn't find this guy. Hyuk turned around and said that they had better keep working hard because the students would be arriving soon. He had to go. Go put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop because he still wanted to say something. But when he saw this guy's face, he immediately stopped wanting to say anything. Hyuk said that if number 8 wants to tell him that brother Jung is dead and Hyuk should give up, then number 8 better keep his mouth shut. He said that the bodies of other mercenaries were found, but Chan's brother was not there, which means he is still alive and Hyuk is sure that we need to continue the search. Gi Muriak said that he was always amazed at how this guy can stay calm while being impatient, and he said that I was going to say something completely different. Gi Muriak said that he managed to find one person who can help them in this matter. Gi Muriak explained that this man can help but he has one problem. He is a mentally retarded person and they can't talk to him. Number 8 said that this person has been repeating the same thing ever since they showed him Jung Taeryong's picture. This mentally retarded person repeats the same phrase every day that an older student will definitely come and help. Hyuk returned to the academy to talk to the teacher. He said that he would need to leave for a while and would like to go to Yunha County. The teacher began to ask the older student in a trembling voice. Was he really able to find out something? He asked if Muzang really knew Taeryong's location. At that moment he tried to get up from the chair but his body was still shaking. Chan asked the older student if he could go to this boy and bring him back home. Hyuk said that he cannot answer this question and does not know what this journey will bring him, but he will do his best. Muzang said that as long as he is brother Taeryong, he will definitely return home no matter what the cost to him. The guy cut off the head of one of the opponents and splashed out his blood. He brutally and mercilessly killed his opponents by cutting off their heads with his sword. He threw back enemies who prevented him from moving forward. A very fierce battle took place in this place where all the wars were without outer clothing and fought to the death. The gentleman in the red mask stood with his assistant on the top of the rock and watched this battle. The guy was bleeding, then he was breathing very heavily and tried to regain his breath. He held a blade in his hand from which blood was dripping and in front of him lay the dead bodies of his opponents. He heard a strange sound behind him, as if someone was trying to get out of here and was still alive. The guy put his hand forward and tried to crawl forward while lying on his stomach. This guy cried and asked not to kill him. He just wanted to stay alive. He turned his head towards this guy crawling on the ground and saw that he didn't have 2 legs. He pursed his lips and realized that he had no choice to spare this enemy. He slowly began to walk towards him, stepping from foot to foot. He continued to crawl forward trying to save him, shouting loudly that he wanted to live and asked not to kill him. But it was too late to ask for mercy because the blade was already preparing to strike. He plunged his blade into the body of this enemy and splashed out the blood from him. He ended the torment of this guy. He made the last movement with his hand. His hand began to tremble. Then his hand just fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. The gentleman said that this warrior is impeccable because he once again wins the duel. The gentleman said that this guy is a good product, and when they sold him they called his name John Taeryong. Hyuk Muzang came to Gansu Province in Yunha District. In this city there were a lot of people walking around the bazaar and traders. Hyuk walked along the main street of this city and saw that this ruin was definitely prosperous compared to Yeongjo County. He suddenly stopped because he saw something very strange and decided to take a closer look. He stood and looked at the luxurious carriage that was in front of him. He saw that even the cab drivers were dressed in first-class silk and could not understand who these people were and why they looked so good. The driver who was on the cart suddenly saw a guy who was standing not far from him and was watching their cart. Hyuk realized that he had been noticed and decided to immediately leave this place so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. He decided to hide in the crowd. The woman who was inside the cart at that moment asked the driver named Yenji what happened and why did he look so worried. Yenji answered the lady that nothing special happened, but it seemed to him that someone was watching them, and it was a simple guy from a rural martial arts academy. He said the lady shouldn't worry about it. The lady smiled, but her smile was hard to see because of the headlights, and said that this man interested her, and she was interested in watching him. Yenji asked the lady if they should catch this guy and bring him to her. She replied that you shouldn't do that, and you should just leave the boys alone. The lady was in a very playful mood and said that she had a feeling as if she would meet this young man again. Hyuk calmly walked along the street and looked at everything that was around him because he had never been to this area before. Suddenly a beggar appeared in front of him and asked if the master would have any money for a poor homeless man. The beggar said that he knew that Master Hyuk Musang from Yeongjo was standing in front of him now and asked if the master had some change. Hyuk looked at this beggar and smiled. He understood that talking with beggars always brought him pleasure. He took out a wooden sign from the inner pocket of his clothes on which the sign of beggars was drawn and showed it to this guy. The beggar was surprised that the master had a sign from the ghostly mask. Hyuk asked this beggar to take him around the city and show him everything here. The beggar said that he could not refuse such a gentleman and would be happy to show him everything that is in this city. They talked about light topics. But Hyuk used his telepathy ability and asked the beggar to tell him about the local troops. The beggar said that the district is considered a neutral zone between the Iron Blood Battalion and the Limitless Mansion. The beggar, using telepathy, said that in fact this place is under the control of the Blood Curse Gang, so it is safer to assume that this is the land of the Iron Blood Battalions. The beggar spoke loudly about local attractions, but with the help of telepathy he said that there used to be a couple of traditional sections of clans here, but they were attacked by vagabonds and they had to close. Hyuk Musang suggested that Brother Chan was forced to work with bandits. The beggar said that everything could be because this gang is paid tribute and the bandits pay their workers. Hyuk asked this beggar to take him to a man who claimed to know Chan. Farewell said that Master Hyuk needs to follow him. On the streets of this small town, a loud conflict suddenly occurred and a gentleman called an ordinary person bad names. He kicked this guy and told him that he had no right to move on after crashing into Mr. The boy began to cry and said that it hurt him a lot when the gentleman beat him. He said that he had not done anything wrong and did not understand why this gentleman was hurting him. The gentleman started shouting at this guy and said that this boy is crazy. Chirion was mentally retarded, but despite this, he was very kind and did not understand why this villain was yelling at him now. The gentleman began to beat this boy. A crowd had already gathered around them with his fists, and was watching this lawlessness. The beggar went up to his friend Chong and asked what was happening here. Jonggu replied to Jilsum that they had a little problem. Hyuk said that he was Master Hyuk and asked what was happening in the square now and why was this guy beating the guy. Chonggu said that this guy is exactly the one they need, but he just tripped while walking and it so happened that he fell on the master from the Blood Curse Gang. Hyuk said that now everything is clear to him, and he must deal with this problem himself. He allowed the beggars to leave and not worry about it. The beggars wanted to stop this gentleman, but they didn't even have time to say anything because he disappeared very quickly. They couldn't even notice how he did it. Hyuk landed next to this gentleman who was now beating the weak guy. He blocked his opponent's fist with his hand. Hyuk said that beating up this innocent guy is enough and the master can finally calm down his rage. The beggars were very surprised when they saw such a fast technique of this master, and they did not understand where he got such courage from because he was not afraid of this gentleman from the gang. The bandits saw that some unfamiliar guy appeared in front of him, and said that no one dares to touch the bandits from the Bloody Curse Gang with their hands. But at this moment he could not even pull his hand out of this grip. Hyuk let go of this bandit's hand and said that if someone accidentally bumped into this gentleman, this is not a reason to interfere with the Blood Curse gang or start a fight in the city center. Hyuk Musang said that this conflict can end well if it ends right now and just go in different directions. The bandit did not agree with this decision, and he said that this arrogant bastard should be punished for his words and actions. Hyuk blocked the enemy's sword with his hand and did not allow him to pull the sword out of its sheath. He came closer to this bandit, and then said that if this gentleman is now unable to stop his anger and make the right decisions, then it would be better for him to explain right now. Hyuk said that if the bandit takes out the sword, he will die immediately, and Hyuk does not want to create even more problems, so he ordered this bandit to get out of here. The bandit understood that a real martial arts master was now standing in front of him, and he was very scared because fighting such a master was stupid and he had no chance of winning. The bandit pulled his hand out of the grip and pushed this guy aside. The bandit began to leave and said that this time he was letting this guy go, but if he appeared here again, the bandit would be forced to kill him. Hyuk said that he appreciates this man's kindness. Chiryong sat on his haunches and covered his head with his hands. He was afraid that the bad person would scare and beat him again because he didn't like being hurt. Hyuk went up to this frightened guy, took him by the shoulder and said that this bad man left, and now guys I need to be afraid. Chiryong couldn't stop his tears. But when he saw this gentleman he decided to ask him who he was. Hyuk told this guy his name. He said that he was a senior student from the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy from Yanzhou Okuga, and he heard that his friend Zhang Taeyang was here. The guy was very scared when he saw that a senior student from the Dragon's Tiger Combat Academy was now standing in front of him. His face immediately turned pale and he was incredibly scared. The boy said that Taeyang's older brother scares him because he hits him very hard. He said that Taeyang's dad is also very scary and Chiryong will be punished for what he says. Chiryong said that he needs to apologize because he is very scared when he looks at his older brother from Dragon Tiger Academy. Hyuk didn't even understand what was happening now. Why was this guy acting so strangely? Hyuk Musang closed his eyes and tried to understand what was happening here, and why this boy thought that he would be punished. Hyuk raised his head up and saw his brother's face. He asked his brother. What rumors did he spread to Hyuk Musina? A strong man pushed the boy to the side and he fell to the ground and hit his head on the table. The man who pushed him is very angry because the boy ate a large portion of dumplings and he has absolutely no money to pay for these dumplings. He raised his hand up and wanted to hit this guy to teach him a lesson, but suddenly he heard someone's voice asking him to stop. Chan approached this man and asked him not to hit the boy because he himself would pay for his dumplings. Chiryong was very pleased because they brought him another portion of dumplings, and he began to eat them with pleasure. Chan asked this boy not to eat so quickly because he might have indigestion. He said that if the boy eats quickly, his stomach will hurt. Chan didn't understand why this boy was looking at him with that look. He asked if there was something on his face, maybe some kind of dirt. Chiryong pointed to his cheek and said that Jung has a wound on his face that hurts a lot. Chan, I finally understood. But why did this boy look for so long? He touched this wound with his hand and said that this was nonsense, and you don't have to worry about this small scratch. Chan tried to wipe the blood on his face so that the boy would not be so scared when he looked at him. He said that he wants to tell Chiryong something, but if the boy promises that he won't tell anyone about it and will keep it secret. Hyuk listened to this boy's story and realized that his younger brother was fighting in the underground arena. Chiryong said that brother John Taeyang fights in the underground arena and earn money. He carries boxes and makes money, and with this money he buys dumplings for Chiryong. Chiryong said that he could only tell the senior student about this. Hyuk asked how the boy knew that Hyuk was a senior student. Chiryong replied that at the Dragon Tiger Academy there is a white and blue uniform and the senior student is 182 centimeters tall. Chiryong gave the senior student a red hairband. Hyuk looked at this boy and realized that he was a fool, but this boy has an excellent memory, and most likely he can remember what he heard once. Hyuk asked where this underground arena is located. Chiryong replied that whenever there is a full moon in the sky and a new moon appears, if you come to the mountains, then someone will lead him to this arena. Hyuk immediately realized that the full moon would be tonight, and he needed to immediately go in search of this arena. Suddenly bandits entered the building and knocked down the door so that everyone present would pay attention to them. The waiter approached these bandits to greet them. The bandit shouted that he had found these guys and they were sitting at the far table. He took the waiter's face with his hand and began to push him aside. The bandit pushed this waiter to the side and he fell. The bandit said that he should not stand in his way because he is very angry. This time he was no longer alone and a whole gang of people who were also from his clan walked along him during the day. The people who were in the establishment quietly having breakfast were shocked when they saw such a large number of bandits here. People began to communicate with each other, but they spoke only in whispers so that the bandits would not hear them, and they agreed that they would not look at these bandits so that they would not be beaten either. Chiryong saw that a large number of bandits were approaching them and began to eat dumplings even faster in order to fill his stomach before he was beaten again. The main bandit walked up to their table and asked Hyuk, "Is it he who looks down on the blood curse gang and allows himself to threaten the members of this gang?" Hyuk looked at this bandit but didn't answer him right away. He had to think about how best to get out of this situation in order to have as few problems as possible. Chiryong raised his hand up and said that he knows this bad man and began to call this bandit leader bad words. When the leader of the bandits heard these terrible words addressed to him from this boy, he and all his subjects were shocked by such impudence. The bandits were furious that this guy allowed himself to treat them so disrespectfully and insult members of their gang. The bandit was very angry because this guy doesn't watch his language at all, and it was just you idiot who dared to insult the gang members. He understood that he couldn't allow such disrespect for himself, and wanted to hit the guy. Hyuk made the most correct decision in this situation and shouted very loudly that Chiryong was bad and that he had just done the wrong thing and said a lot of stupid things. The bandit was very surprised when he heard these words from a stranger, and he decided to stop and understand what was happening here now. Hyuk began to scold the boy for behaving very badly and swearing at these people. After all, they didn't do anything to him and just came to talk. Chiryong pointed his finger at this person and said that this is a bad person and Chiryong always tells the truth. Hyuk said that maybe this person is really bad, but if you say it to his face, he will feel bad and therefore you shouldn't call other people fools. Chiryong said that he is not offended when they call him a fool because he knows that he is a real fool and is okay with it when he is called names. Hyuk looked at the boy carefully and thought about what he needed to do next to resolve this situation. Hyuk connected his fingers and said in a quiet voice that Chiryong's words sounded logical and that's why he now allows the boy to call this man names. Chiryong was happy when the senior student allowed him to scold this man, and so he immediately began calling this red-robed bandit an idiot and a fool. The bandit and his assistants immediately grabbed the balls and said that they would now skin this little parasite. Hyuk understood that the situation was heating up and he could not inflate this problem even more. Therefore, he urgently needed to do something in order not to create even more problems. He picked up the chopsticks and thought that he had no other choice and now he still had to fight them. Suddenly they heard the laughter of some girl on the second floor. She was very cheerful and had been watching them from the second floor all this time. She laughed so loudly that she began to cry and she said that she was sorry for her laughter because this situation made her laugh and she didn't eavesdrop on purpose. The lady said that these guys downstairs were very funny and they made her laugh. When Hyuk saw this girl, he became even more wary because he understood that this was hardly any ordinary girl. He immediately saw that she was a mistress and understood that the problems could only get worse because of her. The bandit saw this girl on the second floor and said that she was a stupid fool and ordered her not to interfere in her own affairs. Yenji was sitting next to her and heard this dialogue all this time. But when the bandit on the first floor called the lady a fool, he realized that he needed to react to this. The lady allowed Yenji to deal with these bandits as he wanted. She said that it was unpleasant for her to hear such insults to her address, and therefore she would not restrain him. The lady asked Yenji not to be too cruel because there are ordinary people sitting on the first floor, and they are having breakfast now, and she would not want to spoil their appetite. Hyuk watched this girl. I don't understand what's happening now and who she is. All he understood was that the situation was now completely out of his control. Hyuk looked at this guy who was now going down the steps towards them from the second floor and realized that this was the same cab driver he had seen on Central Street. Yenji slowly walked down the steps and prepared to fight this group of stupid bandits. But the bandits ordered this man to retreat before it was too late, and while he was still alive. The bandit tried to explain that their gang controlled this territory, and ordered this man to stop before it was too late. Suddenly the main bandit realized that he had already seen this man somewhere, and his face seemed very familiar to him, but he could not remember where exactly he saw. Yenji took the talkative bandit's face with his hand to cover his dirty mouth, and slowly began to lift him up. Yenji said that no one has the right to insult the young lady and call her such terrible words, and everyone who dares to do this will be punished. When the bandits saw this man in rage, they immediately began to remember who he was. Yenji said that usually he rips out the tongues of such talkative and vile people, and after that he shoves their tongue down their throats. Probably the lady asked them to behave carefully. He said that thanks to the young lady he will leave the corpses of this bandit clean. Yenji began to squeeze this guy's face, and saw some kind of bloodshot eyes, and it seemed like they would burst at any second. Yenji used his internal chi energy to make this bandit suffer, and make him understand the mistake he just made when he insulted the lady. He listened to the cries of pain of this bandit, and watched how he suffered. Hyuk carefully watched this driver and noticed that he concentrated the technique of splitting bone tendons only on the upper part of the enemy's body, and realized that this was a very cruel way of killing. He thought that the bandit would have thanked this man if his tongue had simply been torn out. Yenji threw this guy to the ground and looked at the reaction of the other bandits. Yenji said that it was very wise for the bandits not to attack him because it would be their biggest mistake in their entire lives. The main bandit bowed to this gentleman because he remembered his face, and said that they respectfully greet the owner of the Rakshasa sword Ma Yenji. When the steel bandits realized who was standing in front of them, they also bowed to this gentleman. The main bandit said that he saw this gentleman from afar 2 years ago when he was on behalf of the Iron Blood Battalion. He apologized for not recognizing this gentleman right away. Hyuk was very surprised when I realized that this man was from the Iron Blood Battalion. Yenji said that he can really see people who know who he is and dare to do such terrible things. Yenji said that these bandits should know what could happen to them if they cause inconvenience to the one he is accompanying. The bandits said that they committed serious crimes, but they did not know that such an important person was next to them, and they admit their mistake. The young lady began to laugh when she saw the frightened faces of these bandits, and asked her guide to stop torturing them. She said that thanks to these bandits she was able to have a good laugh. If he had punished them for such a trifle, she would have been angry. The lady said that he had already killed the man who insulted me, so we can stop. Yenji bowed to the lady and said that he apologized for playing with them a little. She replied that there is no need to apologize for this. The mistress ordered this gang of bloody curs to listen to her carefully, and they all immediately leveled up and said that they had listened to absolutely everything that the mistress said. She said that she spared all these bandits only because these two guys sitting at the table were able to entertain her. The young lady ordered the bandits to never bother these two cute guys again, and only then will she spare these bandits. The bandits leaned over to this lady and said that from now on until the end of their lives, they will never bother these two gentlemen again. The young lady said that she was very glad that they were able to come to an agreement, and asked to remove the corpse from her eyes as soon as possible, while she was still in a good mood. Hyuk Muzang stood up at the table and bowed to this lady. He said that thanks to her they were able to escape the problems, and told her that they, too, would now leave. The young lady slowly touched her hair with her fingers and said that she was very sorry because these guys were already leaving. Her eyes suddenly began to glow purple, and she used the 1000 bewitching eyes technique and said that she wanted to have tea with these guys together. Hyuk bowed to this mistress and felt that her magic was slowly starting to work for him. He stopped, lowered his head down and smiled. After that he stood there silently for several seconds and did not move. Hyuk asked for forgiveness from this lady in a polite voice and said that unfortunately he has important things to do this evening, he needs to leave. She was shocked when she saw that her charm technique didn't work on this guy even though she was looking straight into his eyes. Yenji blocked the passage for this guy and said that they would not leave here anywhere. He told this guy that if the young lady wants to have tea with them then they should stay and have tea together. Hyuk was not afraid of this guy, so he looked into his eyes with his confident look and said that he had already refused the young mistress, and she should have understood it the first time. There was very strong tension between them and Yenji did not understand where this guy got such self-confidence and such strong chi energy. The Murim alliance was very empty at that moment, but the lanterns were burning on the street and illuminating the building. A man was sitting at a table and holding a brush in his hand with which he was going to draw something on a blank sheet of paper. This man was the 10th young master Tae Hyung-woo. It was he who was the fiancé of Merjin Gamwa and the grandson of the head of the Murim alliances. Tae Hyung-won put the brush on the table and finished the painting process. He heard a man's voice behind the door who said that this was Sol-de, and he wanted to go into the young master's room. Tae Hyung-won allowed this guy to come into the room. Sol-de landed near the young master's table and then greeted him. Tae Hyung-won told the commander that he had said more than once that he was just a slacker who didn't even have responsibilities in the alliance, and didn't understand why the general was communicating with him so politely. He said that the general often inconveniences the gentleman. General Sol asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience he caused, but tried to explain that it was difficult for him to complete the young master's task and let go of all formalities. Tae Hyung-won said that it's easier to argue with a statue than with a general, and that's all why Sol came? The general informed the young master about the news that senior patrolman Murong had arrived in the alliance. Tae Hyung-won was very happy when he heard this news and couldn't believe that this moment had finally come. The general said that the young lady immediately went to the patrol hall. As soon as the general said this, the young gentleman immediately disappeared somewhere. He evaporated so quickly that it was even impossible to control this moment. On the young gentleman's desk there was a drawing of his wife Murong, and most likely he had been waiting for this meeting for a very long time and was now very excited. Loud screams were heard in the building that was called Peace and Patrol. Murong received a response to her request for a transfer, and in this statement it was written that her request was denied. Merjin was very angry when she saw that her request was denied. And at that moment it seemed that she was about to burn out, and burn everything that was next to her. The secretary was very scared and did not understand what to do now. After all, the lady was very angry and he understood that she could do anything in this state. Murong tried to restrain her emotions, but she was not doing well. She asked the secretary to explain why this statement says that she was denied a transfer to another place. The secretary understood that the situation was very tense, and he did not know how best to explain to Mrs. the situation that had occurred. Murong abruptly stood up from the table and hit her hands so it became she said that she could read well and saw that it was written there that she was refused, but she wants to know why they wrote her exactly such an answer. Murong said that she brought a letter of recommendation from the Limitless Mansion and a recommendation from a gang of beggars. And despite this, she brought a good investigation. She wants to free up the place that everyone is fighting for. The secretary said that Elder One Bija reported that he did not have time to change employees. Murong started yelling at the secretary and said that the Murim Alliance never had time for this. She turned around and started to walk towards the exit. She said that there was no point in arguing with the secretary because another person was responsible for this. The secretary heard that the lady now wants to personally visit grandfather One Bija and sort out this matter. The secretary tried to stop the lady but it was too late. She ignored him, but he understood that things were very bad because the elder told the secretary to take care of this matter. The secretary saw how the girl closed the doors and realized that he had no chance of restoring her. Tae Hyung-won stood near the entrance to this building and waited for Mrs. Merjin-gamwa to come out. She was in a hurry to meet with her grandfather as soon as possible and discuss this matter, but suddenly she saw Tae Hyung-won's brother. He saw how the young lady very quickly began to run towards him and thought that she really missed him. He opened his arms to hug the young lady and said that he really missed her and was glad to meet her. But Merjin was very busy with her own affairs and had no time to communicate with him. She said that when she was free, she would definitely come to him, and they wouldn't talk about everything. Tae Hyung-won didn't want to just let the young lady go, and started running after her. He asked where she was in such a hurry and asked if he could help her with anything. Murong told him that if grandfather asked him to stop her, then it was better for him not to do this and calmly step aside. Tae Hyung-won asked the young lady why she was quickly heading to her grandfather, and whether her business was somehow related to polishing. Murong said that she didn't have time for these conversations now and therefore asked her brother not to follow her and not to disturb her. Tae Hyung-won stopped and asked the lady when she would have time to visit him. After all, he really wants to spend time with her. He said they could have a nice chat while enjoying her favorite Sahara fruit or candy, but she said she didn't have time for that right now. He was very upset when he saw that I was a mistress and did not intend to talk to him now. He felt offended because he had been waiting so long for her to return. Tae Hyung-won remembered moments from the past when they were still just children and the young lady was constantly eating fruits in the Sahara and sweets. Tae-hyung-won was very surprised and asked her has she never heard of fruits in the Sahara and is this her first time trying them? Murung said that she felt this taste for the first time and was shocked that the young master eats delicacies every day by the way. She said that she also wants to eat these fruits every day, and when she grows up she will definitely marry him. His face turned red because he began to feel awkward and said that he did not expect such a reaction from the young mistress. Murung said loudly that if she lived with the young master, she could eat these fruits in the Sahara every day and not go through her father's harsh training. But he told her that they wouldn't get married because of this. Two gentlemen watched their children and discussed what, when, and where you will grow up. They will definitely get married. After all, they are perfect for each other. Tae-hyung-won thought that when he was not with the young mistress when he was little, it was much easier for him to spend time with her. He looked at her, and I don't understand at what point in their lives they weren't so far apart. At that moment, Murung was only thinking about the fact that she needed to teach a lesson to the old people who refused her request. Yeonji said that this guy will not go anywhere until I have tea with the young mistress. But Hyuk answered again that he had already refused the mistress. Yeonji said that he was very surprised to see such courage from an ordinary guy from the village. Hyuk said that he would be extremely grateful if this guy actually thought that about him. Yeonji took his sword with his hand and slowly began to take it out of its sheath in order to teach this guy a lesson. But suddenly he heard the voice of the lady who ordered him to stop. The lady said that if they continue to persuade this guy to stay then she will look stupid if this guy has to then let him go about his business. Hyuk once again bowed to this young lady and thanked her for helping them, saying that someday there will be a chance, and they will certainly drink tea together. She asked this guy before he left to tell him his name, and where he was from. Hyuk said that his name is not worth such an important person wasting time to remember it. The lady said that it would be nice if they got to know each other, you see, next time they will need to drink tea together, and she would like to do it first. Madam said that her name is Cheol Jinhwa. Hyuk immediately realized that this was an unusual lady. After all, if her last name was Cheol, then she was from an important family. Yeonji looked at this guy with a reproachful look and asked him to hurry up. Yeonji said that if this guy now forces the lady to repeat her request again, then he will kill this guy despite her order. Hyuk smiled when he heard the threat of this warrior. He felt funny, because this warrior doesn't understand who he's talking to. Yeonji was already starting to get angry because this boy was acting very arrogant. Hyuk said that he cannot die at this age and therefore it would be better for him to give his name. He told her that his name was Hyuk Muzang and that he was a member of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou. Jinhwa said that she was very glad to meet Master Hyuk. Mrs. I said that she hopes that things are going well at their academy if she looks forward to the next meeting. Hyuk looked into the eyes of this lady again and smiled. He said that it was time for him to go. He called his new friend and said that they need to leave here because they are late. Yeonji was very angry with this guy and wanted to tear him apart, but suddenly he heard the voice of the mistress in his head. She communicated with him using telepathy. The lady asked her guide if he was sure that he could kill this boy. Yeonji asked the lady should he go and kill him now? She replied that it's definitely not worth doing this now. Jinhwa said that she is not yet ready to see her best guide die. Yeonji at that moment was ready to explode from the anger that overwhelmed him. He was offended by the fact that the mistress considered him weaker than this stranger. The lady was born with the legendary white eyes, a distortion that can see through everything. If she says that, then Hyuk Muzang is much stronger than Yeonji. He was angry because some village guy from the combat academy turned out to be stronger than him, and for him it was paradoxical. Hyuk looked at this establishment again, and thought that Cheol Jinhwa is a girl with a special surname who is accompanied by the owner of the Rakshasa sword from the Iron Cow Battalion. Great Iron Blood Emperor Cheol Ganseong was known for loving only one woman, but usually they say his woman is screaming she died of illness and his only son died during the Great Righteous War. This means that she is the granddaughter of the Great Iron Blood Emperor. Even the Murim Alliance does not know about the existence of this lady. Does this mean that he was hiding his granddaughter all this time? And it must be because of her amazing skills. 1,000 bewitching eyes, one of the many skills of the legendary White Eyes of Distortion. Shingija, the teacher of the Order of Demon Slaying, said that according to legends, when a person with the legendary White Eyes of Distortion is born, the world will fall into suffering, and they say that long ago the sorceress of the kingdom had white eyes of distortion. Hyuk remembered that the old man once told a story about such people and thought that it would be nice to kill her, but he didn't know whether he should do it. Hyuk began to hit himself on the cheeks with his palms and drive away unnecessary thoughts from himself, because he swore that he would no longer interfere in the affairs of the alliance. Hyuk thought that now it would be much better for him to take this to the boys' home so that he doesn't get into any trouble again and focus on finding Trin. Murong made her way through the corridors with guards in order to get into the chamber of the elder of the Murim alliance. She wanted to talk to her personally, and for this she had to throw aside many guards. At some point, she managed to do this because no one could stop her in this state. She sharply opened the door and said that she had finally found Elder One Bija. The elder at that moment opened the window and tried to get out of the room so that the evil girl would not find him. Murong said that if the elder tries to escape through the window in order not to meet with her, then he is making a very big mistake. The elder began to feel very awkward and began to make excuses for the current situation. He said that he heard that the young lady wanted to visit him and decided to quickly climb into the room through the window. Murong said that she would pretend to believe his lies. The elder said that he was not lying and simply did not expect such a sudden visit from the young lady. Murong asked the elder why her request for transfer was rejected. She said that the excuse that they didn't have time to transfer employees sounds very implausible. The elders understood that the young lady came with firm intentions, and she would not retreat one step from her decision. He asked her why she wants to do the translation. After all, the northern region is a key post for the alliance, and an excellent place for quiet work. He said that the western region had become a staunch center of non-traditional strength, the Iron Blood Battalions, while the Kantong School, one of the 4 traditional schools, was forced to close its doors. Even the Sizran Tang clan closed due to the location of the borders of the Empire's army's strength being much larger than the alliance. He couldn't understand what exactly she was looking for, which absolutely all the patrol officers were avoiding. Murong said that she doesn't understand the elder's logic because she is the only one who wants to go to such a place, and the alliance should welcome such a proposal with open arms instead of refusing. She asked him the same question again and asked what was the reason for the refusal. She said that she had only one guess. Why I was refused. And this is because someone insisted that she not be transferred to another region. The elder said that for now, say what you cannot say. After all, no one can put pressure on the Council of Elders in order to change their decisions. Murong said that she doesn't believe a single word that the elder says now because she knows that there is one person who could influence their decision. The elder understood that she had already understood everything herself, but he still didn't want to tell her the truth because then he would have a lot of problems. Murong suddenly heard a very familiar voice with a man standing behind her. This man said that it was he who asked to refuse her request for a transfer. Muruan understood that now her father was standing behind her, explaining to her that it was he who put pressure on the Council of Elders so that they would make such a decision. She clenched her fists tightly because she understood that now there would be serious conversations. She said that she did not expect to see him here. They looked at each other for a long time and there was a very tense atmosphere between them. The gentleman said that he had not seen his daughter's face for a very long time, and was glad that she had finally returned. The father said that his daughter is still as impudent, and, as before, she continues to be rude to officials from the alliance. Murong began to get angry because her father appeared here. She understood that this was the only person with whom it would be difficult for her to come to an agreement. The elder bowed to this gentleman and said that he was very surprised that the patriarch would come out here, because he thought that the patriarch had already left the alliance. The gentleman apologized for his sudden appearance, and said that when he found out that his daughter was now here, he was forced to stay. Grishina replied that he is always glad to welcome the patriarch here. He said that he would be happy to offer the patriarch tea, but they think that he should leave and not interfere with the father's conversation with his daughter. Murong ordered the elder to stay here because she had not yet agreed with him about her transfer. The elder immediately jumped through the window and said that he would be happy to talk to the young lady later, but now he urgently needed to go out. Her father told her that she was being disrespectful to an important person from the alliance. She needed to remember that she was the daughter and face of the Murong clan. She replied that honor and respect forced her father to ignore the oath and put pressure on the elder. She said that a member of the Murim alliance cannot interfere with the duties of affiliated schools or clans, and to ensure fairness among the schools, a senior patrolman or senior person is prohibited from using connections for their own purposes. She told him that if her actions were disrespectful then his actions were illegal. It was an abuse of power. He said that she is his daughter, and he has no obligations to the alliance. And yet she says that his opinion about the stupid decision of his child is illegal pressure. She replied that he had no right to interfere in her affairs. He answered her that he makes all his decisions and interventions in her life only for her good. She started yelling at him and said that he was doing this only for himself and that it had always been like this. He controls her life and uses her good as an excuse. Manhwa said that Uncle Sunju and Brother Y lived quietly, but he was afraid that I would not fight for her inheritance, which she didn't even want, and because of this they were out of town. She said that she forced her friend's father to beg for forgiveness on his knees, arguing that the difference in position was too big. Manhwa remembered how he forced Papa to be beaten and locked up for 10 days because she bought her one piece of candy that Manhwa didn't like. The father said that she does not understand his actions because she is still young and their clan is the descendants of King Yen. They are those in whom royal blood flows and they should not be among ordinary people. They should strive for the highest. Manhwa said that she never wanted this exactly how to understand this. But since you are the wife here, she wants to say this for the last time. Manhwa said that to this day she does not give up the name of this clan out of respect for her father because he brought her into this world and raised her. She was very serious, and said that if he didn't want to see her give up everything and disappear, then it was better for him not to interfere in her affairs. Residents of the main patrol alliance Miram. The young lady approached her assistant, and said that they were leaving here immediately. Papak asked the lady why she was crying and what happened to her while she was in the elder's room. Murong said that she was crying because of the patriarch and her father because they were just having a difficult conversation. Manhwa told her assistants to pack her things immediately because she couldn't stand to be here anymore and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Manhwa said that she deserves the right to ask the head of the alliance as a reward for her time in the demon-slaying order. She said that she didn't want to do this because from the outside it would seem that she was using the person's influence, but if her father was cheating she couldn't do anything about it. Papak thought that she accidentally let slip about the transfer to the young mistress, but she doesn't think that it was she who was to blame. Papak did not know how to act in this situation and asked the lady to stop and not do this. Manhwa said that if Papa is on her side then she should leave now with her. Papak replied that she had been with the young mistress all her life since childhood, and would always be on her side. Manhwa said that besides Papa, she has no one else to answer. Everyone else turned away from her, and she is very glad that she has at least one person who cares about her. Papak looked at the young lady and understood that the patriarch was heartless for making his daughter so angry. She was very sorry for the girl, she didn't know how to help her. Yunhe County, deep in the Yanchun Valley, was a place where large numbers of people gathered at night. This place was called the battle arena where the strongest warriors in the area fought, and people came every full moon to watch this fight. The warrior punched his opponent, and dealt him a strong blow with his fist. The next blow this warrior delivered was an uppercut. He hit his opponent in the jaw and blood flew out of the enemy's mouth. He was very scared when he saw the strength of his enemy but understood that he had no choice to lose and decided that he needed to change the course of the battle in his favor. He immediately launched a counterattack to his enemy. Two strong opponents fought in the arena and beat each other until one of them fell. Hyuk watched this battle where they fight without weapons in close combat without using inner strength and did not understand why this battle is so popular. He noticed that among the spectators there were both local people and officials, and this means that the government is turning a blind eye to these fights. The man who stood next to him said that he had never seen this guy before. Hyuk replied that he decided to come here for the first time to watch these fights. The man said that he often comes here. Hyuk asked this man, does it ever happen that some fighter dies during a fight? The man said that this happens extremely rarely, but sometimes the battle becomes brutal and leads to death. Hyuk showed a drawing in which Yung Taeyong was drawn and asked this man if he knows the person who is depicted in this drawing. The man got scared when he saw this guy in the drawing. He said that most likely it could be a flower ghost. Hyuk realized that this man definitely knows Taeyong and most likely Taeyong often fights here. On the very top platforms a man was sitting on a chair, being above everyone, watching the fight. Chelkova with his fingers said that he was getting bored so he called his servants. This man was the owner of the Yanchun Valley. The owner asked his subjects, nicknamed White Yam and Black Yam, whether people armed with a sword could come to the arena, and the master was told that such people are usually not allowed in. The owner pointed his finger at one guy who was on the podium. This guy had a sword with him. The owner ordered his henchmen to get rid of this guy with a sword. The owner said that he doesn't like this guy because he doesn't show any interest in fighting, and he just walks around asking people about something, and now the owner is wondering what exactly this man wants to know. He said that if this guy is very suspicious and causes doubts in the owner, then he will have to be killed. The man said that the flower ghost is one of the fighters who goes into battle in the arena every day, and the man placed his bet on him today. He said that the flower ghost has a beautiful face like a flower, his durability in battles. Few people bet on him because of his appearance. Thanks to him, the man was able to hit his first jackpot, but now that he has become more popular, everyone began to place their bets on him. The man told this guy that if he came here specifically for the sake of the flower ghost, then he did it in vain. He explained that for the last 6 months the flower ghost has not been coming out to fight, and he was sorry because everyone was happy to see the birth of a new champion. The duel between two strong fighters continued in the arena. The man saw that the Crimson Ghost had just lost in battle and fell to the floor. He hadn't gotten up for several seconds. Most likely he wouldn't get up anymore. He was very disappointed because he bet a lot of money on the Crimson Ghost, but apparently he lost the money. Hyuk understood that Jang Taeyong was a good fighter and most likely he did not die in battle. But now he had to find out where this guy had gone. Hyuk noticed that some people had been following him for several seconds and were constantly moving closer and closer to him. Black Yum slowly began to approach the guy and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, but he said that he needed to tell Hyuk something. Yum asked this guy to follow him and not ask any questions. Hyuk asked what exactly this man's problems were, and why he wanted Hyuk to follow him. Black Yum was very surprised when he saw this guy's reaction because usually when he asked some person to follow him, people immediately got scared of this guy. They don't care at all, and this guy's aura resembles the aura of a martial artist. Yom said that the owner of the valley wants to meet this gentleman, and that's why he came here to see him off. Muzang said that this is a great opportunity because he himself wanted to meet the owner of this place, and asked him some questions, but he said that he would go there himself without help. Yom said that this guy is talking some nonsense, and now he should follow him, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence. Something very surprising happened. This guy who had just stood in front of him made a quick jump and suddenly disappeared somewhere. But no one even had time to understand where exactly I am now. This guy. They started looking around and looking for him, but no one could understand how it was. The guy disappeared. After all, no one even felt his movement. The owner carefully watched this whole situation and was extremely surprised when he saw that his guards had lost this guy. He couldn't believe that he was coming, and the guards had just let such a suspicious guy go. The owner ordered his white subject Yom to go down and find out what happened to these guards. The owner did not wait for an answer from his servant, and did not understand what happened. He turned his head back, looked at the servant, and once again repeated his request. White Yom Beck stood motionless in place. He was very pale and looked somehow strange. The owner was extremely surprised when he saw that his best guard was now standing still and not moving. He realized that someone had caused paralysis in his body. Hyuk poured the drink into a cup and praised the owner of this place for the fact that the drinks here are actually good. The owner started screaming very loudly and jumped back in fear when he saw that some stranger was sitting there. Hyuk said that the owner himself invited him here and that's why he doesn't understand such a strange reaction from the owner. Muzang said that the owner of Yanchun Valley clearly did not expect that the guest he invited would be so rude. The owner didn't understand at what moment this guy got caught, but he didn't even notice that this guy paralyzed his guard who was standing next to him. He understood that he could not do anything against such a martial artist and therefore said that he was unlikely to show hospitality to the person who paralyzed his guard. Hyuk said that he was used to having guests treated like a king. Muzang said that in any case, he wanted to ask the owner something. Therefore, he did not need a special invitation, he just wanted to talk calmly, so he invited the owner to sit down. The owner came up to the chair and said that he had seen a lot of different people in his life, but this was the first time he had seen such impudent people. The owner used telepathy and ordered his second guard to immediately approach him because the stranger was here now. He ordered his guard to grab some alcohol and snacks along the way because this guy might be a great martial artist and best be polite to him. The owner asked what is the purpose of this guy's visit. Hyuk put a portrait on the table and said that he was looking for one person. He knew that this guy worked here as a fighter. The owner saw the image in the drawing and immediately understood who you were looking for. The man led the flower ghost into the owner's room and threw it on the floor. His hands were tied. The owner asked the man who got in trouble with this guy what happened and why they didn't invade without warning. The man said that he was disappointed with the owner's recommendations. This guy is not suitable for him. The owner said that this guy is a fighter in their arena and is gaining fame but does not understand what the problem is. If the case is not serious, the owner will compensate for the damage within reason. The man said that this guy was rummaging through his cargo, and they suspect that he might be a spy. Chan made excuses and said that he had nothing to do with this. Chong Taeryong asked the owner of the valley to take his side and explain that he did not want to steal anything. The owner said that things seemed to be very bad. This guy was clearly unlucky. Chan understood that the master was unlikely to want to protect him, and now his affairs had become even worse than before and the master was the last hope for salvation. He began to wave his hand, said that this matter did not concern him, and he said that he needed money. Therefore, he was given to this group, and if they torture or kill this guy, then it is their business because he is already their employee. Chan heard the owner say that he could easily replace this fighter with some other one, and he wouldn't worry if something happened to him. The owner thought that from that day they cut off all business with this guy and even lost the trust of the Iron Blood Battalion, and their reputation was greatly shaken. And now a strong master appears and asks about him, and he did not understand what to do. The owner said that this guy in the portrait has a very familiar face, and for a while this guy was very popular in the arena, but about 6 months ago he suddenly disappeared. It was right before a serious fight, so they suffered huge losses. Hyuk said that he was not interested in the affairs of the arena, and ordered only the truth if the owner does not want to die. Hyuk understood that his interlocutor was lying now, but there was some truth in his words, and this means that they were going to share true information. He took his sword in his hand and thought that violence was the only solution to extract information. Yom entered the room and said that he brought drinks and snacks at the request of the owner. The gentleman ordered to put the food on the table and fill the glasses. He said that it was imperative to take care of the guest. Yam set the table, placed plates of food, and began pouring alcohol into a glass. When he poured alcohol into a glass of guests, he deliberately quietly poured poison into his cup. Yam, using telepathy, told the owner that this poison of the highest level dissipates chi energy and, moreover, it is odorless and tasteless, and after drinking it, the guest will be no stronger than an ordinary person. He drank alcohol from his cup and told the guest that whatever it was, he told everything he knows, and even he doesn't know where this guy is now. Yom looked at the portrait of this guy and said that he remembers him, but has no idea where he is now. He picked up a cup of alcohol and said that he had a suspicion. Hyuk decided to smell this alcohol to make sure whether I was in it or not. The owner at that moment looked carefully at the guests. After all, if he now finds out that poison was added to him, then he is a Superman. Hyuk said that this drink is very unusual. They tried to understand what exactly the guy means when he says that this drink is unusual. Did he really feel the poison? Hyuk said that it was very surprising to him that this drink smelled so unusual. The owner said that this is a top-quality wine straight from Shaanxi. This wine has a very refined aroma with a slight hint of sweetness. Hyuk said that he would be very grateful if the owner would pack him several bottles of this drink with him. Goku first laughed when he felt the fear of his enemy, and told him, "Luckily you managed to block the blow, apparently that's all you can do." Hyuk put the cup of alcohol on the table. He said that this is a very tasty alcohol. He really liked the taste of this incredible wine. The owner asked his services for how long it would take for the poison to take effect. Yom replied that I act on chi energy, and not on the body, and the effect will be noticed when he tries to apply chi energy. Hyuk asked in a dissatisfied voice, "What are these two idiots talking about now?" Suddenly he felt some very strange energy in his body. He realized that something had changed in him. The gentleman asked what was happening to this guy, and why did his facial expression change. He informed the guests that his chi energy had now dissipated in the air. The owner ordered his servants to wake up the second guy and get in with this guest. Yom hit his brother in the back and hit the point that would unlock him from paralysis. White Yom sat on his knee and apologized to the master for not being able to protect him. But the master said that there was nothing wrong with that because the guests were deceived in this way. Muzan got angry with his owner, and his guards for giving him dispersive poison. The owner said that he rarely meets such arrogant and immature guests. He hit this guy on the cheek with his palm and said that now he couldn't resist, and now they would punish him for his arrogance. Hyuk grabbed his ball and tried to fight back these vile people, but suddenly he felt a sword near his neck and realized that he had better stop. Yom presented the guy's KSH sword and said that he became much slower after I drank and now he needs to put his hands down if he doesn't want to lose his head. The gentleman told his guards to get this guy out of here as quickly as possible, and we cut off his arms and legs. After that they should lock him in the closet. Hyuk said that he doesn't understand why they are doing this and doesn't understand what benefit he has from this. White Yom punched this guy in the stomach so that he would not stop behaving so brazenly. He said that he would like to cut off his head right now, but the boy should be grateful that the owner asked to leave him alive. The owner said that the benefit for him is very simple, he has nothing to hide. Master, that he will hand this guy over to them and perhaps they will be able to resume the cooperation broken off because of Jung Taeyang. He said it would be revenge on this guy for sending a spy here. Hyuk said that he was sure that the owner was lying to him and lied about the disappearance of this guy. The owner shook his head and said that he was tired of this stupid talk and ordered his guards to take this guy away from here. At this moment, one of the guards received very strong blows and very quickly began to fly to the side. The audience saw that a very loud sound had just been heard from the top floor and a man began to fall from there. Black Yom fell straight into the battle arena and bounced off the ground several times. When he stopped, people saw that he had hit his head very hard and was bleeding while lying in the battle arena. The owner was shocked when he saw that this guy could still fight. Hyuk held the head of one of the brothers in his hand and emitted an incredibly large amount of chi energy. Yom was very badly injured and could not even utter a single word. The owner, this can happen. After all, he himself saw with his own eyes how this guy just won poison wine. Hyuk said that he easily digested this wine and therefore the poison did not affect him. He couldn't believe that it was all true, and this guy had just announced that he had reached the point of invulnerability. Hyuk threw this guard on the floor and said that he tried to talk calmly and that's all I would have done with her. But since the owner doesn't want to do this, then he himself made his choice. Hyuk said that he hasn't remembered anyone making him as angry as he did today for a long time now. Muzeng jumped up and swung his fist. He said that now he wants to beat the owner very badly. He threw a very strong blow and stomped his head into the wooden floor.